And we're live, I hope. Hi, everyone. I just want to make sure everybody could hear me. I was rushing around crazy. Sorry. I'm late, but Nico wanted a smoothie, so I made a smoothie because I'm very domestic. And I had to make him a smoothie because, that's what moms do. What's going on? What is going on? I feel like oh yeah, let me see who's here. I'm sorry. Let's see all the beautiful people that I love so much. Hey, Purple. That's a beautiful name, Purple Violet. I love that. I got my Mia. Got my Ed. Where's Ed? I know I saw my Ed. Anna. Hi, babe. Let me see here. Oh, I hate this. Utter! I hate this damn StreamYard. Just make sure I didn't miss anybody on the YouTube chat. So dumb. It's worthless, that StreamYard. And I just had to purchase more time because I went over in time. Like, they know how to get you. Okay, let me see it and make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay, we're good then with the... Oh, good. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Nikki. Rose to go. Right like that. Rose to go. We're all OGs here. Come on. We're like... We know our shit. Well, I mean, I didn't go to bed last night after Kelly's. I had got new kitchen floors and I ended up cleaning and stuff. So then I really passed out, but it probably wasn't until 10 a.m. It was like 9 o'clock. My son comes in. I think he thought like, oh God, I think mom died. He came in like a real concerned look on his face. He's like, you all right? You gonna get up? Yeah, I'm reading Green. I just got on. I was a little late. My son wanted a smoothie. I said, yeah, I'm all right. What's wrong? He's like, oh, all right. It's 9. I'm like, what? He said, yeah. I said, well, I didn't go to bed till after 10, but still, I'm sorry. I'm alive. It's okay. The poor kid. Purple Violet. That's a gorgeous name. I love that. Green Eye was so excited too with this book. I mean, let's be honest. I know the Watts. That's horrifying. They're a bunch of sick fucks, but we're really, I think, now going to start at the point in this book with the lovely mistress Tara Lintz, and we're really, I don't know, and if anybody ever thinks of it, because it's hard for me to do, but when I stop and I'm like, okay, guys, stop, red flag this. All right, remember, this happened, same thing with Watts. Because then I want to do a live where we literally line up. They're not coincidences. Like, yeah, a lot of things in life are coincidences. This isn't just, these are not just coincidences. It's like, I'm pretty sure, Chris Watts opened up the Chris Coleman How to Annihilate Your Family manual because there are just too many things, especially with the text that this poor girl showing her friends he wants a divorce. The mother doesn't like poor Sheri Coleman. Cindy didn't like Shanann for different reasons. The first time both mothers meet, they want to, like, I think, kill each other the same way Cindy and Sandy just didn't hit it off. It's more than coincidences, and I do think that will be a very interesting panel. Me, I wanted you to start reading it to me on the phone earlier. And like I said, I did not read this book yet because, hi, Kevin. Hi, bud. Oh, my, Kevin, listen, you're going to try to out Stamos tonight? Don't. Come on now. Come on. I love you for you, Kevin. I like the Welcome Back Rose name better. Out Stamos. Let's be honest, guys. If we have, Molson had to go to like some kind of a thing tonight. But like, if I have Edward, if I have Kevin, if I have Molson, I miss Mark Klein. I haven't seen Mark. I don't know if anybody else has, but just between like Edward, Kevin, Molson, coolest reviews. They're just like, you guys are just so good to me, and you always want to make everybody, enjoy it and have fun. So I really do appreciate, I love all my subs, but I really do appreciate all you dudes for putting up with us gorgeous women. Oh, you do see Utter, you have seen them, I really, and I could actually do it right now. I'm sure he's having a hell of a time, being retired and having a ball, kind of just, working out, enjoying life. So I haven't even had a chance with being sick and everything to even, text him or anything, just to say, hey, where the hell have you been? So maybe if I text him. And Psych Guy, I was thrilled to see him, and I know all you guys were like last week. That was nice to have him in the chat, because he's real busy with that, his new job. So it was nice. Ed, I watched a Crime Watch daily program on Chris Coleman. Oh God, to get more info on this. It's very, Edward. It's very, very. And I'm sickening to say I'm fascinated by it all, because I don't want to be disrespectful to the victims' families, but man, I'm fascinated by it all, because what he does in 2009 is then done again in 2018 by Watts. But it goes beyond that with the, like, her texts to her friends are pretty much exact of what Shanann's were. Really, like, he said he doesn't want, me and the kids anymore. He just wants his own life. We're in the way. Like, what is that? I don't know. I know evil walks the streets of this world, but I don't know what that is. I do just pray that there is a really good hot area in hell just for people that kill their families. Like that one, there's all different areas. You want your pedo section, you want your section that just murders for the fucking fun of it. But these are family annihilators, and the pedos, you want a really good VIP hell room for them. Like, there's no pee-pee breaks. There's nothing. It's forever burning, because these assholes. Hi, Willie. Oh, Willie, I'm so happy here. What's up? Mr. Much love. Oh, thanks so much. I'm happy you're here. Everybody does love this. Oh, no. Ed's got a joke. Ed, it wouldn't be a show yet without a joke. I have missed your jokes. When I was coming back, I was like, I better not have lost Ed as a sub, being, sick with not getting to see anybody. I'd miss all his damn jokes. All right. Hey, Rose, how many surgeons does it take to change a light bulb? Just one. They just hold the bulb in the air and wait for the world to revolve around them. And you know what, Ed? In the world of doctors, the world does revolve around them. I could tell you that. Not all of them, but 75% of the doctors, and I love them, the doctors I've worked with. But yes, they do expect you to already predict what chart they want or where they want to sit, like, and if they come to the nurse's station, like, almost look at people like, that's my assigned seat. There is that that's just the way they are. And I'm like, I think, are you like this at home? Like, because I don't know. If I was your wife, I'd have, you'd have to, you'd get a good slap in the teeth for being, like you said, the world revolves around them. And they do have that form of, not, and I don't mean this, I love doctors, without them we're screwed. And I worked with the best, but the ones that I've seen that really do, they don't want you, the ones that say, you don't need a second opinion, this is what I'm telling you to do, like, run fast. When you run far and fast, if a doctor ever says that to you, because that's a narcissistic doctor. But Anna says, why did the narcissistic cross the street? Oh God, why? And did he cross alone? Because he'd probably want a crossing guard. They do have, oh my God, Mia, they do, of course, have a God complex. And there are, especially when I work trauma and wound care, when somebody does then heal or makes it through something horrifying, horrible, they are looked upon by the families, by the patients themselves as like perfection. Oh my God, that doctor, like, he saved my life. Well, that's his job. Did the baker also make you good cake and cookies? Well, that's his job. Like, there is definitely just a different, just the way. Because, yes, it's important. And guys, I love being a nurse, and I love working with the doctors I work with. But man, some of them are just, especially some trauma doctors. Whew, you do have to think fast. They are brilliant. They have the worst bedside manner. So luckily, if you usually are coming into trauma to a trauma unit, like, pray to just be like you're knocked out, like, because they don't have a real, like a surgeon, they don't have much of a bedside manner. Oh God, Becky. Oh wait, Becky, I used that avatar forever. First of all, I love Travis Barker. But that's Janine in her her little nursing outfit. She's gorgeous. I had that avatar forever. I love that, Becky. That's awesome. Yeah, and you do it. You do it pretty much. But you learn as you go along. Whether I have to call a doctor at noon or I call him at 3 a.m. I don't ever call him and say, I'm so sorry. I have to call you and wake you up. Because I'm not. Because I'm not, A, making the kind of money you're making. And B, you signed up for this. So I really don't ever. And I know when I first got out of nursing school, a couple years later, I'm training someone. She calls the doctor. She's like, I am so sorry. I can't believe it's 4 a.m. I have to call it. When she hung up, I'm like, so I should have recorded you, because that's what you don't ever do when you need to call a doctor in the middle of the night. I'm like, what are you sorry for? The fact that he's making triple your salary and we're the ones here busting our asses off? But, there are some nurses that are scared shitless of doctors. And most doctors now, are hospital affiliated, I could say in this area with Geisinger. And that's why I had left the trauma, even though I loved it, because I was through a contract company. They are just like rough. You are going to work for Geisinger, so then you're going to work for us, and you're going to get rid of your private practice, or you're going to leave. And it's unfortunate, because when I did, my dad had, I forget which surgery last year, and I went to see, he was my medical director, and they said, "Here, it's high." Retired. I was like, why? They're like, he couldn't take it. And I said, well, yeah, he used to throw, and I loved him. He would literally throw phones across the walls, like everything was bad. But he was a vascular surgeon. He was the head of it. He'd be called in the middle of the night, 3 a.m. on a Sunday night. Then he'd be in wound care, 8 a.m., 7 a.m. Monday morning. Yeah, you're gonna be in a bad mood, and rightfully so. You really shouldn't have even come today. Like a lot of them have PAs that could do the work, but he'd come in and, like, I would know the days he'd be a bear. He loved me. He loved my brother, worked the same hospital, always very good to me. But all it took was one instrument to not be there. He was, if you have, even to the patients, I'd be looking at them like, oh my God, oh God, I'm so sorry. He scared the living shit out of the one, because he was so mad at her because she wouldn't stop smoking. And literally her two of her fingers were black, that they, she had to have them cut off. You don't do that in wound care. Like, that's a surgical procedure. We would have set it up. He was in such a mood. We had a residency program that worked with us. He looked at the one resident who was probably about 21, and he goes, go downstairs, go to the surgery unit, tell them Dr. Batesel needs the bone crusher. The bone crusher. I worked here 14 years. I've never, ever even heard the term bone crusher. Are you sure that's not a movie? And now we have this poor, and she was a younger girl. in the like in the gurney, in the wound care, crying her eyes out. I'm thinking, all right, how do you make good out of it's not really a bone crusher? She's like, why is he saying that? I'm like, well, we're going to remove it. I'm thinking, I can't believe we're doing that. God forbid you start bleeding out on us. But I said, we're going to remove it. She's like, is it safe here? In my head, I'm like, well, we're a real quick jaunt down to the OR if we have to. I go, it's perfectly safe. I said, and we are all trauma or OR nurses here, so you're fine. In my mind, I'm like, oh God, let those fingers be 100% necrotic, or this lady is just going to start. It's going to just start squirting out like a fountain. If God forbid there are any intact live arteries, which I was pretty sure they didn't. There wasn't any. Now, the bone crusher looked like a huge pair of almost like a nail clipper type thing that they use on the elderly who have the worst fungal toenails. So, and all he did was he put it onto the finger and he just the best way to describe it, when dudes that smoke cigars, how they have that thing that they use to cut off the end piece of it or whatever it is. That's what the bone crusher instrument looked like. So, I mean, it's not like I was expecting this poor resident to come back with something that looked like a chainsaw or hedge clipper. So, I mean, that was good. But the better part was Dr. Batesel said to me, then get me a specimen cup. Put these fingers in a specimen cup. And it was, don't laugh, it was around Halloween. I'm like, I can't believe this. So we put them in a specimen cup. I'm like, do you want me to send them out? He goes, no, she smokes. We know why. We had to cut them off. And I'm looking at her like, I'm sorry. You're about 35. Please quit smoking. But so then I'm like, because my nurses are like, what are we doing with this specimen cup? I said, I don't know. We don't discard that here. Just go put it on my office. I left it on my desk through the month of October, only because people did not realize they were real. They're like, oh my God, I love that. That is fantastic. Where did you get that? I'm like, off of Colleen's hands? Yeah. Yeah, I told the residents, I go, off of Colleen's hands yesterday. They're like, no. What? I go, yes, we used the bone crusher and we removed 2 of Colleen's fingers. And now they're just sitting here on my desk in a specimen cup. They're not going anywhere. She laughed. She goes, what do you mean? I said, the fingers aren't going anywhere, but the fact that I even have them in here just makes my day better. When it got to be closer to Thanksgiving, I'm like, I got to get rid of them. Now I'm looking morbid. I got the black fingers, but they truly made a good prop. God bless her, that poor lady. I loved her to death, but I was also very hard with her because I thought, you're not getting it. We just bone crushed you, and you're going home now without a pinky and a ring finger on your right hand. But you're going to go outside and probably light a cigarette. So, and that was the thing, Mia. Okay, we know she doesn't have cancer. We know what her diagnosis is. We've done all the studies. She's got vascular disease, and she's not compliant because what the orders were about 2 years prior were stop smoking or you're going to end up with an amputated foot or up to your knee, probably never thinking, or I'm going to cut 2 of your fingers off here someday. But she never quit smoking. And she, like I said, she was only about 30. She was young. She didn't work, She was, and I don't know, she could have worked. I don't know why she didn't work. I don't know. I think she abused the system, but nonetheless, I felt horrible for her leaving, sobbing, and, I just try to give her emotional support, and, well, I held on to her fingers for a bit. I told them, you served your purpose. Thank you for caring for Colleen as long as you did. Now I'm going to have to get rid of you. And I just threw them away in a red bag. They didn't need to really. I mean, we should have tossed them that. And I showed Dr. Bates. I'm like, come in my office the next week. He goes, what? I go, here, look, happy Halloween. He's like, are those Colleen's fingers? I go, yeah. Why'd you make me put them in a specimen cup? He goes, because I was just so mad at her. I go, I know, but it wasn't like you put them in a specimen cup and you said to her, now take them home, and I want you to look at them every day. He goes, yeah, that's true. I said, so I've been looking at them every day. I said, but the staff the residents that do see these on my desk cannot, like, they're like, that's the coolest Halloween decoration. I'm like, yeah, Colleen makes a good Halloween decoration. He would always, by the end of the day, then he'd be like, guys, listen, we all did a great job. Love all of you. Today was rough. We got through it. Meanwhile, I'm calling maintenance, and I'm like, we have 2 phones that need to be reinstalled. We have one little area. Dr. Bates will punch the wall. We need that. We're going to need that spackled up. So it's like, I loved him to death. He was the head of vascular. He was the head of the wound care department. He was treated very well. So I gave him that. And he had a son. His son was 2 sons were in a very bad car accident. And he got the call from the hospital, called him and said, come to the hospital. Rocky and Brian were in a car accident. And this was on a Sunday. And Rocky died, and Rocky was about 19 at the time. He came and worked in wound care the next morning. He never left the hospital. He went from, his son died probably about 3 a.m. And then he came and worked a full day. Like, I cried all day. I couldn't look at him. My nurses, I'm like, this isn't even safe. But I think it's probably just to keep his mind off of anything but the fact that when I go home now today, I got to plan my son's funeral. But like that, he was a devoted, he was he loved his patients. He always tried to do right by them. But when he was in a bad mood, he could be 2 different ways. He could tell you something, whatever was going on with you, in a good way and laugh about it, but let you know, like, I mean business. Or he could make it in a bad way and be like, you go get me the bone crusher. So it's like, they are treated like gods, like somebody had just said in chat. It's all the way then you look at it. I laughed at it half the time because I felt my heart hurt for him, probably just as a parent. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I'd be able to come back to the hospital ever again, let alone you never went home. You came straight to the wound care unit, probably just thinking, I can't go home right now. And it was a bad time, but life goes on. He was the son, and both sons were driving, and the one that was driving had been drinking. They were both drinking. I guess the one was worse than the other, but he had been pinned up against a tree. He didn't stand a chance. So we let Dr. Bates on the bone crusher instrument. We let that slide. Yeah, Anna, she lost two fingers because of it. And really her diagnosis was end-stage vascular disease. Meaning, you could just about lose any limb at any time now. If you stop smoking now, it's not guaranteed, but it will decrease the risk. But she wouldn't quit. She didn't quit. I mean, she had the vascular disease a good 8-10 years, but she wouldn't quit. So I did feel horrible for her leaving, like you're leaving, minus 2 appendages, but at the same time, you're not listening. So here's where we are. I'm going to look at your fingers now for a month. And my one nurse is like, well, at least it's October. I'm like, isn't that great? Thank you, Colleen. Thank you, Colleen, for losing your fingers for Halloween. I'm like, Tammy, you're a sicko. She goes, oh, I'm a sicko. It's on your desk. I'm like, you're still a sicko. So I miss that. And she was she was super skinny, almost. I don't know if she had a history ever of some type of addiction. I don't know, if she had ever been a drug addict or, an alcoholic, but she had that cachexic look about her, like looked like she was wearing little girl pants, like that were like pretty much falling right off her. There wasn't a curve on her. So I think she was sickly for quite a long time. And, if I had to put money on it, I'm sure she passed. I'm sure she passed because once you start cutting off, whether it's toes, fingers. That was my first cut off 2 fingers patients ever in my career. I had a ton of, amputees that we would put in the hyperbaric unit. So that was nothing new, but just, the bone crusher statement. Him being in such a bad mood that he wanted to put them in a specimen cup for no reason. And then just me holding on to them for no reason was crazy. But sometimes, we would be under such stress in that environment. Like if you don't laugh behind closed doors, you will lose it, because you do see horrible, sad stuff. I held back because I do remember not being mean to her, but almost like a little, not snippy, but she's like, I can't believe this is happening. I go, and I just remember saying, how could you not believe it's not happening when last month we told you and we ordered you the nicotine patch that you said you were going to go right to the pharmacy and pick up? I said, you didn't, did you? She's like, no, I was going to start that though. I said, when? She's like, well, after the holidays. And I'm like, that's 3 months away. So that's why I highly, if she still is alive, she's probably an amputee. And 100%, we're from the same cloth because of what you, right, Anna, like what you see, the horrors of what you see as a cop. Certain things, they don't ever leave your mind, right? But when you're with, your coworkers, whether, you're with your partner or, your boss, or I'm with my nurses or the, fellow doctors, you better laugh, because you will lose it. You will freaking lose your mind. It's not good. So I have always tried to maintain a pretty decent sense of humor. Yeah, you have to. And, and there's a time and place for everything. Anne and I are not saying like we're pointing, like I was pointing at Colleen, like, oh, this isn't going to get you a date. Like, I mean, I'm not, you're always going to be respectful. Behind closed doors, I'm just looking at the fingers and I'm like, they were leather black. They wore leather black. Oh, and I could imagine you've seen some shit. I could, as part of law enforcement, I can't. Yeah, because we're getting patients in, right, from whatever, say the tragedy, the incident was. You're first responding to the scene, so the horror is in that alone. That's a whole other area too. You better have a sense of humor enough to go be able to then go home at night, right, and have your shit together. But there would be days I would come home and I would take it with me, and it sucked. I didn't like that. I thought, no, I have to let it go, because we're telling these people what to do. No, nothing's a guarantee, but I think it's when they're not listening to what could help that you get a little bit pissed off. Never to them, but not that I had less empathy for them, but at the same time, you want to shake them and be like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. And I remember her going, I'm a righty. I'm thinking, oh boy. I go, and what? She goes, how am I going to write? How are you going to write? I go, you'll learn how to write. I gave her a pen. I go, look, you don't, there's no, you're not using your pinky, literally. Your pinky and your ring finger kind of curl under when you're writing. She goes, and drive? I go, do you drive? I didn't think you drive, because you also take seizures. She goes, what if I had to? Well, if you have to drive, call a goddamn ambulance, Colleen. Don't make me get the bone crusher out again. And as it's my husband, sometimes we look at each other and laugh. You have to. And then say we had a weird, yeah. You kind of look at each other like, babe, we've seen some things. Edward would say, Anna, you ever seen an esophageal varices let go? Please. I have, Edward. That's lovely. We had that actually we had it happen in wound care with one of our doctors, and he was the chief of the podiatry program, and he let his chief resident debride a wound, and she hit an artery. Well, it started shooting blood out like the fountain of youth. Blood was everywhere. My one nurse jumped on top of the gurney, putting pressure on it. Here's the poor lady there. Everything okay? We're like, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm like, I run to the doctor. I'm like, she's gonna bleed out. She's gonna bleed out. He goes, I call the OR. Take her right down. Meanwhile, they had gone through like 10 big towels. I have my one nurse literally sitting on top of this poor woman's leg. I'm like, oh God. And there she's just going, am I gonna be all right? I'm like, you're fine. This happens. You're fine. No, it never have. I want to say I've never seen that much blood. I have never seen that much blood. I should say I've never seen that much blood shoot out and so high that it did look like a lovely red fountain that none of us were expecting, especially you, the patient, who looked at me like, I'm going to heaven, aren't I? I'm going to heaven, like tonight's the night. I love y'all. I'm out. I'm like, no. I said, we already called the OR, and I said, they're waiting for you. And yeah. Oh yeah, they did. They blazed it. She ended up, she had bad wounds, and again, non-compliant, but man, because she was a brittle patient, I'm thinking that the doctor, you should be doing this, like not one of your residents. The podiatry residents are great, but like this is a brittle diabetic patient that is also non-compliant, and I was concerned before that even happened. And Ellie, the podiatry resident, she's like, oh, I'm a little, I said, we're all here with you. She'll be fine. I said, just go slow. Well, and she did go slow, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. The purple, when somebody has vascular disease, it's like a purpley, spotty, look to it. So the last thing you really are expecting is that you're going to hit a vital artery that's going to, I said it's in my one nurse home, and she's a redhead, but it got all in her hair, and I'm like, what do you want? Stop complaining, you have red hair. I said, look at me, I have blonde hair. I would have been a disaster. She's like, I'm going. I said, no, you need to go. You're very dirty. You're very dirty. Once again, you have to laugh. But the poor lady looking at me, am I going to make it? In my mind, I almost want to be like, no, I don't think so. But we loved you here. Nice. No, probably not. But we're all, they're going to give us her best shot. God bless her. And then her husband's real patient in the waiting room. Everything all right? Meanwhile, as he sees like the gurney go by, one of my nurses is practically sitting on top of his wife's legs. Like, it was like, no, everything. We've got it under control. But it's a little not right. It's all, but we're okay. Everything all right? Mm-hmm. Can I get you you want a cup of coffee? That was always our answer for anything. The shit went wrong. You'd always, to the family, can I get you a cup of coffee? We just made a fresh pot, and one of the girls made cookies. Sure, they'd be like loving it, because a lot of the non-compliance would bring family members, and they were more lower income. So it's like, of course I want a cup of coffee, and you got lunch for me too while we're at it. Like, he goes, am I going to be here a while? I'm thinking, your wife could die. You might be here a while. I go, I hope not, but we'll take care of you. I think I'm like, she's good. She did good. It was about an hour and a half later. He goes, oh God, thank God. Is she going to come back up here? I'm like, well, no, they're going to keep her overnight. He looks at me. He's like, oh, so I have to leave here? No, we set up one of the gurneys for you to sleep on tonight. Yeah, you got to leave here. And no more coffee, because now you're all caffeined out. Like, I should have wrote a book about wound care at CMC, because the stuff I saw was fun. A lot of it was fun. The one guy was like, I'm sorry, I was late. I'm late, girls. We're like, we're all right. You're never late. We thought you were an accident. He's like, the cow died today because he had a farm. The cow died today, and I got caught up burying it. Let me step back a minute. I go, what, Kevin, your cow died? So, woke up this morning, and yeah, she was gone. I go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. He said, I know. I go, you buried it? He goes, well, I mean, my wife's not going. I go, that's crazy. He goes, yeah, the crazier part is like, he said, my forklift is down. I'm like, you shoveled there? You shoveled the hole, and he goes, it took me about 7 hours. I go, well, no wonder you're late. He goes, but I don't know what's this thing on my back. Let me look, Kevin. Oh boy, Kevin had a spider that not only bit him, but decided that it liked Kevin's back, and it undermined it into Kevin's back, where it proceeded to the skin folded over, and it became one with Kevin, and it laid like little legs that almost looked like little baby caviar. Because when we sliced that sucker, the spider itself, all that was pretty much left of it was like you saw like little legs, but like a minimal shell. But the little legs around it were crazy. I go, Kevin, you were not only bit by a spider. I go, it harbored. It literally harbored in your back. Have you been in pain? He's like, I'm a farmer. We're always in pain. I go, but geez, because the past few nights I have had a lot of chills. I went, well, yeah, I mean, that's a sign of infection. He said, I know, I got the farm to take care of. I go, I know, yeah, the damn cow decided to die today. And he laughed, but that was a first for me. When he left, I was like, Dr. Rachel, is that a first for you? He's like, that's a first. And then he goes, and do you mean the fact that that man just said he had to bury his cow, or the spider? I go, kind of both. He's like, yeah, no, both. Both. I said, well, I'm just so happy to be here to experience this bullshit with you, because I've never seen a spider under someone's back. You could see it almost looked like, I'm thinking, oh, don't let this guy have melanoma. Like it looked like, because the area became discolored, looked like almost like a mole. And I'm like, when you touched on it, though, it was movable. I said, does that hurt? And he's like, I could feel it. I said, it's really hot to touch, and it's real red. He's like, oh, is it? He goes, is it? It's on my back. I can't see. And I'm thinking, no one in your house could maybe have taken a picture of it for you. You don't have mirrors, nothing. He's like, no, I didn't know. And I'm like, yeah, just we'll take care of it. And when we showed him it. Now, he buried his own fucking cow for 7 hours. We show him the goddamn spider that harbored in his neck and the eggs. The dude starts gagging. I'm like, oh my God. You just spent 7 hours burying your cow, and you see this one little shell of a spider left, and you're gagging. I'm like, do you need a bag? Are you going to throw up? No, I'm all right. I'm like, oh my God. I love this job. I'm never leaving. Not melanoma. You can start charging it rent. Oh yeah, no, it moved in. I go, Kevin, how long? He goes, I haven't been feeling good. He goes, but I go, like, how long? He goes, probably a few weeks. In my mind, I said, you could have died. I said, you could have really went septic, and you could have just died, and no one would have known. No one would have freaking known. He's like, oh, wow, thanks, ladies. He walked away, and I'm like, and we wonder why Kevin, who has lots of money, because he's a farmer, is single. They're like, I know. He lives with his sister and his mom. I'm like, oh, God. He's got a good story to tell today. It was nasty, though, Anna, because the minute you sliced it open, too, because of the infection, you get all those white blood cells that come out, the odor. I have one nurse, I'm like, I love you, you're a great wound nurse, but you're horrible with smells. Gagging, she's out of there. She leaves the room. I'm like, you're such wimps. Oh, the Dr. Pimple Popper, Becky, my dad loves that show. Now, here's the thing with my dad. He's 85. He had hearing aids, He lost one of them. He refuses to get any more. So, like me and my son will go downstairs. He'll have Dr. Pimple Popper on, but he'll have it muted. So he's just watching for hours on end, just pimples being popped. And my son will be like, Jesus Christ, Pop, why don't you listen to it? He's like, what do you need to hear? I know what they're doing. I'm like, Dad, that's gross. Come on now, put something else on. No, leave me alone. He goes, when you're 85, you want to whatever you want to watch without the volume on. Somebody tells you turn that on. He goes, no. And we walk away. I'm like, oh God, if it's not Dateline, like I think he's trying to figure a way to kill me and Nico, or B, he's gonna, he wants to become a pimple popper because we don't need any voices. And he picks the worst ones. He'll be like, oh, this is going to be a good one. I'm like, why? He's like, oh, those big cis ones. Like he knows like the classifications. I'm like, I should have hired you at Wound Care. You're fantastic. Doesn't bother your stomach? He goes, nah, not at all. I'm like, oh my God, only you, Dad. Yeah, but it's so weird. Hi, Nick. Hi, Paul. It's just weird, to come walking downstairs. He's in the TV room. There's the volume's on mute, but there's Dr. Pimple Popper, and there she is squeezing Hughes, cystic pimples that he's loving, and he's like sitting there eating lunch. He's got his lunch in front of him. I'm like I look at Nico. I'm like, he's eating and watching that, and he goes like, he's gross. I'm like, what do we know? When we're 85, what do we know? It is gross though. I definitely agree with all of you. Me, I'm leaving. My poor dad, though, he's a good guy. I said to Nico, you know what, Nico, he's 85. What the hell? No, it's not like he's watching porn. He goes, I'd rather him be watching porn. Becky, the weird thing is, like, I'm a nurse. I could eat and be like next to the room where we're like somebody's getting like their wounds wrapped or debrided. That doesn't bother me at all. It's just the fact that the volume is off and he's watching it that I probably, if anything, a little creeped out. Like, that's weird. That's not normal. But God bless him, he's enjoying the shit out of it. One day he goes, the cable's not working. I'm like, so what? He goes, that's a problem. I go, what do you mean? He's like, Wi-Fi's down. I go, and? He's like, I can't get on Facebook. He's 85, but he goes on Facebook. Like, he's a maniac with Facebook and YouTube. And I'm like, well, then call the press. I'm like, Dad, stop. You always just touch one button and you screw everything up. And that's literally... I can't even remember. Oh, he put his stupid iPad on. I said, what made you even go to settings and turn it on airplane mode? You going on a trip I don't know about? He goes, I didn't do that. Your son probably did. I'm like, yes. Yeah. He goes out to get you, Dad. Too funny. I'm lucky to have him though, right? Like, I'm lucky. He just, like I said, turned 85 the beginning of the month, and he's a great dad, right? Anybody here that still has their daddy alive, like, it's a blessing, especially, when my mom passed young, and for anybody any parent, it doesn't matter, it's just, life is rough. Life could be rough. Life could be rough. You want to watch Pimple Popper, Dad? Go ahead. I'm all right with it. You're a good man. The Dateline stuff kills me, but that's all right. He goes, he doesn't have enough. Like, because my son's funny. He goes, he does not have enough energy that he could kill us. I go, you'd be surprised, Nico. I work with the elderly. They have strength sometimes. He's like, yeah, but those are like Alzheimer's. I'm like, well, Papa's forgetful. It doesn't matter. If he gets too confused, he could think you're somebody or not. He's like, that's scary. It's not like he's going to kill you, but like ever in the middle of the night, he's like standing over your bed. He goes, Mom, stop. I just like to say it. Oh, Ed, tell your mom happy birthday. She turned 86 yesterday. Oh, your dad passed in 20. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Holly. Becky, boo, Dateline with no sound. No, Becky. You know what though? We need the sounds up, and because he's deaf, it's on 72 the volume. I could hear two floors up. I'm like, oh, good, Dateline's on. He's listening because I go, what? He goes like, why does he need to listen if he can't hear it? Because he needs to know what procedures to follow when he's ready to do us in. He's like, Mom, stop. I go, I don't know. That it would kind of be boring to not be able to hear. What's the one weird guy's name that I love? And I know you guys know. I know, Ed, you have to know the one guy, or if Kevin's here, they do him on SNL, then really good. He's like, I think he's Dateline, and he's got the weird voice, and he'll be like, oh, so your wife went on a cruise, and only one of you came back. And like, he has this weird look, and the guy will be like, yeah. And the guy will be like, good. So I take it wasn't a good trip. No, dickhead, it wasn't. And he goes, any ideas on who could have killed her? He's like, well, no, we really don't know. I don't know what happened. She left the room, said she was going for a walk, didn't come back. And he asked the dumbest questions. You guys got to know. He goes, oh, so she was a walker. Like as if she's a prostitute. Oh, so she was a walker. Did she do that frequently at night at home? He's like, no, we were on vacation. It's just warm. It was nice out. You think she was sleeping with someone? I was like, I love this show. And I love this weird pervert. These real pervy guy. Can't think of him. Somebody will think of him. Bill Hader would play him on SNL so freaking good because his voice gets into it. Pops is fun. Pops is fun. Went to the friend's house with the kids for a play date. My dad is fun. He's doing some odd little things like for his birthday. Like he's confused to the point where like 2 a.m. is breakfast time. Like I don't eat meat, and all of a sudden I'll smell like pig being cooked, and I'm like, oh God, why is he up making? And this started a couple months ago. I go downstairs. I go, what are you doing? He's like, I'm making breakfast. I go for to get ahead of the day. He goes, I'm hungry. I'm like, Dad, it's 2 a.m. Like, gee, like. Have a bowl of cereal. It's like, nah, I just figured I'd get it out of the way. I'm like, is that what it's going to come to when you're this age? Like, get each meal. Let's get that meal out of the day. Let me get it right out of my way. I'll eat it now. And I'm like, and that's what he does. It's every night, 2 a.m. I either first smoke coffee or disgusting bacon. So, it's the little things like when you see your parents declining, and it's not that it's horrible, but it does make you sad, right? It does make you sad because I go, I said, when you get to heaven, Mom is going to be like, what the hell have you been thinking between pimple popper, eating at 2 a.m., like we took him out for his birthday, really nice suit he wore. But I bought him because he loves bacon eggs. I bought him socks. One sock had bacon on it. The other sock had like sunny side up eggs. Like they were cute. He wore them to dinner at Ruth's Chris with his suit. But that's not the bad part of it. He wore like sandals. And I go, where are you going? He goes, what do you mean? I go, why are you not wearing your dress shoes with that suit? He goes, these are good sandals. I paid $70. I go, Dad, you have bacon and egg socks on. He goes, I know you got them for my birthday. I thought you'd want me to wear them. I said, I do need to wear them at home. Oh my God, we got to the restaurant. I look at my brother. I go, please look at Dad's footwear. He looks at it. He goes, what the fuck? I go, yeah. I go, I got him those bacon and egg socks. He goes, what's with the sandals? I said, don't ask. Don't ask. It's his birthday. Let him have it. Yeah. Sandals, beautiful suit, but as it got down to the feet, and I looked at my son, I went, oh boy, we already left the house. Could Dateline guy be Stone Phillips? Rose? Oh God. Ed, he's got pretty much all like white, like his hair is like gray white. Like, is it John? Is it John? Purple, I know. Purple said if anyone still has one or both of their parents, they're really fortunate. That's right. Oh, I'm sorry, Purple. My parents have both been deceased for quite a while now. They were good parents. I really love them. I know. I'll miss them forever. I know. You never get over it. Hi, Fluffy. I know. I'm sorry, Purple. You don't get over it. I miss my mother horribly. 57 was too young. Like, you're gypped to your life. And I know age doesn't matter if they're 100, or they're 40. It doesn't matter. But, man, makes you, like, it makes me mad. Like, certain things in life I don't think I've ever fully even mourned her death because it was so young. They're gypped to their lives, so it sucks. Fluffy can't wait to do kooky old lady stuff. I can't either. Keith Morrison. God, Ed, I knew it. I knew you'd know his name. That weird. He's such a weirdo. Bill Hader loves him though. He's like, I love that guy. I'm like, and Keith Morrison said to him, you do me better than I do me. Hey, Tony. Oh, you're at work, Tony. Tony, don't they know it's the weekend and they should let you not work? I'm so happy you stopped by. I love when you show some love. We love to see you here and say hello. I'm sorry you're at work, but I'm happy you at least had a chance to just drop in. Thank you so much. I love you. Don't get a chance to see all my good peeps. Purple, it's just, especially a mother and a daughter, let alone, breast cancer's a bitch. That's why I was like, this month, I was like, oh, it's a busy month, between domestic violence, abuse awareness, and breast cancer awareness. I was all over the place. I'm like, every day I'm like trying to put out community tabs on both because both are so important. But really, I just was missing my mom horribly. Every time I posted something, I'm right back to, because she had less than a year. But I'm right back to those last days. It's weird how, certain things or a certain song will come on or something and it takes you like right back to sad times, but then you have to say, I'm lucky I had a wonderful mother, because some people have the worst parents ever that should have never had kids. So we are, I hope everybody in this chat was blessed with good people that raised them. Everybody deserves that. Kids are so freaking innocent. Hey guys, hi coolest. Oh, Tony, you're welcome. You miss you being right. COVID, Tony, for 3 weeks. And I had a big job as a director of nursing at a new place. I was working constant, but after 3 weeks, I resigned. I couldn't. Still not good. I'm really, really tired and that really bad, like sciatica pain. So, and I was only there 3 weeks, so it's not like you collect. So it's been rough, but hey, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Your cousin at the age of 32 passed. Oh God, Tony passed away from breast cancer. My mom passed from a cancerous tumor between her kidney and liver. Oof. Oh, Tony. Oh, your cousin was too young. I mean, my mother was 57. That was too young. 32. Jesus Christ. That's just. And I am not a conspiracy theorist, but I truly believe that there is somewhere in a lab a cure. And I'm not a theorist, so I don't even know why I think that. But I can't get to the rationale of like why they wouldn't by this point release it. We've come so far with technology, but who the hell knows? Oh, Mia, oh God, Mia, she's battling it now. How old is she? Like, does she even stand it? my mother was young, but my mother had the rarest inflammatory. It's brutal, aggressive, and because it had already metastasized to like 4 different areas, they put her on a experiment trial to see if it worked for breast cancer, and she became a statistic that it didn't work for breast cancer. It was put on the market, but it was put on the market as effective for like blood cancers. So, but she tried. Oh, Mia, my grandma that helped raise me died. Oh, Jesus, when I was 12 of liver cancer. Never. No, you're not. You don't get over it. I remember at one time you heard it for a day. They came across the radio. They found a cure for breast cancer. From that point on, that's what I mean. It's like, why? First of all, I do remember that. You're right. But it was never mentioned again. Well, I can't figure it out, because aren't these, like, unless these people that have this, like, whatever it is, this cure, like, they've got to have people in their families that are, every family has at least somebody that's affected by it. So that part is what makes me think, like, don't think so negative, maybe we're super close to it, but I don't know. I have that, I just have a gut instinct, like, no, it's there. They're like, it's just there. Born in 1955, Mia said she has it in breast. Oh God, in her lymph. See, when my mom started, it was only in her breast, and only in her breast. And she had it removed, and then she went through high-dose chemo and a stem cell transplant. And then they took a scan, and it was in her liver. It was in her lungs, her kidneys, her other breast, because she had the one breast removed, and her brain. And that was like August of like 98, and she passed away like 2 days after my birthday in September. So moms or somebody, like, there's never anybody that's gonna, that replaces that. For any of us that were blessed to have a good mom, like, you just don't get over it. Oh, Tony, your mom was Mrs. Cleaver. I loved it. Yeah, I loved and respected my mother. If I told you what my sisters and I went through, you would have nightmares. I took the most of it. Oh God, Jesus Christ. I took the most of it. I protected my sisters no matter what. I'm sorry, Tony, for whatever you went through, but that's what brothers do, right? Yeah, Mia. Cancer sucks. It's the devil. Cancer's drug addiction's the devil, but so is cancer. So cancer is the devil. Because it's like and I live in the town where we're surrounded by old coal mines. And so they did like a survey years ago. The population in this area that have died of cancer was in the top 5 of the country, and they correlated it to the old mines. It's, scary stuff. Purple. My dad passed away at 85. My mom, oh wow, and my mom at 95. He passed first. I'm very thankful that I had my mom until I was 56 years old. I can't believe that. But when I see my friends out with either one of their parents, I cry. I hate to be like that, Purple. I feel you. When my mom died, my friend was getting married. So a month later, we went with her mom and me and a bunch of the bridesmaids. We went to get our dresses, and I loved her mom. Like, she was like the second mom. But I don't know if it was, I wasn't jealous. I was mad. I was so sad. I was jealous. I could be honest. I think I was jealous. Like, why? Like, why isn't my mother here? Like, why my mother won't see me get married. My mother won't see me. That was like one of the last things she ever said to me too. I think that is what gave me like PTSD. She's like, I can't die. I have to help you someday raise your babies. Ugh. I'm like, Mom, you're not going to die. Well, we'll take you home. And her asshole doctor, that's what he said. Go home and get stronger, and then we'll think of a new plan of care. I looked at him like, dude, you just put her through almost a year of high-dose chemo and stem cell transplant, and now you told her to go home and get stronger. She's getting weaker by the minute, but that's what cancer doctors are very, good. But when it's the end and whatever they tried didn't work, they wimp out. He never called us again. He made the nurse call me, and it was kind of basically like, you might think about hospice, and I'm like, Leanne, I can't believe this. And I told my mom goes, I feel, do you think they're giving up on me? And of course I'm like, no, they just want you to maybe get therapy and eat better. But for her to, I know she thought, it's like, they don't call anymore or anything. I'm like, well, Mom, they just want you to rest. But she knew. I'm from Pennsylvania, Tony. Yeah. And it's nothing but coal. Nothing but coal mines. Northeastern PA. Yeah. And people say I have an accent. It's weird. When I hear an accent, it's like my cousins from Buffalo. Oh boy, their accents. I love. It's like the Canadian cousins and the Buffalo. Their accents fabulous. Oh, Mia. Oh God, my best friend had scleroderma too. Did your aunt? I mean, oh, she died. Okay, yeah, my friend was 35. She died of scleroderma. And what scleroderma does is it basically turns you to stone, which is horrible. She took me out for lunch. We worked together and took me out to lunch to let me know I tested positive for scleroderma. And I'm like, so I said, oh, that's what those ulcers are on your finger for the past couple of months that you didn't know what it was. And, your hands were getting blue and cold. She said, yeah. And I said, all right, well, what are you going to do? And she's like, whatever they want me to do, I'll be all right. I said, what happens next? I was a dental assistant before I was a nurse, so we worked together in the dental office. She said, well, I have to really just keep my hands covered, keep them warm, protected, and when she showed me like the little ulcerations on all of her fingers, oh, they looked like blisters, they look like intact blisters, but so painful. And then the next time I saw her, I said, let's go out for lunch. She said, why don't you come over? And I'm like thinking, all right, maybe she just want to go out. She was on oxygen all day, never off it. Her face started to look like too much Botox, looked like nothing was moving but her lips when she talked to me. And she looked like Farrah Fawcett. Everybody used to call her Farrah Fawcett. She was a bombshell. And she was using a walker. Like this hit me so hard, and I cried. I don't like to cry in front of stuff. Like they're the ones sick, and I cried, and I'm like, I am so sorry. I did not know how bad it is. She's like, every day should, just gets a little worse. And I'm like, all right, what are you going to do now? She's like, I'm just nothing. I'm treating the symptoms. I'm just trying to stay out of pain. And I stay on my oxygen all day. I said, all right, well, just don't leave me. We laughed. I said, you just can't leave me. She said, I won't, I promise. And then 2 weeks later, her husband called and said that her daughter had been in college. Her daughter came home for the weekend from college and then left. And the husband was out when he came home. And he was looking in the house, couldn't find her. And he went upstairs to the bathroom. And she was dead. She was on the floor in the bathroom. And she had passed. She was alone. And I hated that. That part made me so sad for her. But I thought her daughter had just left. And she probably just didn't want her daughter to see her. In her head, she was probably knew like, I'm going to die today. I swear, because they say people know sometimes. And that's the only thing I could think. It was like, she didn't want Cassie to see her die. But it was, scleroderma is it's brutal. And here's poor, Bob Saget that died this year. He died this year, I want to say. his sister, and I'm not sure if she's passed yet, has scleroderma. He was a huge advocate for it. That's definitely something to look up because it's something you hear minimal of, and Bob Saget brought a lot of light to it with, when his sister was diagnosed with it. Oh, it's so traumatic. I was so traumatized when I walked in and she had a walker and she had oxygen. And then I'm looking at her face, and I was reminding me and my mother, like, she was smiling, but it's like a fake, like cancer patients have a smile that almost looks painful, but it's like kind of like they've already lost weight and it's like fake almost. They're just doing it to make you think I'm okay. Like Jesus, and I was looking at her like, this disease has literally eaten you. It's eaten you alive. And I hugged her. And when I hugged her, whew, it felt like someone, literally felt like someone like in full rigor mortis. It's the best way I could describe it. She was so hard, like stone hard. And that's basically what happens to your lungs. They turn to stone. Oh yeah, me. I didn't realize that. Okay, Bob. So Bob Saget's sister did die of it. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, Farrah Fawcett. That's like she's my idol. I loved her. I used to watch over and over again when she did that documentary when she was going through her cancer treatments. She was good. She was a fighter. My mom was at home. Yeah, my mom was at home too when she passed too. We had hospice there, and they were wonderful. Yep, that's all you could do. Tell them you love them and just go and be at peace. That's right. I also said, Mom, go to Daddy. We'll be wow, Tony. I told you, go be with your brothers and we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But meanwhile, inside you're dying. I feel it, Tony. I feel it. And I still have my dad, but like when my cousin lost both her parents, she said to me one day, she's like, I feel like an orphan. I was like, oh God. I said, don't say that. She said, I do though. I'm like, but you're not. She said, I know, but no one loves me like my parents did. And I know I'm never going to have them back. And I'm like, don't talk like that. Oh, Mia, we'll talk. I'll get back to the book. Tony, my mom too. We had hospice at the house, and she wanted. It's weird. She wanted like my dad's sisters, and she wanted everybody in. She wanted her 4 brothers over. She had stopped talking maybe 2 days prior, after my birthday. That was the last time she spoke. But it was a Saturday night. Everybody came over and just sat. We were just in the living room. Everybody just sat around talking, and she was already in a coma. And I said, I'm going to run upstairs and put on my pajamas. And I wasn't even up the top of the steps. And my cousin Donna started screaming, she's not breathing. And I don't know. I think I don't even remember the steps. Like, I just remember getting to the bottom, and I went in, and she let out a huge, like, and the goddamn thing I remember the most is one tear rolling down her left eye. It crushed me because like that's, and it could have been absolutely nothing, right? You know what? When we die, we excrete, whether we excrete excrement or whatever. But it was just, I felt like, she was sad and she let that one tear out, and that was it. But it stuck with me. I think about it a lot. I remember wiping it away. Yeah, I wanted to be there with my grandma. When my grandma died, but I was sent to my aunt's the night before. Oh, it's not good though when you are close and love someone and you don't get that goodbye closure. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's right, Tony. That's right. But you're a real man though, Tony. You know what I mean? And like you said, you did. You took the brunt because you're the brother, and you protected your sisters, dude. So you better be holding your head high. Some of us have battles, but man, some of us have many battles, and then some of us have a life of wars. I had a wonderful, charmed life, and the day my mother died, it's like everything was never the same. Never the same. You know, especially so young. And like we were just saying, I was not mad at my friends. I was just jealous, not jealous, maybe envious that my mom wasn't going to be there with me. Me, I was mad at God for a long while when she died. I don't think I ever got mad at a higher power, because I remember when my mother told me, she didn't say what it was. She's like, there's this, I went to the doctor and I'm like, what? She's like, and there's a tumor, but we're going to remove it. And I'm like, show me. Oh God, she showed me. I'm like, and I was my first semester, first year nursing school. I'm like, Mom, what? She's like, I know. I said, that's so bad. She said, I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you until I, went to the doctor today. And, we're going to take care. We'll be fine. I was 20, probably about 26. I, like a baby, sat on the couch in her arms, crying like a fool. And I'm thinking, she's on cancer, yet she's comforting me. But that's a mother. We all, we're all like, we do. That's it. We all do it as parents. We hate to see our kids hurt. Oh my, Purple Violet, please. Charlie's Angels, that was like the best. And Farrah was badass. It was sad. It was sad. It was sad, Purple. You know why? Only because I was in nursing school and I thought, I'm here, we weren't huge with the internet yet, but I'm like, I'm not opening up my nursing book. I am not going to look at the, the stages of breast cancer and what hers looks like, because it looks really bad. Of course I did. And I'm like, oh my God, please don't let that be stage 4 inflammatory. And then 2 weeks later came back. She said, they said it's inflammatory. I said, did they say like what that is to you? They said it's bad. And I didn't want to slight her. I said, Mom, it's the worst, most aggressive one. We have a fight ahead of us, but you can't give up. She's like, you know me, I'm not. But in my mind, and I don't know why, in my mind, I said, I said, she's going to die. My mother's going to die of breast cancer. Like, I knew it. I knew it. And I don't know why. And she did. I don't know. It's because, if you're so in tune with certain family members and so close. And I don't think it helped that I, not only was, reading up in my nursing books, but like talking to every single nursing professor and like, oh God, taking her to Johns Hopkins just to make sure we're doing the right thing. And that you're like, oh God, this isn't good. But everybody, I think just about every family has at least one person in their family that's been affected, right? At least at the minimal. Oh, don't be depressed, Mia. This is a mental health channel too. So sometimes this is the place where this is why I really did make the channel. This is where we can all say whatever the fuck we want. And if something sucks, we're all here just saying to each other, that had to be hard, or that's sad, I love you. And then don't forget, I started it out. I let you MFers know that I had poor Colleen's fingers on my desk, okay? Oh God, Purple. Nursing school was 2 years of hell. But my mom passed September of 98. September of 98 was my first semester, first year nursing school. I believe if I had not been in nursing school, I would have fallen into the worst depression of my life. So I do feel like nursing school happened at that time, and it saved me. Like it saved me. It gave me every morning, because I didn't have, I didn't have any. It gave me every morning a reason to get up and go somewhere, and just a stable, structured schedule. And I really do believe that's why I like I said, I went a little bit later in life at 27, but I felt like it sometimes God puts us in situations at certain times, and we should never ask why. Because I really think if I was not doing nursing school, I don't know what my mental state would have been like. So always talk to somebody. That's why I love this channel. We all talk to each other, and I think, we can cry, we could laugh. But by the end of it, it's like we all know we've all gone through shit, but we could still come here and laugh. Oh, my mother was a smoker too, Tony. Ugh, God. I used to always feel like, stop smoking. Me is playing Russian roulette. Me, it doesn't matter. Christopher Reeve's wife, who was the healthiest thing ever, never even smoked a cigarette a day in her life, died of lung cancer shortly after Christopher Reeves, her husband, died. So, you know what? What's going to be is going to be. Okay, like that blew my mind when she died. I was like, oh my God, he just died. They have 2 kids, but when they're like, she never smoked, I'm like, that if ever there's a reason why you could say to people, secondhand smoke does kill, because this poor woman never smoked a day in her life, and she just died of end-stage lung cancer. Like, she found out and died pretty quick. Oh, thank you, Purple. Yeah, I'm really happy that I became an RN now. Really happy. Kevin, it is, what's really weird? Like when you watch some movies, and I even remember as a little kid, nurses would be smoking at the nurses' station. I worked with some old school nurses. We're talking nurses that were 25, 30 years old back in the late 60s, 70s. They're like, we used to smoke with the doctors at the nurses' desk. I'm like, that is insane. That's crazy. It's like, oh yeah, like it was nothing. I'm like, that is so weird. Like, they stopped it at the restaurants. I don't you want to smoke, whatever. I don't like it. I never liked it if I'm at a restaurant. I don't want to be around somebody smoking. I don't like that, right? But man, they really, when they went down on that, it was like everything. And my mom was still alive, so she's like, what are they going to do? Start treating us like secondhand citizens? I'm like, Mom, maybe they want you to live. But oh God, people, smokers were pissed. The smokers were pissed. My mother's like, well, I'll never fly again. I'm like, Mom, really? You're not going to fly again because you can't light up on a goddamn flight. No, I can't. Like, what if I start to get the shakes or something? I'm like, we'll get you liquor, which she didn't drink. But, people were pissed. People were pissed. But I think it had a lot to do with, the results of the testing that was done showing secondhand smoke does kill. So, it's a good thing. I don't miss smelling smoke when I'm in a restaurant at all. Oh, what did that say? I worked with a nurse who had the shakes so bad from drinking the night before her day shift. Oh, Jesus Christ! The other nurses would do her IV starts for her. I did it twice for her. Really? Oof. Oh God, Ed, I did not realize you were a fellow nurse. That's why you love the damn doctor jokes. But that's not good. That's not good though. Jesus. So my first place, this new job that I had started and then had to resign, unfortunately, my first day, I'm leaving. I'm exhausted. These 2 nurses. I hadn't even met everybody. It walked up to me with a styrofoam cup. I go, what's that? She goes, you tell me. The one had a real attitude. I said, excuse me? She goes, you tell me. Smell it. I smelled it. Whoo! I go, whoa. I go, that doesn't even have a mixer in it. I said, that smells like vodka. She goes, it is vodka. I said, from who? She said, come with me. And like they were kind of acting like two little like Gestapos. And I stopped them. I said, girls, hang on a minute. I'm the new director of nursing, and I appreciate your coming into me. But you know what? Slow your roll. Slow your roll. Show me the nurse. Where'd you find it? They're like, she's keeping it on her med cart, and as she's giving patient meds, she's sipping out of it. I was like, oh my God, why on my first day? I was almost out of here. So of course I called her out of a room, and I was my heart hurt for her though. I said, Kathy, can you come in the back with me? And she's like, sure. I don't even know if she realized yet, like that her cup of vodka wasn't on the cart. I said, you know why I'm here? She's like, I know you're new. I think she thought like I was a part of the greedy committee. Like, well, nice to meet you. She goes, I said, no. Well, I am new. I said, but I said, this was brought to me, and I showed her the cup. She goes, what's that? I said, smell it. And she smelled it. She goes, oh, I said, this was on your med cart. No, I said, it was on your med cart. I said, you know, other staff brought it to me. And I said, let's go in my office. And we started walking to my office. And I said, you okay? And she started to cry up a little. I said, can I tell you something? I said, you need to listen to what I'm going to tell you. You know, I'm going to find a facility for you. I said, it's going to be outpatient because of COVID, but your job is secure here if you do what I'm going to tell you have to do, which is you have to go through a 30-day program. She's like, but then I can't pay my bills. I'm like, you're not going to have a job anyway, because you're going to get caught somewhere else, and they're not going to be as nice to you as I am. I said, like, are you drinking every day? I said, well, obviously, right? I said, since you're drinking at work on your med card. I said, if a resident picked this up and drank it, you can go to jail. I don't want that to happen. I said, all right. I said, we have to take you to the hospital. We have to do, toxicology. I said, and then you have to do a 30-day. I said, and then you'll come back. Oh, I don't know. I said, look at me. Do you like being a nurse? She said, yeah. I said, well, then today is going to be like the first day of a much better life. She had a hard look about her, like she had been through shit in life. I said, you don't look well. You look like somebody that drinks every day. You don't look well. I said, you're going to come back and you're going to feel so much better. And then I, like I said, I got COVID and left. And I thought, I hope she's okay, because everybody should have somebody that gives a shit. You could, and I don't know, but every job, and I know in my business, you can't fire them. You could only fire them if they refuse to go into some kind of a program. I said, the only reason I would fire you if you tell me you don't want to go into a program. No, I said, okay, well then you're going to be absolutely fine. I said, and 30 days of getting behind on bills is nothing. You'll catch up quick. So I hope she's all right. You know what I mean? But man, people bad. We all have shit, right? But when you're bringing in, and the nurse, I'm happy the nurses that brought it to me. But then as I was there longer, I'm like, these two girls are real pot stirrers. Like, there's always a complaint. They're always pissed off. They were like almost excited to show me that this poor girl has a problem. So I called them in the next day. I said, I got to talk to you guys. They're like, oh my God, about yesterday. The one goes, that was wild. I said, no, not about yesterday. I said, about today and moving forward. I said, because no one knows about that other than me, you, and I said, and you, Lisa. I said, and Kathy. I said, so if I hear about it from anybody else now moving forward, I have to let the both of you know. I will terminate the both of you. They're like, well, I don't know if anybody else knows. I said, I don't either. I don't care. You two brought me that cup. If I find out by anyone coming to me and saying they knew about it or they talk about it, I said, you're gone. And I mean, I never heard it. No one ever, they didn't say another word about her. I don't think they ever came to my office again to complain about anything. But I thought, I've had a chance to see that you girls didn't bring that to me out of the kindness of your heart to get this girl some help. You don't like this girl, and you were excited to hand it to me. And I didn't like it. And that's why I wanted to let them know, like, I got my eye on you. And, I said, I don't like to terminate anyone. I said, but this is HIPAA, very serious. It's a disease. So if I do hear it, I said, I don't care if it was one of you that told as compared to the other talking about it. I don't care. I'll have to terminate the both of you because the both of you know. And then they just turn around and walk. My administrator looked at me. He's like, "You did that so good." I'm like, I've been a director at different places for a long time now. He's like, "No, you were just so good with her yesterday with it all." I said, "How would you feel? You wouldn't want somebody being like, listen, drunk, you're going to stop." He goes, "Well, no." I said, "But no, she was scared. She was worried about money. Nothing worse than financial stressors. At the same time, you're trying to detox. Who knows how many years the poor girl has been drinking." He said, "Oh, no, you were just really good." And I said, "I just hope, I hope she makes it." So because I'm not back there now. I hope she's all right. I think she will be. I think she would feel better. And I don't think she needs to go back there. It's a very unsafe building. I had to leave. My nursing license was on the line. It was such an unsafe place. But I thought, she'll be okay. Sometimes all it takes is knowing somebody gives you a second chance. They explain to you, like, you got to do this. I said, "You worked hard, right, to be an LPN?" She wasn't RN. I said, "You worked hard to be an LPN, right?" "I did." I said, "Well, then it doesn't have to end ugly, right?" "No." I said, "Okay, then we're just going to do this. I'm not going to ask again. We're just going to do this." And she said, "Okay." She walked out. She was crying a little. I'm like, "Pick your head up. Hold your head high. Stop it right now." And, they did the toxicology. And then from there, like, human resources, took over. I didn't ask. I thought that's not my business, to even ask. "Hi, Papa," to ask anymore. I did the part I wanted to do. And I gave her my number. I said, "You ever need me? Here it is. If not, I'll see you when you come back." She probably came back and like, "Geez, that was short." Was it something? Did I upset her so bad with my cup of vodka? She left. No, almost. I was almost ready to slug it down. The first day, I should have known this place is like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. But it was great money, so I'm like, "Nah, I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna make it better." No, nobody can make it better. It's on the Department of Health is, I just found out, trying to close the place down. And I do feel bad for the residents, but I felt worse for me because I'm like, I am not losing my damn nursing license, because this building will take in. I had an ex-con that literally just got out of jail. He had wounds everywhere. They didn't tell him that it's a non-smoking facility. And they also didn't tell him then, because he did also have not melanoma, Hodgkin's. He was promised, he said, medical marijuana. I go, "We don't do medical marijuana here." I said, we are a geriatric facility. I said, "You're 42. You're probably one of our youngest." I said, "But we don't do that." He's like, "Well, who's going to get it from?" I'm like, "Well, you're not going to get it here. No, you're not listening to me." I said, "We don't do it." And I thought, "Oh, this company's not good. Like, they're just looking at money signs." And I'm thinking, we're going to go down fast. Like, we're taking really bad, we're taking the worst of the worst. And it was like my last day before the next day when they tested all of us because we had the COVID outbreak, and me and my assistant both tested positive. But the night before, because we had no staff, there was no staff. We had to work night shift. I had to pass meds on one floor. She had on the other floor. As I'm passing meds, I took the Alzheimer's unit. I go into the one room. This is the woman. This is one of the patients that had COVID, and I barely woke her up, and I'm like, Mildred, I have your pills. And I was handing them to her. What does she do to me? Now, I had a mask on. It doesn't matter. She spit at me. She spit on me. It was like a fucking Seinfeld episode. Like, I don't even remember if I left those goddamn pills like in the room, in her mouth. She spit on me, and I ran out. I was like, oh my god, I got COVID all over me. And Becky's like, what? I go, listen, COVID Sally, and they're just spit on me. When I went, she said, no. I said, yes. She's like, and this is my Aiden was funny. She goes, you have a little in your hair. I go, I had it in my eye too. And then 2 days later, when we both tested positive, I go, see what we get for trying to be nice? See what we get for passing meds to patients with COVID? She goes, I can't believe you're positive. And then she did hers next, and she was positive. I go, and so are you. She goes, this is terrible. I go, actually, it's not. I go, this place is really going to go down in a blaze of glory. I'm kind of looking forward to being off. But I mean, I ended up really, really sick. So in a way, I was like, oh, I miss the money, but I don't miss the place. But when she spit on me, it was like slow motion saliva coming at me. And I do remember afterwards, she almost hissed. And I'm like, you son of a bee. I was so offended. And you don't get offended, though. They're Alzheimer's. But because she had COVID, I was like, I'm done. I'm done. That's it. Nope. No more meds. And Becky's like, we're not done passing meds. I'm like, I'm not giving any. That's it. You're going in any more COVID rooms. She's like, please. I go, I know. It's an Alzheimer's unit. They're all touching each other. They're all scratching their asses. Then they're coming behind the desk. The one I walked back to the nurse's desk. The one sitting behind the desk in my chair drinking my diet ginger ale. I looked at her. I'm like, would you like a snack? She's so funny. She goes, what do you have? I went, well, and they opened my bag. I said, I have fruit. I have cottage cheese. She goes, oh, really? How boring. I said, well, I'm sorry. I said, it's night shift. I didn't want anything too heavy. She's so funny. She goes, you have any J&B in there? No, that's liquor. I go, no, you can't drink here. She goes, well, we can't drink here. You're the boss. I don't know. I'm just asking. I go, no, I don't have any liquor in my purse, in my bag. I said, but you have to get out of my chair now. I said, and I was just spit on, and it was her room. And she goes, that lady's a filthy pig. I do love the Alzheimer unit's the best. I go, well, she doesn't know. She's not right. Alzheimer's is rough. She goes, no, she knows. She knows. Because one night I had to tell her, shut up. You're snoring. I went, well, snoring does suck. She goes, and she told me, fuck off, bitch. They love to curse as they get older. I went, you shouldn't be cursing like that. She goes, I'm 92 years old. I think my daughter's lying. She tells everybody I never cursed. I cursed my whole life. And I'm like, this is, you know what, God, this is why I'm a nurse. I love these fucking crazy people because I'm just as nuts. Oh no, you're the mother. If we're not protective of our kids, who is going to be? Oh, Tony, you took vitamin C, magnesium, potassium, sodium vitamins. I did the ibuprofen for the fever and also because of the sciatica pain. But I'm noticing now, and I don't know if you have that, I almost feel dehydrated constantly. I can't get it. It doesn't matter what I drink at all. Like, I can't get enough lemonade, apple cider, hot tea, iced tea. I made a smoothie. I'm totally dehydrated. And a few people that had this past COVID said the same thing. Like, yesterday I said to my son, I feel dehydrated. I said, I'm even getting like Charlie horses in my leg. He said, what does that mean? He said, like they're cramping up. I said, I'm pretty sure I'm dehydrated. And he's like, why? I said, I don't know. It's since I had COVID. I'm going to look into it, but I also do think that is, I think it's one of the symptoms is definitely, call it, I don't know, call it dry mouth or call it dehydration, whatever it is, because I could suck back like an entire, whether it's a diet ginger ale with tons of ice or a smoothie, and my mouth is still dry. So this strain was a bitch. When Department of Health called to do their contact tracing, she's asking me symptoms. My two majors were the back pain and just the total exhaustion. And she said, I'm gonna be honest with you, with this new strain, she said the number one has been sciatica pain and the number two has been migraines. And I said I got migraines the last time, not this time. She said, yeah, people have said that they 2 weeks where they still haven't been able to turn a TV or a light on. And I'm like, that's brutal. And I had to call my doctor. I said, I'm just letting you know I have COVID. I said, and I said, my lower sciatica's off. I said, I'm going to take ibuprofen. I'm just going to drink. He said, that's all you can do. He said, you need me, call. But I mean, I could, especially at the beginning, never enough sleep. Like I'd wake up and I'd right back, not even leaving the room, not leaving the bed. I don't wish it on anybody. Oh, really, Mia? Your right leg cramps up too? Yeah, the cramping's awful. Yeah, Kevin, this past strain was I don't know, I shouldn't say worse. It was less respiratory and more like outlier odd symptoms, meaning the sciatica pain, the migraines, the beyond just normal exhaustion. And now, like I said, with the dry mouth, I have a friend that works at the Department of Health. I'm going to call her just to see if that's another one. Because when she called the next day, so I had just been diagnosed, so I didn't have that yet. But I'm like, I said, I can barely get out of bed. I am so tired. I said, and when that sciatica hits, it stops you dead in your tracks. You feel almost like you're being electrocuted. She said, yeah, that's pretty much what every call I've had has been. She said, "Are you getting migraines?" I said, "I was getting some headaches the weeks prior." I said, "But nothing horrible." She said, "And that's another one." She said, "So just know that if it does happen, most people said that the only thing that helps is they cannot even turn a light on. It's that bad, and some of them have had to take mirror packs. It's that to that point." And then in my head, and I'm a nurse, I did the COVID, I did the 2 boosters, and I thought, so every few months there's going to be a new strain and a new booster. I'm not like, I'm done. I did the 2, I'm not doing anymore. It's crazy. It's too much at this point. Sciatica is bad, Tony. My dad had it too. I remember when he would have it, the only thing that would help him if we were little, we used to think he looked a little weird. He would just lay on the floor like flat out on the floor. And he's like, this is the only thing that makes it feel good. Yeah, I mean, the COVID headache, I had the second time, and it was a bitch. It was like the hangover headache from a party that you didn't have a good time at. I don't know how people that regularly truly just have migraines. Oh, I don't know how they deal with it. What a bitch. What's Kevin say? Okay, see any people suffering from red blood cell clots? Yeah. And that's the other thing too. She said with this exhaustion and people, and I'm thinking, oh my God, not getting out of bed, literally not getting out of bed other than go to the bathroom too and get right back in bed. There are a ton of people getting what's called DVTs, deep vein thrombosis clots. She said that we're getting a lot of that. I said, oh God, oh, I don't want that. I said, she said, well, just, don't just get up once or twice a day to pee. I'm like, I know, I'm just tired. She's like, don't though, because that's the last thing you need is a blood clot that you don't even know about. And if it dislodges, and I said, oh, Jesus Christ. What did Kevin just say about the Watts from yeah. Kevin. Nobody left that wedding having a hangover because there was not enough liquor given to have a hangover, unless you were with the dude that obviously went to the liquor store and was yelling every time a stupid question was asked, and Shanann was like, who's the boss, Shanann? Oh, we knew that. I'm thinking, oh my God, I love whoever that guy is. We do have to one night just read the newlywed part because, God, we had so much fun. Oh, my Kathleen, who wrote that book, I spoke to her yesterday. She wanted to tell everybody. I'm not. Molson is huge with the Murdoch mysteries. I had not read it, anything up on it. Minimal, the book is at right now. It's at the pub. It's being printed up. She sent me chapter 1 to read. She's like, I just want your opinion on it. And I don't know this case other than, a family, and they were high power profiler. Well, I said, I texted back. I'm like, do you have chapter 2? She's like, no, they just give me chapter 1 to make sure I like the way it looks. I'm like, oh my God. I said, Kathleen, this is fantastic. She said, it's coming out November 10th. She said, please let your subs know. She said, I don't go on YouTube channels. She said, I had the best time with your people. She said, her and I have become really close. She said, they're lovely like you. She said, and we had a hell of a time. She said, I'm going to come back. She said, but I'm going to bring, and I'm so excited. I'm going to bring, and it's the private investigator that she's pretty much used with all of the true crime novels that she's written, that has done a lot of the PI work. She said, I'm going to bring him on the channel with you too. She said he'd like to, and if that's, I'm like, are you kidding me? She said, no. I'm like, of course my subs will love that. I said, absolutely. She said, okay. I said, like I said, it comes out November 10th. I said, all right, once it's out, then we will, we'll set a date. I forget who the hell she said his name is. He's not, of course he's out in California, but he's done it. She goes, that's a private eye. I told you was, he's the one that spent pretty much 6 to 10 hours with me in a Bowie, reenacting Natalie Wood's death. Like she said, he's fantastic. And she said, he's a wealth of knowledge. And I'm like, I said, my subs will eat that up alive. The questions, I said, tell them get ready. I said, because we are a very inquisitive bunch. I said, we've got questions. She goes, oh no. I told them, like, you guys are great. And I said, I know that you don't go on. She goes, I don't, not at all. She said, but, and I'm going to be honest. She said, Rose and I, at the beginning, her and Kay were, tight, but, stuff happens. And then she just said, YouTube was brutal. Media is brutal in general. She said, but I could have cared. She said, I just didn't want any part of it. I said, thank you for then, that you said yes. She goes, how could I say no to Molson, man? Everybody loves him. I said, we do love him. She said, he's fabulous. Yeah, I'm going to go and visit. And Mia doesn't live far from her. She wants me to come out. But she also, and I can't remember, I'll find out, guys. There is another case she's going to start up on after. She's writing a funny one now about Harry and Meghan. She said, she goes, after I do really hardcore one, she said, because this Murdoch one is bad. It really, she said, it's beyond bad. Because she went there and she spent weeks there and met with just about everybody that had any knowledge, any part in any of it that's not either in jail or the ones that were dead. But she said it was a brutal book to write. She said, so I'm happy it's done, and I am pleased. I'm really pleased with it. So after I do those kind of books, I need to have fun. She said, so I'm going to poke. She goes, what? Who better to make fun of than Meghan and Harry? And I just laughed. She said, so that I'm going to do that first. I'm doing that now, she said. And then after that, she said, God, I wish I could remember whatever the case is. She said, will you come with me to, and I can't remember where. I said, well, she said, yes. I said, oh, yes, of course I will. She said, okay. I said, like, for how long? She said, however long we need. She said, when I went to the Casey Anthony, she goes, I spent 6 weeks in Florida. I said, you went to Florida for the Casey? She said, oh, yeah. I said, what was that like? She said, well, first of all, I don't enjoy the heat of Florida. I said, well, yeah, it could be brutal. She said, in that case, she said, I really, in my mind, was like, it wouldn't be so bad to go to jail for knocking that bitch out. She said, because that girl's evil. I said, that had to be incredible. She said it was definitely crazy. She said, but yeah, 6 weeks in Florida was a long time. I said, yeah, I didn't know. I know how many you've gone to, and you wrote books on just about everything. And I don't know why she didn't write on Kaylee. I can't remember if I even asked her. Maybe because she was a little, such a little thing. Oh God. I don't think it's reopened now, Purple. I think it's kind of like, Robert Wagner is 75 years old and he moved to Hawaii. But what happened was there were 6 different autopsies on Natalie Wood, and every one of them were different. And that's when Kathleen said, I got to write this. And she showed me the autopsies. Like, this woman had bruises on her, and they weren't bruises from like water waves splashing. They were old bruises. Like, he was abusing her. He was a bad alcoholic, and he was a wife beater. She said she was hit hard for a long time prior to that accident. I said, that's awful. I said, that's a nightmare. I loved Natalie Wood. She said, oh yeah. She said, when I got on that plane, I couldn't believe I was flying all the way to Hawaii because Robert Wagner could not quick enough sell that boat that it all occurred on to get it off his hands. She goes, but Robert Wagner doesn't know Kathleen Houston. She goes, and well, the rest is history. I said, you went. She goes, she goes, first of all, I went in every room. She said, and yeah, then I did what Natalie did, or what he says Natalie did, was just I got on a Bowie, and for 6 hours in the cold weather, I stayed in a Bowie. Just first of all and I was screaming, and I had my investigator ways down. He could hear me. And that's when other people came forward and said, we did hear a woman screaming, but we didn't know why. So when she researches things, she goes in like hardcore. I'm like, what do you mean with the autopsies though? I said, like, she said, yeah, like it was almost like if Robert Wagner wasn't happy with one, he'd hire someone else, but it ended up that it wasn't like drowning. Like they kind of left it open, almost more like what happened to her prior resulted kind of in her ending up drowning. And I'm like what? She's like, he stepped on her fingers, like her fingers were broken. He stepped on her fingers, and that's how she lost grip of the side of the boat where the steps were. I'm like, oh my God, that's so bad. She said, yeah. She said, so he just kept trying to find somebody else that would maybe like, can we pretty this up? So, but there's no prettying up Natalie Wood's autopsies, whether you write 10 of them or 20 of them. The woman was head to toe a mess. I said, wow. Should he was jealous of her. He was a full-blown drunk. He thought her and Christopher Walken were 100% having an affair, which they weren't. She's like, she just didn't want to go alone on a boat with Robert. And Chris is like, I get seasick, but if you really want me to go, I'll go. She goes, I said, that'd be one of those poor Chris Walker moments where it's like, I should have. like Chris, you should have went to the ball game. Chris Watkins was probably like, yeah, Chris, you probably should have stayed home because God bless you. You were caught up in the middle of the whole shit and him telling you and her why don't you stop fucking my wife, and it all took off from there. Like it's a good book. I didn't read it to us because the Natalie Wood part's great because she knows all of the autopsy results, so she's giving you that factual. And then the Nicole Simpson part, it's good because there are a lot of things that OJ would talk about, like, when Nicole died, like his alarm kept going off at night. Pictures were falling off the walls. Like, he's like, I believe she's haunting me and blah, blah, blah. So she put that in the book, but she does it from like Nicole Simpson is a ghost, like Nicole's in the house, and it's funny, interesting, it's good. But I thought, I don't think the subs, like, the Natalie one was great, but I thought maybe this one isn't. I know we love true crime, and she does put true aspects into it, but I wasn't quite sure then if you guys would have liked the rest of it. So that's why then I thought, what am I going to do? And then when Molson said, you have to do Chris Coleman, I said, I don't know who the hell you're talking about. He said, you don't. I said, Molson, please, you're scary. I'm pretty sure you're going to be a serial killer one day because no one knows more than you. He said, no, he said, Chris Coleman and Tara Lintz make NK and CW, like Cinderella and the Prince. I said, you've got to be kidding me. She said, yeah. I said, so when was this? And he said, Coleman was 2009. I said, he killed his family 2009. He said, yeah. And then Chris, 2018. I said, so before Watts, there was Coleman. He's like, that's a good title. I said, when I write my book, that'll be the title. He said, but that is the truth. He said, yeah, before Watts, there was Chris Coleman. And I said, and isn't it ironic they're together now? He said, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, Natalie Wood was gorgeous. Oh, God, Kevin, Natalie Wood was gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. But, they had been divorced, and then she remarried him. She probably shouldn't have remarried him the second time. And they were partying. She didn't want to be on the boat. It was cold. It was right after Thanksgiving. Like, it was another, like, the Watts perfect storm. And they found, like, even I didn't like this part because she was such a beloved, sweet, lovely actress. She adored her two daughters. There was, like, coke in her system. I'm like, you know what? That was the era. Celebrities did coke like it was nothing. I'm not saying it's right, but, like, I hated that. Like, I don't know. I'm like, the woman, the woman didn't deserve what she got, and don't tarnish what we have left in our heads of her. And I said, Kathleen, what did he think of you? She goes, what do you mean, what did he think of me? I go, what did he think of you with the book? She goes, he ran. I go, to where? She goes, out of the country, and told his press agent to tell me he had absolutely nothing to say. He was shit scared of me. If I called anymore, he was going to sue me, like, pretty much for harassment. I said, I love you. She said, oh, no. Robert Wagner knew I was on to him. I'm like, that is a fucking phenomenal story. She said, yeah, he was a terrible, terrible person, and the world loved him because he was so fake. And always in public would be like, oh, my darling, my immortal beloved. And behind closed doors beating the shit out of her. West Side Story. Yeah, Miracle. Miracle on 34th. I'm trying to think, Mia, if there were, like what are... Before she had passed, she was offered... And see, Robert was getting jealous. Even though he had that, remember Heart to Heart, that show? He had his own show. He didn't like the fact, like, he was such a jealous kind of guy. Like, he just didn't like her even working. And that weekend on the boat her and Chris were getting ready to do a film together. And he looked at Chris. He's like, I told my wife, and I would hope you agree, Chris, like, don't you think a woman's place should first be at home raising her daughters and not her career first? And there's poor Chris. Chris should have looked at Ragnar and be like, I'm going to need a little bit more cowbell on that one, you dickhead. Chris was kind of like, I'm out. I don't want any part of you two fighting. I've been throwing up my fucking brains all weekend on this goddamn boat. I'm so seasick. She knew it, but she insisted I come. But oh my God. I just like talk about, like, you go to be a good guy, because she said to him, please don't make me go alone with him on that boat. I don't even want to go. You're here alone. We'll have fun. He's like, all right. But it was anything but fun. And from, when she interviewed Christopher Walken, like, right before they got in the fight, Ragnar picks up a huge wine bottle, smashes it down, and says to him, why don't you stop fucking my wife? And Chris was like looking around like, are you talking to me? Yeah, yeah, I am. Why don't you stop fucking my wife? And that's when he got up and he said to Natalie, I'm going to bed, and that's it. I'm done. I'm done with you two. And supposedly then that was it. He was in his quarters and he said he didn't hear anything. Whether he did or didn't, I'm sure he didn't think that Robert Wagner was killing her. In his head, he's like, "Oh God, those two are nuts." But they'll just fight with each other until they fall asleep. But that's not the way it happened. I'm sure he's got a lot of guilt. Jesus, only because, and he shouldn't. But that's human nature. You would, sure you would, but. I'm like, I love Christopher Walken. I love, and I also love the fact that he was throwing his guts up all weekend, but he did it because he was such, they were good friends and he adored her, and he was married. His wife, was in New York. He's in California alone. They're ready to film a movie, and she just said, "Come with us. It'll be fun." And last words. Oh, it'll be fun. Sure it will. So. Kathleen has had a very interesting career, so I'm really so excited. I'm blessed that her and I hit it off, and we talk all the time. But I'm just more excited the fact that she's excited to come back with her Private Eye in November. And I don't know if you guys, I'm going to have to read up on it with the whole Murdoch, because she said, let me tell you. It's so intertwined that you get confused. She said, but it's unbelievable. I said, all right, I will. I'll definitely brush up on it. Oh, Ed, that was the quote, right? Every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings. That was Miracle. Yeah, that was Miracle. I believe you're right on that, Ed. That was that was such a beautiful movie. Ugh. Hi, John. I'm okay. I was up all night cleaning after we left Watts, and then I slept, and I really slept. My son, I think he came in because he thought I died. He shook me a little. He's like, "You okay?" I'm like, looked around at him, kind of like, "Where am I? Who are you?" He's like, "It's 9 o'clock." I'm like, "Oh my God." I said, but I didn't go to bed till 8. We got the new kitchen floor, and I said I was cleaning. Oh, all right. And I'm thinking, I got a show to do. So I did get up, but I'm all right. I'm just still real tired, John, with the COVID, like short of breath, tired. It sucks, but I'm happy to at least, even though I had to resign from that job, that was really good money. And I'm in a little bit of a funk because I had high hopes for it. It'll come. Something better will come along. Aw, thank you, Mia. Thanks so much, honey. Thank you. It's not easy, YouTube. And I'll tell you what, I didn't go full force with my channel, until like the summer of 21-ish. But because drama does sell, and we're not that kind of, we're a cool group here, but we're chill. I have a nice number. I love my channel number, but if I talk smack and we came on and we did nasty drama and clapbacks, my numbers would be triple. But that's not who I am, and that's not who my subs are, because I wouldn't want those kind of subs here. So I think we're all right. I think we're a good family here, and I don't think we need shit. Yes, I got my power back on, John. I love you too, Mia. That I tell that to everybody, when you're sitting there kind of like, Jesus Christ, COVID's one thing, but oh God, like I was so happy with the job, but I kept saying it, but it's so good that it sounds so too good to be true. And then as I saw what was going on, I'm like, yeah, if it sounds too good to be true, it's not. It's definitely not real. It's not too good. And it was quite the opposite. So it got me it put me in a funk. But then last week I'm like, you know what? The way I got to look at it is like I'm starting to feel better from the COVID, and I could at least get back with my channel where everybody we have fun, and I missed you guys like hell. Like they better all still be there. I missed the shit out of them. I'd never change, never. Kevin, it's like selling fucking Thrive. Jesus, is Thrive and Lavelle still? Is that still like going? Is that still like a thing? Is anybody like, dropped dead from it or had a heart attack? Oh, Ed, we are doing more wedding trivia. I don't care if we just do that chapter. It's phenomenal, but I also really do love the musical chairs. I really do love the fact that best man hated Shanann so bad, and I'm not trying to be mean, but she's got a wedding gown on, and it's down to her, Chris, and him, and he's like, oh no, you're not gonna fucking win musical chairs on your big day. You're going down, sister. And there she is, spread across the floor. He pushed her the shit out of the way, and I go, and Chris won musical chairs, and somebody laughed. I go, and that was the last time Chris ever won again. He claimed to fame, I won the musical chairs the night of our wedding. That's great. You also did a really, really bad dance because you couldn't carry a bit of rhythm in a fucking bucket. You fucking idiot. We loved that book. We were respectful for it. But when it did get to the musical chairs and the trivia and the humping and bumping, we had to laugh. And I don't care who hates me or any of my subs for laughing. That book was so heavy, and there were so many times in it I had to stop because I didn't want to cry, but I'm crying, that it was a breath of fresh air to find out, A, takes Shanann longer to orgasm. B, Frank Sr.'s clapping over there, proud of good old his time. Way to go, that's my girl. And there's me, Ma. Like, where am I? And then as the questions get worse, by the end of it, she don't know where she's at. And luckily, hopefully, her brain was like, we're gonna just put this poor woman in, we're just gonna give her full-blown Alzheimer's, because any flashbacks of this are gonna do her in. God bless her soul. Like, it was a catastrophe. And I do love when I'm like, Captain, come on, old Italian, when he, like, I know we didn't see the food, but what was it? She goes, the food? Well, like, not, there really wasn't. I go, what do you mean? She's like, like, there were, like, like, frozen, it looked almost like frozen appetizers. and like bottled water. I go, why? She goes, oh, because they spent their money on a pavilion outside of the hotel so that when Shanann and Chris got there, they had to like walk under this pavilion that I guess made it look like a fucking winter wonderland. And it was a fortune. I'm like, so they didn't have money to eat? And she's like, nope. I'm like, and Sandy, who brags about, and her channel's great. She is a great cook, Sandy said, who brags about the cooking, didn't like bring anything. She said, I'm telling you, she said, there was no food. She said, but I also have to tell you, there were so many tables set up as if they were anticipating much more than were actually there. I said, really? She said, oh yeah. She said, when you watch that part, she said, it was almost sad because there was barely anybody there. I said, yeah, but still the people who were there were hungry. She said, you better believe they were hungry. I said, and thirsty. I said, that poor DJ. I said, there was just so much that my subs and I were like, is this happening? Is it happening? That when the DJ's like, I'm not reading this one. I go in and one of the guests gets up and reads. She goes, wasn't that great? I'm like, it was insane, but I did, but I felt bad. Like, DJs are fun, crazy, could be wild. But even he knew, like, you two are fucking nuts. You probably both should not be together. You don't have a goddamn thing to eat here. I'm dehydrated. Chris's grandmother doesn't know where she's at because she just watched Shanann hump dance with her dad. And it's still like 5 hours later and there's no sight of food. And I said, that's why I wondered, because I really thoroughly researched to put together the little video of the preparations with the bridal shower, the wedding, what the food. She goes, no. She goes, the biggest part of the wedding food was I had 2 cakes, a Steeler cake and a wedding cake. She said that was the biggest food item. Other than that, it was like frozen aisle supermarket stuff that they probably went and got. And she said, and a lot of tables with bottles of water. I'm like, God, like, if ever there's like we're getting the hell out of here, you're going to have a headache and we're going to have to go because I can't. Not John, me either. There's no, like, a wedding for an Italian family. And I'm proud to be Italian. There's a difference though. I don't like the Italians that are like, in your face. Don't mess with me. I'm 100% Italian. And she's not 100% Italian. I am. I would never act like that. You look like a nut. Don't it sounds stupid. So for me, there wasn't any food. They left that part out. They managed to talk about the fact that Jamie cross-containment out of the bridal shower food, but luckily Shanann's mom had made a ton of food. Well, why'd you make a ton of food for a bridal shower, but then for the actual wedding, you didn't? Like, the only thing I thought, I'm like, did her parents like use all their money to buy that stupid pavilion that they walked under? She goes, and it looked like, like when you go to the circus, there's like the circus. I said, that's what I'm picturing in my head. She's like, it was a white, and she goes, monstrosity of a pavilion. I go, did they hang out there? She's like, you walked under it to get it like into where you're going. I said, that's just nuts. I'm sorry, that's nuts. It didn't make, I don't know. Well, first sign, Kevin, would be as they enter. And I don't even know. God bless them. I am in no way, for anybody that's going to listen to this replay, hating her. I am just saying, if any of my cousins or any of my friends ever walked out introduced as Mr. and Mrs. Watts, and they come out waving Steeler their cry towels. I'm out. Because you're before the new couple is introduced, you're already half in a good bag, having fun. Hi, Ginger. Like you're already having fun. You're already drinking. You've supposedly had appetizer hour, right? Cocktail hour, appetizers, tons of them. So there was none of that. And it was like, it just got, as just that night went on, and you would think, oh, it get like by the end of the night, like everybody's on the dance floor dancing, everybody's like having fun, you're drinking, you're stuffed to the gills. Like my last cousin that got married, like at 10 o'clock, she then had a pizza station where they were making homemade pizza, and you told them, like, it was the coolest thing, and a sundae bar, an ice cream sundae bar, and a candy table, and then a liqueur bar. And I was just like, this is this is a wedding. This is a wedding. Otherwise, just go elope. Nobody gives a shit. Literally, most people, if I get an invitation, I'm like, oh God, how am I getting out of this? Because it's an all-day event, and let's be real. I'm happy two people are in love. Keep it simple. Just keep it simple. But she couldn't. That, and I think that was part of her, whatever her mental psyche condition, whatever it was, nothing could be just simple, what we can afford, but it'll still be nice. No. Oh God, John, you always say that, and I love when you say it. No, but John, here's the thing. It was like going to Big Lots though, and they had like the overflow of the Pier 1 decorations. You know what I mean? Like, tack. Just blame COVID. Yeah, Ed said the engagement ring and and ridiculous expensive wedding plans should have included. It was like he was under a vagina spell, right? He was under the vagina sex spell. Never had a piece in his life, so in his mind he's like, I am not losing this one. So, you jump. Well, how high do you need me to? I'll do it. She found that in him, whereas most men would be like, get the fuck out of here. We can't afford this. I'd be like, and you know what I mean? Like, my dream is like, I want to go to New York City and have, I don't care if it's a justice of the peace. I want to go to Central Park and just me and my man, like, get married, like, in Central Park alone, and come home and tell everybody we're married. Like, I don't like all that pomp and circumstance. B, especially now, people are hurting for money, let alone give a gift. It's bullshit. It's a waste of money. The amount of money people spend that could really put a huge down payment on it and a home. But there are more people in the world. I know they're doing a lot more with destination weddings, but they're still expensive too. I mean, if you get a group that says, yeah, we'll still go, well, then that is still expensive, because you're going to then have to pay to have a reception. Like, my luck would be like, let's do a destination wedding. Let's do something. Let's go somewhere weird. Nobody's going to, we'll do Arabia. Nobody's going to want to go. My luck, all 250 of my Italian family will be like, we're going. This is going to be great. And then you're screwed, because then you do have to still shell out the money and your stupid fucking airfare now. So it just, but she didn't think like that. And that was her biggest downfall. No consequences for the poor judgment and impaired decision making. And he just He just sat there. Well, I mean, basically, let's think about the videos. He just sat there. So, she knew every single bit of every dime where it was going, and that they were just getting deeper, and that sucks. But you did. I mean, I don't know her family's take on it. I don't know if they've ever talked about it other than to say, and she did look beautiful. But that doesn't, who cares? I believe just about every bride on their wedding day does look beautiful. So I don't care. I don't need to hear, oh, she made a beautiful bride. The fact is, they couldn't afford it. And Chris had the balls, after not talking to his poor family for months, and Shanann just kicking his sister and the family out to go to his mother and saying we want $1,000 so we can have our wedding catered from our favorite Brazilian steakhouse. Oh, I'll get you Brazilians. Chris, no, we're not giving you $1,000. But the bigger part is, can we talk about Jamie and Shanann kicked them all out. And when Chris, didn't want to even have any confrontation. But I don't know whether he thought Shanann was right or wrong. He let it happen. He let it happen. So when you're at your third fucking bridesmaid, and you don't have anybody in your inner circle that's saying, I think it would really be a good idea if you guys just go away somewhere fun together and you don't have to worry about spending money. I don't think she had people close enough. Like, she didn't have a tight inner circle. And that's just my opinion. And if she did, I think a lot of people feared if they said something to her that she didn't like, and we've seen it happen, you never saw those people again. Like, their names were never mentioned again, and you never saw them again, right down to the people they lived in their basement. That was her first, that was ended up being her matron of honor. But for whatever reason, whatever happened, like, it was like never again spoken about. So, like, that's just a lot of, I'm sorry, she's passed, and it's a horrible thing, but like, you're gone. Your mind somewhere else where you're no longer seeing that you're wrong and not them, especially Jamie, who has to work. You're not even, you're not working like you should be. You guys are already behind money wise. So let's be honest. Jamie is responsible, and no, she's not going to come in for a week. That's my idea of a nightmare of a week, where I'm going to have to be asked to go somewhere with a happy fucking bride-to-be to go get her nails and massage. Like, kill me now. I'd be more like, is there a bachelor party? Are the dudes going to a fun strip club? I'm in. Count me in. That's fun. I'm not taking a whole week, and I would never expect, as a bride-to-be, that people are going to be like, of course I could take this week off. I'll just cancel my summer vacation. It's okay. Because let's be honest, SW would be like, oh, thank you, good, because I need you there. No, you don't. And when Cindy's like, because I think what hurt me was Cindy's like, Jamie even hand sewed a dress for her baby girl that they were going to put like in a little, like a wooden, or like a little red wagon, and wheel her down the aisle. I'm like, she goddamn sold it with her hands. And then you have your sister-in-law to be saying, not only are you out, Jamie, but basically your brat of kids are out too, and you're uninvited. So it was like, yikes, it all, it started bad, and it ended at the very worst. She wasn't duped. Like, no, I think I'm convinced Shanann. No, I think with Shanann, the whole MLM thing, she had such an addictive personality when she got into something that she was obsessive with it. And I think in her mind, she was wanting it to believe like if anybody's seen on SNL, Stuart Smalley, I forget his name, he'd look in the mirror and be like, I'm special enough. I'm good enough. And God darn it, people like me. Like, that's like MLM thing. Like, you've got to really psych yourself into hopefully making money. Like, you every day have to look in that mirror and like, I'm Shanann. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And God darn it, people like me. Like, that, I just, I I feel like the MLM just added to their, because I really forget, and I don't know if we had, maybe if somebody remembers, if we had an actual number of how much products you had in the house. I don't know. I don't even know if it really truly matters. But the point is, like, you're stealing from Peter to pay Paul and have full stock in your basement, but it's not really to sell. It's to make these crazy. It's a nice gesture if you're ahead of the game and you're doing great, where you're sending Valentine packages to people to get them on board, or Christmas stockings with, samples. But she was not. She was doing it to try to get ahead and get people. And I don't think it was that she was in a good position, and she was able to have as much stock as she had in that house. Oh, the vision. Oh God, oh God, the vision board. Where was it? Oh, my cousin. I love her to death. But her daughter's and she was in preschool, kindergarten, super anal. It's like our teacher wants us to do vision boards. I go, for what? Like first grade, like for your plans on first grade? She goes, no, like life, like, and it's private school. I go, really? What are you gonna do? She goes, and she's like, I haven't thought about it yet. I went, oh my God. I said, is that where I went wrong? She's like, why, Aunt Ro? I'm like, I never did a vision board. I said, and I started out as an early education teacher, and then, I got my degree in dental assisting, and then I became a nurse. I said, so the whole vision board thing is fun, Sophia, but, just realize it's busy work. Because she was like real smart. She goes, she's such a little brat too. She goes, I like to be busy. And my cousin Marie looked at me and was like, that's my daughter. I said, Maria, I can't believe this school is making them do vision boards. She goes, no, it's almost like a competition because it's a ritzy private school. I said, I'd have to kill myself. She said, yeah, it's been a nightmare. We've tried like 3 different board color she wants to use. She's actually said to me the other day, Mom, look at this color on this whiteboard. Tell me it doesn't pop out. And I'm like, your daughter talks more mature than you and I. I don't like her. Like, but the vision board, poor little Bella though. Poor Bella. What did she want? Disney World? I'm doing one. I want Disney World. I want Pennsylvania to allow me to have edibles as a nurse. What else? Like, what do I want? I don't know. Maybe a good lottery. I want all selfish things. If I'm doing a vision board, I'm going to be super selfish. Ed just said if Chris had dumped Shanann, then spent $75 million on hookers and hotel rooms, he would have been way out of money and still had us. Yeah, and that's the problem, Ed. That's the problem. They don't, just like Chris Coleman. I got the book open now. They're not thinking it. They're not. The dumping part can't happen because I got kids with you and you're going to still take my money. And now the life I want to have with my mistress, you're fucking it up. These two are 2 peas in a pod. Oh my God, the Mustang. What do you have? Did he have, like, was it a snowmobile or a quad or something where the idiot sold it and like he sold it for less than what he had even still owed on it? Like, what a douche, what a dumb. And it was like in the book, it was like, and that was the last time Chris had any control of money in the house. Yeah, the quad. And that would be the last time Chris had any control of anything in the house. I'd be like, well, it's good point. I would have been like, you sold it for what? And you still owe what? You idiot. That's it. No shower for me tonight. And you know what that means. So good night. forget. I took it on my smoothie. Who I was talking to last night. Or me today. And I took a shower tonight, so he knows what that means. Why? What is it? Why does he have, do we normally not shower? Like, what does that mean? That's how he knows you want to get dirty by showering? It didn't make, that part to me blew my mind. Like, she was fierce, and I took a shower tonight, so he knows what that means, that I want sex. And the stupid friend was like, "You go, girl." I'm like, oh God, do I hate friends like that are so completely just telling you whatever the shit you'll want to hear, so you'll stop talking. You go, girl, and let me know in the morning. And then the next morning, how'd it go? Terrible. I'm like, oh God. Oh God, I'm tired already. Terrible. We fought, and I told him go sleep on the couch, and I'm thinking, how dare he? How dare he make you take a shower for no good damn reason? He's doing it. I love that and you know what's funny, Kevin? A lot of times I'll be sending somebody a text, and I'll be like, that fucking asshole, and it'll show up ducking, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm Shanann here, but I don't know if spell check does that. I don't know if anybody else run into it, but it looks so stupid, and I'm like, he's such a ducking asshole. But then it's funny, you'll type in, like, an asterisk. I meant fucking. I hate auto spell. My friend will be like, well, I kind of knew what that meant, but I'm like, ducking. I get that a lot. That ducking asshole. Well, he doesn't want to, that's a sign. That's a sign. Normally, he, like you had said, he'd be all over you. And I don't know if that's true or not, but, from what we know, that was, what she said. Before she went away, were so much, couldn't get enough of each other. And I don't mean to be mean. I just never saw, in my head, I never saw them as that kind of couple, She washed. Yeah, no, seriously. Like, oh my God, if I wash it good tonight, I got him. No, you're not. That's not gonna, it doesn't matter. You could put an air freshener down there. He's done. He's checked out of the marriage. So I wouldn't shower again ever. You're done. He doesn't care. And it's sad. It sucks that he just, he didn't have the balls to just man up and say, I'm out. You don't even have to be mean and say, like, I can't stand you, I hate you. And it just be like, this has become a nightmare and I'm out. But he didn't. And, and that's why, of course, we all have that empathy for her, is because he could have very easily just friggin' left. Well, yeah, exactly, John. He preferred. Don't say cheese. Oh, I like cheese enchiladas. Don't ruin an enchilada for me. I've never had an. Empanada. Is that a food? Empanada, or is that a term? Yeah, that gets his engine going. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gotta eat tonight, and she is preparing. I love that. I loved reading that and discovery that they had to put that in. And this would not be the first time that Nicole looked up pornographic sites. Or I'm thinking, like, that didn't need to be in there, but it just made it juicier. They just wanted us to know, like, freak in the bed. They want us to know, and I'd like to know, like, what. I mean, I'm a nurse. I would have been like, clear diet for the next 3 days and a good old enema. I would like to know what Google site she went to that gave her the proper instructions on the preparation. And I also want to know who was interracial in her world that she wanted to do the 3-way. I believe it was, I think it said it as like was it interracial 3-way? It was something weird, but I'm like, like, who's that person? Like, who was the... I know a guy who finally had enough of his wife. He drained the bank account. He drained the bank account and headed to Eastern Canada. Wow. Nobody heard from him for 3 years, but he didn't kill his wife. There you go. Okay? There you go. Yeah, people be like, what a fucking coward. He went to Canada. So what? She's alive. If they have kids, they're alive. And guess what? She'll probably remarry, and hopefully he will, but everybody's still alive. Nobody has to go to jail. But some people just don't have that part of the brain that can figure out a rational way to make this work out. That we can figure it out. We'll figure it out. And I'm going to end up that I could be with the love of my life. And I also do think he was worried that once NK knows I have no money, I have nothing. I'm going to have I already don't have anything. Like, we're broke now, and I'm not going to have anything with the third kid on the way, which you don't know yet that she's even pregnant, right? I think that for him really did him in, where it was like, they all got to go, because I can't do all of this and have her and give her what I want. So I just think at the end, it all came crashing in, the end of the summer and her coming home. Reality was going to suck. And he was so stupid that he preferred murdering his family. Well, I don't think he was sick of her. I just think he was unhappy with the whole inner lifestyle. He didn't like any of it. First of all, he's an introvert, right? He didn't like any of that. He didn't like being on camera. She was spending like it was going out of style. It was nuts, and they were headed to their second bankruptcy. I just think not only met somebody that was making him feel good, and whether she really did or didn't like all the shit they were doing together, it was giving him confidence, so you don't have to be, it's not that necessarily like I gotta kill her because I'm sick of her. It's just, I don't want to be in this anymore. This stopped working a long time ago. But unfortunately, I said, John, like, it didn't happen the way it should have, Really, Ed? He didn't have a side chick, the guy you knew? No, cool then. He wasn't happy. And that's okay. That's okay. Oh, John, I don't know. You know me with that. I've heard it. But not even that. We know even before she was pregnant, it was not, things weren't. We saw the videos. He was like, he was just a robot. He was just a robot. Boring as shit one too. So, I mean, we all get sick of people we're with. Jesus Christ, though. No, we're not knocking each other off. That's the part that the whole world had such a problem with, and the fact that, like we said, everything stopped because of whatever our plea deal. So, so much of it played into how this became like the case of the century, right? The old condom thing. Oh my God, it's so stupid. What's even dumber is, though, if I'm just dating someone new and they bring a box of condoms and they're possibly expired, and I was using them with my wife, I'd be like, get out. Take these expired condoms and walk your sorry ass out to your car and never come back. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Oh, Ed. Really, Ed? They got married. Oh, Jesus. He was young. Oh, my God. They were kids. He was 17. She was 4 kids. Like, ugh. Yeah, well, Kevin, always make sure you Google expirations on condoms. Play it safe. Always. That might have been one of the dumbest parts of that whole case. It was like almost to the point where I'm like, why do we even need to know this other than just showing you how Chris didn't know how to even act around women. Like, it's no, a girl doesn't even really want to think of you with ever even being with anyone else but me, right? Let alone the condoms that you had in your marital home with your wife. Like, he didn't, God, I don't know how many sensible traits that he was missing, but there were just too many of them. Too many of them. Because he did such stupid stuff. I love that one. Yeah. You just killed your whole family, but he needed to, not the, Kevin, it's even better, the nutrients in a blueberry. Oh, why? You're not, you don't think you're going to get in trouble, right? And you want to continue to eat clean, you idiot. Oh my God. Like, I need some condoms, but I think I'll wait till you know what, John? You're smart. Because you know what else? What could happen? You buy them, they expire. You got to explain it to her. You're going to say, but I wasn't with anybody. She's not going to believe you. She's like, sure you weren't. Sure you weren't. Take these back to whoever the hell that whore was you were with. Yeah, no. But you get a girl, then you get the condoms. He was so stupid. So dumb. And I don't even know if they said they used condoms, him and her. Does anybody remember that? Like, I don't remember if they were using condoms. Yeah, I don't think that was one, like, I would think they would be though, right? Because I mean, she was young enough that, I mean, she could have gotten pregnant, so I would think that, you know, I would think, but we're talking about two doofuses, that they were using a condom. Yeah, I know, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard too. She didn't like getting messy. Listen, sex in general is messy. You're sweating, whether he's on top of you, you're on top of him, you're sweating. There's, from sweat, there's bodily fluids, there's with perspiration, it's all going down. We're tonguing each other, kissing. A lot's happening. It's not a clean event, because if it was, it wouldn't be fun. So to me, also, I feel she took the fun out of it. And I don't care what the Newlywed Game said. I think she took the fun out of it. Fluffy. It's been too long. I don't remember. What John says, Italians as the R's talk, they don't seem to care. Yeah, I mean, come on now. And I don't. Sandy's a great cook, and before we knew with the e-begging and all the money, and she did the channel, I'm Italian, I took a bunch of her different recipes. Man, they all turned out fabulous. She's a hell of a cook. But then her chats started to get rough. Like, I never went into her chats, but man, they were like, she had trolls that were saying the like some really harsh stuff. So she didn't, then eventually stopped, which was sad, because it was a good channel if she was just going to stick to just sharing her recipes with people. But what I did notice, and I don't know now, is when I was sick, she doesn't do any cooking shows anymore, but she goes under her community tab every day. But it scares me. What she posts is like about be prepared, God's coming, it's the end, like the end is over upon us. Like, it's scary stuff about God, but it's like every day, and I haven't looked in a long time. I didn't like the message with a lot of it. Some of them weren't horrifying, but a lot of them kind of were, And I didn't. Yeah, you know what, FN? I always, and at the beginning, before everything, before this, Discovery just came out, people are reading it. You just feel so sad for a mother and her children, right? But God above, as time goes by, in my head, and it's like during COVID, I'm isolated. I'm like, am I losing touch? Because like, I'm not finding anything that I could be relating with to her, like, unless you were in that circle with that group, with that Thrive. There really weren't phone calls, and there really weren't friends where it was like, we're going shop. Oh my God, tomorrow we are going shopping all day and we are going for lunch. And I think probably that's why it was so not relatable, or like, oh, Chris is watching the kids tonight. Me and my friends are going out drinking. There was none of that. So when I think I had a hard time then being able to relate to her, because I couldn't. Oh my, Kevin wants to know if she was waving the terrible towel while they did it. I think, you know what I think would have been a good sign, when what would have made him know, sexy time, was her in bed waving the towel like, come on over. He would have been like, I know what that towel means. And it's also going to be the towel that she's going to make me wipe up the dirty with. But yeah, that is so freaking funny. That's, I hated that part. I hated those pictures. They both look so stupid walking in with those goddamn stupid. We have terrible towels. My brother was always a huge fan. I was trying to find Nico's the other day. And I can't find it, but I'm like, I so want to take a video and just post it. But I don't want to offend people. But I was like, they're obnoxious. Put that away. They didn't have any common interest, John. No, what did they have? What were their common interests? If we really think about it, what were their common interests? Not, none. He didn't hang out. He tried to work out and run every morning. That bothered her. He wasn't an extrovert, so he went out, whether it was with her friends or barbecues or whatever, because that's what she wanted to do. And like the Lindstrom said, he always hung out with the kids, not the adults. So that's odd, that's odd. But okay, I get it. Well, you know what? I don't get it now. I was gonna say, I get it. You love your kids, but you also kill them. So I don't know. I don't know if you really you were, listen, CW, you were the dude that had to Google what does it feel like to be in love. So I do have to question your ability to really ever love anyone. So I'm gonna just leave it at that with her. He wasn't a social media guy. That was her life. He hated being on camera. That was her life. So yeah, he was alienated from her family. He did from his family. Her family loved him. He loved them. So, but once again, let's also then remember, but Shanann and her mom had a kind of troubled, relationship. They had a lot of issues. So I'm sure at times too, that was probably hard for him too. When she'd be fighting with her mom, he'd probably be like, can one of us get along with our mothers? Like, I'm not allowed to talk to mine. Can you stop fighting with yours? But, so I do think he went through a lot when it came to that shit. They accepted him. They loved him. Him and Frankie Jr. They both had said they would, they were tight, whatever. It's there's so many like just question marks, right? Like we know what happened, right? But it's like when did it really all start to be so bad? And like I don't know if any of us really know when did he stop sleeping, in the bed with her, because she made it seem like they were still sleeping in the same bed together, prior to her going to North Carolina. So that's one thing I've never, and I don't think I'll probably never get the answer to it. When did he start not, right? Because she's texting him saying, like, you're not even texting to see how me and the girls are. Before I left, like, we couldn't get enough of each other every night. But were you really sleeping together at that point? We don't know. Of course, we're never going to know because he has given us too many stories. We don't believe any of his shit. So, that doofus did himself in more ways than one. So, I mean, who cares at this point? He's with Chris Coleman, and I do need to find out. And I was talking to Mia before. I don't know. We may need to write to them. I want to know. And what do you guys think? Do you think I don't know what, security, what kind of a jail that is, how strict it is. They're both family annihilators. Are they so are they on the same unit? Do they have an hour a day where everybody's in a certain common area? Like, I wonder that. And also, no one understands a family annihilator like a fellow family annihilator. So you do have to wonder, like, if they talk to each other. And like Chris probably tells Coleman, like, I've seen God. I've met him. I'm here on this earth anymore, to walk God's path, and he'll forgive you too, like all the bullshit that he says. But I don't know. I don't know what their privileges are. Like I said, I'm not sure. What did John say? Maybe, yeah, right, exactly. If she wanted some, maybe she should have went to the. Well, that's what I'm saying, Kevin. I don't know. Yeah, we know the basement bed was there for her family, which that in itself, it's like, yep, you guys, I need you to come and live with us. You're going to pay us rent. And by the way, also, I'm putting in the dungeon basement, and don't ask about it, even though we have 2 huge rooms with our daughters, but they're, God forbid, allowed to sleep together. They might wake each other up. That part drove me nuts. We're going to put my parents in a room where there's, in the dungeon where there's not even a bathroom. That was not nice. That wasn't nice. I didn't like that. And I'll tell you what, as an Italian daughter, I would never do that to my mother or father. And suppose if she adored her father or whatever, the respect, that was not nice. That wasn't cool. That just wasn't. I found it weird. But after her parents went back, you have to wonder, at what point then did he actually start sleeping there? Because I know they did say March, April-ish, or whatever, they started to have some issues, but we never got details, right? Oh, good night, Anna. Love you. I'll see you during the week too, honey. Go get some rest. Good night, babe. So who knows? What do we know? NK is somewhere. Chris is where we know he is. And, God bless the victims. I got the book out, guys. Let's read a little bit of One Last Kiss, because I just got to say this. Before Chris Watts, there was Chris Coleman, and I do believe that life is so strange. And these 2 dudes, of course they didn't know each other, but I swear to God, I just have to wonder in my head if Chris Watts had ever heard anything of this case. I really, truly do. Not, I don't know. But it goes beyond that, like we mentioned from last week. It goes beyond that. I mean, her freaking parent. Too many similarities. I feel like the world is shit happens for a reason. Like when people say that, I'm like, this is proof. These two families that don't know each other and the horrible annihilators of husbands and fathers that they were, it's pretty much in a weird way alike. And I don't just mean the manner of death, I mean the family dynamics and a lot of it. It's bizarre. So that's why I think I can't think, I can't thank Molson enough, because he's the weirdo that knows. He always finds the weird good ones, because I'm like, I don't know who you're talking about. He's like, you never heard of the Coleman case? I said, Molson, I've never heard of most of them. You scare me with this. He's like, no, you got to watch it. He's like, he's an annihilator. He said, and he's with Watts at Dodge. And when I heard he was with Watts, I'm like, I'm in. And he said, you got to watch the documentaries. I texted him back. I'm like, there's a book written on him. He's like, what? I said, I just ordered it. There's a book. I'm going to read it next. He's like, you have to. I said, oh my God, I love you. So when I got the book, I'm like, don't open it. I'm not going to open it. And I'm going to read along with, with everybody, because what the hell? I mean, when I read along with you guys, Blood and Marriage, when I got to certain parts, I'm like, I don't remember this. Did I totally block out the entire wedding? I believe so. Don't remember a thing about it. I had to have blocked it out, because I'm probably at the bumping and grinding of the daughter-daddy dance. That's probably where my brain was like, we're checking out. I'm checking out. Give me, where's my credit card? Checking out. Nope. So it's like, terrible to say. I'm sorry. I am not laughing at them. I'm laughing at a father and mother and Mima listening to filthy questions that even a DJ doesn't want to have to ask. It doesn't get better. And I want that DJ. If we ever do a meet and greet, all of us, we're getting that goddamn DJ, because he did not get enough of a tip for that night. We all know it. That man did not get enough of a tip. They probably gave him shit because they had no money to give. I'm not reading this. I'm like, oh my God, it's bad when a loud DJ that is blushing. And yet some lady, and she's not, we know they're not drunk, is like, oh, I'll read it. I'm like, I love it. I love this. It just kept getting better and better. Oh, we did have fun. And I got all really good comments. But one Karen sent me a comment, was like, OMG. Wait, first of all, an 11-hour live. Now, I did that 11-hour live because it was the night of the wedding, and you guys were like, no, you got to keep going. This is too good. She goes, you did an 11-hour live, and this is what she says. Oh, the benefits of being a crackhead. Fuck you. I'm like, wow. I'm like, okay, so that was the first time that it wasn't. I'm like, yep, that's me. Yeah, the benefits. So I got rid of it. And then I got one more. It was like, oh my God, you and your subs are horrible people making fun of a dead woman at her wedding. And I'm like, dude, lady, you didn't listen. You needed to go through the whole 3 readings with us. That's not what we were doing. We needed to bring some light into this very dark book, but you might want to call up the Karen that told me I'm on crack, because you two sound like you hit it off well. I did like that one. I'm like, what's the benefits of being a crackhead? Yeah. 11 hours. It was 11 hours of reading, lady. If I'm a crackhead, I wouldn't be able to focus for 11 hours, you boob. But people are like, those are the shiners. Those are shiners. And maybe 1 or 2 other people like, I hate this author. Oh my God, she's horrible. Look at her with the stuff she says. She's such a hater. I'm thinking, to who she, other than the fact that she does hate Chris, like I mean, she's not. She didn't say anything horrible. While I mean, Cindy was ridiculous, and they screwed her over. But she wasn't a hater, and I'm like, lady, go fuck yourself. Okay, I kept that one. I kept up, but I'll crack funnies on anyone, anytime about anything, folks. You gotta. That's how. As I was reading it, John, and there were times when I'm stopping, I'm crying, I'm choking up, and I'm thinking, if you want to make it through this entire book for everyone, you better find some lightness. And we did. And at the same time, I'm like, my people are cool. They are not in any way, shape, or form going to be like, you're acting like a real dick, Rose. Like, you're laughing at serious stuff. Which we weren't, but then I'd be like, I'm sorry if I find it somewhat amusing that Mima, knows that it takes Shan a bit longer to climax. I'm sorry. Like, no, it wouldn't have bothered me, but we have a group where we were all just kind of like, unless somebody was like, read that. Can you read that again? I'm like, I'll read it 10 more times if you need me to, because this is fucking fantastic. It's a nightmare from hell, and it's a wedding I never want to go to, but it is funny. Yeah, I'm going to read now, and we left off at I think 13. Let me open it up here, because I think now is where like I said, NK looks like Cinderella in comparison. So and I know how much we love NK, but this woman was Chris Coleman's, good friend all through school. So talk about a fucking slap in the face when you do find out that's when he told you he's not happy, and you go start snooping around and you find a picture and it's of her. Oh, I die. I would die. But that doesn't. Not everything works. Yeah, no, Paul. We got into Paul the whole watch shitting thing because we're still in shock over the wedding. But I just opened the book now because I wanted to see where we left off. I know we had finished chapter. Oh, hi, Shelly. Hey, honey. We had finished chapter 13. So let me just take a sip of my drink. So we're going to begin. I wish they would do a movie on this. I'm surprised they haven't done like some type of a documentary on it, and like a good one, like a Netflix one. But I haven't seen it. I've watched YouTube ones, but I haven't seen like anything really like a syndicated one, because I really do. Maybe it's because with the whole Joyce Meyer's ministry, that maybe there was some kind of a contract written up by Joyce where it's like, we're never going to speak of this again. This could ruin my effing career as an even prophet. Oh God, I stop it, Rosemary. Stop it. It wasn't Joyce's fault. People are going, what if Joyce would have just said, no, go ahead, take your holiday, go away, be with your wife. I said, I still think he was going to leave her. I still think he would have. I don't think a vacation was going to solve their problems. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't think so. That's just my idea. And the whole Joyce thing, they're like, that's a rough place to work. I said, well, I would think Joyce looked at everything individually, like, you're getting divorced because you two have been in counseling, and for 3 months it hasn't worked. No one's cheated. You're not going to lose your job. Oh, you just killed everybody, but I'm going to still need you. Like, no. So, I really, when Joyce, I'm not a Joyce Meyer fan, but I know for a fact that she does frown upon divorce, but each case is separate. You're an annihilator and a cheater. It's not that. It's just, we just fell out of love, but we've tried. That's a whole other story. So, hi, Fuzzy. Get all. Hi, Fuzzy. I think Fuzzy meant to say, I love that. Oh, hi, all. Hi, honey. Good to see you. All right, guys, chapter 14. Oh boy, I think we meet Tara now, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Let me pull up my comments too, in case you guys have any questions along the way. I hate when I miss them. I'm sorry when that does happen. Oh God, I hate when I see their faces, those little kids. What did John just say about Joyce Meyer, my ex? Oh my, Joyce Meyer, my ex-wife, and I had really? Why, John? Did your wife like Joyce Meyer? They're money beggars. They live the lifestyle of rock stars. Like they truly do. She has a huge following. Like people listen to her like with their jaws dropped, like she's just the best, right? You know, when he wants to go and take his wife away, and she's like, and no, you can. And who, I love when she said to him, and who would carry my bags at the mall? That's when you know it's time to get a new job. Like, I'm supposed to be the head of your security, and I'm acting like a pompous, real super important dude, but you just put me in my place big time. No, you can't go away. Who would hold my bags? She sounds lovely. Joyce, you sound lovely. I'm sure Joyce started a heavy Xanax or Ativan addiction during that trial, because there's nothing more. I mean, let's think about like Tammy Faye Baker, her husband Jimmy Swaggart. Like, everybody had like bad. I mean, we're talking sex type issues. This one is, oh, poor Tammy. Who had to do Tammy Faye Baker's makeup? Ed, when they had her, I forget who the hell interviewed her. It might have been Howard Stern. She's like, some nights I don't even take this mascara off. And Howard Stern goes, well, I'd have to believe you on that. I don't think that mascara is going anywhere. That shit was so bad. But she loved it. And man, they were feeling the Lord. Meanwhile, how many men, like I said, the rich, the rock star status lives, the private jets, the summer homes, and meanwhile the elderly are eating cat food so that they could send these dickheads money every month. Oh my God. Go buy a pair of false eyelashes, Tammy. Nothing's helping anyway with that mascara, and stop lying to people. That they, especially the elderly, when you were hearing the stories of some of them were feeling such guilt that the one daughter, that's how she found out my mother had no money left in her account. She was giving it all to Tammy and Tammy. What was his name? Her husband? Tammy Faye? Jim Baker. She was eating cat food and not getting her meds anymore. She had nothing left. I'm like, that's so sad, but they make you believe it. You will be rewarded. Don't be greedy with your money. Whatever you have in the bank, you send it, because we're telling you you'll be rewarded. Okay. I knew G6 could save more lives. People are like, oh, Tony Robbins is nice. So I'm like, Tony Robbins, he might have a big pearly white smile on his face, but in the end, he wants your money. So everybody, come on, let's get out of the fog. No, look at these people. Look at the Joyce Meyers and the Tony Robbins. They're on stage with the Janet Jackson microphones in their ears, like they're rock stars. These people, this isn't normal. It's not normal. So I don't know. I just thought I never liked any of that shit. None of it. But I forget if it was Jim Swagger. Somebody was screwing a girl, right? Wasn't somebody, or maybe it was was it Jim Baker? That was Jim Baker cheating on Tammy, or were they caught because of money issues? And was it Swagger that was sleeping with like some hooker? Whichever way, I was like, it's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's all you fucking idiots that poor woman that's eating the cat food. Meanwhile, this idiot is probably getting hotel rooms, pouring champagne all over each other, like, and not an ounce of guilt, like no concern at all for people. And that's why when I see those people, I'm like, they scare me. I don't remember since I was a kid watching one show and they were speaking in tongues, and I thought I really truly, and I don't mean to disrespect anybody, they looked possessed. It felt like a demonic possession came on. And I never looked it up again, and I never really heard people talking about it until now with this book, which is like, you almost wanted to say to Sheri, you're okay with this family that speaks in tongues? Okay. Jim Baker was, I think Jim Baker was screwing around. I remember he was bawling. I remember tears rolling down his face. I have sinned, my Lord. Oh my God, yes. Jim Baker, wait. Is Jim Baker still alive? Why did I think, I know she's dead. I did not know Jim Baker is still alive. Well, you know what, John, I'm happy. I would hope that he would end up with somebody crazy, if, for the shit he did. Maybe Swaggert's dead. I don't know. I thought one of them were dead. But I just love when you find out the sex scandals, because these are horny dudes, and I don't know, like, I get Tammy Faye mustn't have been giving it up, or he couldn't stand looking at that goddamn mascara anymore, or he's just a perv. But like when the ministers, the evangelicals, when they do it wrong, they do it wrong in the right way. Like I'm going out, and I'm gonna fucking go out in a blaze of glory. And Tammy, you're gonna take a little bit of that makeup off. If you want people to feel sorry for us, you're gonna need to chisel off a little bit of that. Jessica Hahn. Wait, John, who was Jessica Hahn with? And let's everybody bow our heads right now, because Jessica Hahn, in one of my favorite videos that crazy Sam Kinison made with all my favorite rock stars. I'm not afraid, and that I'm not afraid to say it here. Yeah, I would have gotten in the middle of a wrestling ring and rolled around the floor if I had Tommy Lee and all those rockers around me singing Wild Thing for Jessica Hahn. That's one of the greatest fucking videos of all time. And Sam is just screaming through the song, but like, oh my God, Tommy, it's so sexy. Wild Thing. Like, and I'm talking everybody from Slash to Tommy Lee to, like, it's my heaven. Okay, it's my heaven. It's like my groupie. Here's your backstage pass, and in my head, I'm like, you know what? I think in life, everybody deserves one night of just slutting it up. It's going to be tonight, and I would like Sam Kinison to sing as it occurs. Because yes, Billy Idol, and they're all like, yeah. They're like, they're all cheering it on. But Tommy Lee is so good looking in it that I had a dream once. Don't laugh, because my cousin woke me up. She's like, why are you? I go, watch. She goes, why are you saying Tommy? I go, what are you talking about? She said, you're saying to Tommy, stop. The video's on. I go, I don't know what you're talking about. And I woke up the next morning and go, oh my God, Lynn, I had a dream that I was in that Sam Kinison video. She's like, you need help. I'm like, oh, really, Lynn? Because you wouldn't do it either. It's like, I might. I'm like, well, see, there you go. I said, I'm sorry that it's in my subconscious. I can't get rid of it. But, I mean, I can't remember. Oh, maybe it was it Jessica Hahn and Jim Baker? Yeah, Paula, you know what? You're right. It was. Wow, thank you. And they're singing the best part, John, right? The rockers are and they're singing it good. They're singing the right words, but he's in the background. And you took every bit of my money, you stinking whore. I hope you rot in hell. I loved them. It's a great video. Oh, did you, I have a picture with Tommy and Heather when they came to Pocono Downs and they were still together. So she's sitting on his lap and she's feeding him strawberry shortcake. I hated her for that, but I got to go backstage because my friend, her brother worked at the place, and I was in awe. She was feeding him strawberry shortcake and he was so gorgeous and she was so gorgeous that I was like, at this point, if asked, I'm gonna make out with either, because those two people are both too good looking for their own good. Like, they were so cute, and we're talking late 80s, so they were still like, they were all over each other. I'm like, God damn it, where did I go wrong and decide to go to college instead of find a rocker? Yeah, she did, John. She with Rich, it happened really with Richie, with her drinking and the just the mental illness kind of thing. And she's doing okay now, but she had her shit together for so many years that was one of, like, that was a hard one for me, because I always did love Heather, and I hated when they divorced. I really was sad, because I thought they were an odd couple, but I mean, I thought also God could not put two more hot people together, and God, when they reproduce, it's just going to be great. And so when she went from Tommy Lee to Richie, I was like, ooh, what? Heather, something's wrong. Heather's thinking Richie Sambora is cool. Richie's not cool at all. All right. And you could close your eyes all you want. It's not Tommy, because Tommy, and I just mean Tommy Crazy Wild's fun. Richie, to me, is like a wash rag. Like, just, ugh, I don't like him. But that's when she, like you said, that's when all her issues started. So supposedly she's okay now, and I hope she is. They go through a lot, those people that married, the musicians that are never home, or when they're on the road, the wife's home thinking, like, God knows who he's fucking tonight. I would be on the road, on the bus, every night, like a loon, because I know girls, and they could be real slutty. Yeah, I don't like Richie at all, John. It's just he's not my thing. Not my thing at all. He's like, in his mind, although he did have his issues, but like, he always thought he was like, he was his own biggest fan, but like, he thought he was like badass cool. I'm like, it'll take Tommy, and Tommy's not big, but it'll take him one punch to knock you out like you roof. I never liked them. I just never liked them. So when they did divorce, I'm like, you know what, Heather, you're better off. He's a douchebag. I just found him to be a douche. I'm sure she was crushed, but they had, I mean, that's how she had a baby with her daughter with him, so something good came of it. His daughter, I don't know if you've seen the daughter, John. She's 20-ish, 21-ish, 22. Whew, she looks just like Heather. She's a knockout, like, gorgeous. The girl is gorgeous. I'm like, oh, is that Heather Lock? That is Heather Locklear, like TJ Hooker years. Like, she, like a young Heather, the long legs, long blonde hair, so super skinny, stunning. I'm like, oh, she has a sweet daughter that does, and is like a good kid and, worries about her mom. I'm like, this is hard life. All the money in the world. These people have just as many, if not more, weird problems than we do. Like weird stuff. Well, my stuff. Yeah, she did go off the rails. So God bless her. She's better. She's all right. She'll be all right, John. She'll be all right. I think she's marrying her high school sweetheart again. They were engaged a couple times, and I think they're back on. Because they all have to get married again. They could be married 5 times, and the 6th time they think is going to be it. I don't know why they need to do that. It's silliness. Aw, hey, how you doing, honey? I haven't seen you, Layla. Were you? I think you were here last week. I'm happy you're here. We're at chapter 14. Yeah, you were here. That's right. You were here. And we're going to start at it. And like I said, I think we begin now to be introduced. Oh, she's unbelievable in a goddamn bikini from TJ Hooker, John. Come on. Whew. Girl was on fire. On fire. Gorgeous everything. But also, girls liked her because she was like still a relatable, cool, fun. Oh, Kathy Ireland was also a stunner. But all good things come to an end. Tommy Lee ended up marrying a 28-year-old who lives an hour and a half, whose hometown is an hour and a half from me. I'm like, if only it could have been me he met at the goddamn grocery store. Not her, but she was a social media influencer. That's how they met. But she's in her 20s. No, not snooty at all. Hell no. Nobody likes a snoot. And I think that's why everybody loved Heather. She was the furthest thing from a snoot. Came from a nice family and a sweetheart. All right. I made a hot pretzel before. It's cold, but it's still good. Okay. Chapter 14. As February passed, Sheri's friends hoped that she had the worst behind her. They hoped that the counseling was proving effective and that her marriage was back on track. Sometimes it seemed that such was the case. Kathy LaPlante would catch glimpses now and again of the carefree, vibrant young woman whom she'd known before all of the marital strife set in. Sheri would drop off her boys at Kathy's house on Saturdays before heading off to her part-time job. Before Buckle, she worked at Buffalo Wild Wings, and before that, Kathy could scarcely remember. She marveled at Sheri's energy. The boys, the house, the jobs, the endless volunteer work. How could one person do all of it? After finishing work, Sheri would sometimes talk Kathy into going for a drive. Come on, let's go for a drive. We'll play Pocketful of Sunshine. Or she'd talk Kathy into going for a walk, and all the while talk about her latest projects. She'd already gotten certified as an EMT and had her mind set on becoming a personal trainer. Sheri also had something new on the go. It was all Kathy could manage, simply to keep track of it all. Kathy would catch glimpses of the old sparkle, but she still worried. She'd seen in her too much not to worry. That's yuck. Sheri still had the long familiar ringtone on her cell phone for Chris. Every time that he'd call, the phone would ring and the song Lucky by Kobe Collette would play. But Kathy couldn't help but wonder, was the ringtone a sign of hope or delusion? Was it celebrating a genuine renewal in Sheri's marriage? Or rather disgustingly trying to keep track of the grimness of it all? Kathy and her husband Bob would lie in bed some nights and talk about Sheri and Chris's problems. Do you think I should talk to him? Bob asked. Bob would have been happy to talk with Chris, and he possessed the sort of presence that commanded respect and attention. But Kathy feared that it might aggravate him. Chris might even resent Bob trying to talk to him about his marriage. He might construe it as an unwarranted interference that he didn't ask for. And who could tell what consequences this would end up having on Sheri? That's true. It's the last thing you want to do then. I don't think so, she'd say. That might not be the best thing for Sheri right now. Let it be. And so Kathy worried. She prayed that the young woman whom she'd grown to love as the sister would somehow, some way, emerge from her troubles and in good shape. Megan Turbow worried too. She'd meet Sheri for lunch and receive conflicting reports. Sometimes Sheri would say things were great, and sometimes they were the worst. It was a delicate equilibrium. Megan wanted to find out exactly where matters stood with the marriage, and yet she also wanted to be respectful. All she could do was continue to meet with her and trust that Sheri would tell her anything that really needed to be told. Chris also worried, but his worries were a little bit different. His mistress Tara had been turning up the heat lately, wanting to know exactly when he planned on leaving and divorcing Sheri. The sooner the better they divorced. The sooner he and Terry could get married. She'd already enrolled in a bridal registry. Whoa. She'd been scouring the real estate and help wanted listings for the St. Louis area. She'd given him a deadline for serving Sheri with divorce papers, and the time was fast approaching. The deadline, May 4th, 2009. Oh, God. Wow, I didn't know that. But how could he divorce Sheri? If he did, he'd almost certainly lose it all. Chris was still in a bind. He wanted to divorce Sheri, but he wanted to keep his job. He couldn't see accomplishing the first objective without imperiling the second. Making matters worse was the stupid marriage counseling, which of course was Sheri's fault. Everything that went wrong and complicated was Sheri's fault. Well, that was at least in his mind. Why on earth had she betrayed him and blabbed this to Daniel Mott? Why hadn't she just talked to him? Or better yet, kept her mouth shut? One thing, of course, was certain. Sheri had won this battle, but she wouldn't win anything else from this day forward, and he'd make damn sure of it. Oh, goodness gracious. Here we go. Chris and Tara had gotten a credit card in both their names by this point. It was yet one more secret that they were keeping from Sheri. They planned on using it to pay for Tara's travel expenses whenever they hooked up at a Joyce Meyer related event. Really? So oh my goodness. She's showing up at all the events and he's paying for them. Holy shit. Wow. They'd have a chance to get together in March. Chris was scheduled to participate in a charity football game in Arizona. Chris apparently also got a separate credit card in his own name, which he'd used primarily to purchase gifts for Tara. Oh, how nice of him. She was easy to shop for. He knew all of her clothing sizes, her favorite perfumes. He knew everything. Chris could barely wait until their next tryst in Arizona. He was literally counting the days. I'm sure he was. Ugh. This is making me sick already, though, with the credit card. I didn't know that they were that I didn't know she gave him an ultimatum, and that part is awful. Chris was careless, though. He was doing all of that calling and text messaging on a company-issued phone. What a fucking idiot. Are you... Wow. This was bound to arouse suspicion, and eventually it did. Sheri's longtime friend, Christine Sensatic, was in charge, but couldn't help notice that Chris's phone expenses were skyrocketing. Christine knew that Sheri and Chris had experienced marital strife. She discussed the situation at some length with Sheri over dinner during their visit. She wondered if Chris's skyrocketing bill was connected somehow to the strife, and so she pulled his phone records. Holy shit. And noticed that he'd been calling a particular number in Florida time and time again. Whew. Totally invincible. I'll never get caught. This is perfect. Holy shit. Christine took this information to Daniel, who dialed the Florida number. A woman answered, and Daniel hung up without speaking to her. He then went and asked Chris about it. Chris said that the number in question belonged to an old high school friend of Sheri's and her husband. He said that he'd been in regular contact with them in the recent months. The guy had been helping Chris out during their marital strife. The next day, Chris purchased his own BlackBerry. From then on, he'd make sure to use it to contact Tara. Chris loved that new BlackBerry. It afforded him a whole new avenue of communication with Tara. It helped to bridge the physical distance between them. They'd always, here we go. Red coincidence, write it down. They'd always exchange pictures of each other, the risque ones. But with Chris's new BlackBerry, they could get as risque as they wanted without fear of anyone at Joyce Meyer Ministries finding out. Ugh. He'd send her nude pictures of himself lying on the couch in the basement or just standing in the shower, fondling his penis in the tub. And she'd send him pictures of herself posing provocatively in bra and panties, or nothing at all. But their favorite pictures were those where they'd be standing in front of a mirror with the camera capturing not only their naked bodies, but also their gleefully narcissistic grins. These with two horny little toads. One day, Chris thought that he'd try something even more risque. He'd make a video. He set up a webcam in the family basement and sat down in front of it. Just got finishing texting you, and I've still got a heart on. Want to see it? He stood up so that his erection was in full view. Just wanted to make a video, see where it'll go, he said. Love you. See you soon. Throughout all of this, Chris still managed to come across as a caring father. He'd take the boys upstairs to their rooms in the evening. He'd say prayers with them and tuck them into bed. And then he'd kiss them good night. Yes, John. He was fondling his own penis in the bathtub. What an asshole. In mid-February of 2009, Sheri spent the better part of the day with Jessica. Before hitting the mall, they met for breakfast at IHOP, where Sheri opened up about her and Chris's problems. Jessica had heard through the grapevine that they'd been experiencing difficult times. She asked Sheri if they'd been experiencing anything extreme. Sheri said that Chris had been lukewarm about everything from the start and now wanted to stop going to counseling altogether. She said that she'd continue to go by herself if she had to. Jessica asked about the boys. Was Chris concerned about the boys, the impact that their marital problems would have on them? Sheri said that he seemed indifferent even to the children. She said that he still seemed intent on just getting a divorce and moving on. She wasn't prepared to let it happen. A few days later, Sheri spoke privately with Chris. How about a family vacation to Disney? They'd gone there once before, and they were certainly overdue. She managed to talk Chris into it, and that evening, she contacted Disney and made the reservation. She was delighted. She thought that this would be the one thing that could really bring them together. But Chris couldn't keep his mouth shut. Later the same evening, he called Tara and told her about the trip. Tara was furious. She couldn't stand the thought of Chris enjoying a weekend at Disney with his wife and children. And hadn't she given him a May 4th deadline? Was he trying to stall? How could he meet the deadline and then 2 months later accompany his family on this ridiculous trip? She told him, cancel the trip. Cancel it. Chris whined and pleaded. It's too late. We can't cancel it. He and Sheri had already shelled out the non-refundable deposit. Never mind that, Tara said. Leave it to her. She'd figure something out. The next day, pretending to be Sheri, oh boy, she spoke with the customer service representative at Disney World and apparently put on quite a performance. She canceled the vacation and also succeeded in having the deposit refunded. Hadn't people in high school always told her that she showed promise as an actress? Then she called a travel agency and booked a luxury cruise for her and Chris to St. Thomas. What a bitch. She scheduled it for July and changed it to the credit card that she shared with Chris. Who could tell? With any luck, this might even prove to be their honeymoon. Chris wasn't certain, though, how he'd explain the cancellation to Sheri. But then again, maybe he wouldn't have to. Oh, I don't like that. Sheri created quite a stir within her circle of friends in late February of 2009 when she changed her Facebook status, from married to single, and went back to using her maiden name. Did this mean that the marriage counseling didn't work, that she and Chris split up and were going to divorce? What had actually happened was that an unknown person had gotten access to her Facebook page and was leaving harassing messages. You're not good enough for Chris. You don't deserve him. Why don't you just leave him? Sheri wasn't certain who this person was, but she definitely had her suspicions. On February 25th, she text messaged a friend from Destiny Church, explaining that she changed her name and marital status in the hopes of throwing her harasser off track. Just want to let you know not to pay attention to the new and improved info on my Facebook page. There is no truth to it all. It will be back to normal soon. What do you mean, the friend said? I changed my name back to my former marital. What? Why? Well, this crazy lady won't leave me alone. She's obsessed with Chris. So I figured if she thinks I'm not married to him anymore, she'll leave me alone. She's obsessed with my Facebook page. I have no clue who this woman even is. Sheri's strategy proved ineffective. She continued to receive harassing messages, sometimes several a day. She finally decided that she'd had enough and deactivated her account. At just about the same time, Sheri's dad, Don, was desperately trying to reestablish contact with her. Don hadn't spoken to her in years, but he hadn't given up on trying. Mario, Sheri's brother, had told him in early February that Sheri had a Facebook account, and so he'd opened his own account and sent her a friend request. She'd ignored it, and she'd also ignored a subsequent request that he sent her. Then she deactivated her account. Dawn thought at the time that she deactivated it because of him, that she couldn't take any of him anymore. He saw it as yet another lost opportunity. He wondered how many more opportunities he could have with his daughter. Chris flew to Arizona in the last week of March for quarterback Kurt Warner's annual flag football event. Chris was part of the 8-man Joyce Meyer's ministries team. God. It's hardly surprising that, of course, Tara was on hand for the occasion. She and Chris had been salivating for weeks over this trip. Rather, what more surprising is that she was so conspicuously present. According to one eyewitness, neither she nor Chris made even a token effect to disguise that they were a couple. At one point, she was standing on the sidelines, whispering into his ear and stroking his stomach. Apparently, just about everybody saw them together, including Joyce Meyer's son, Daniel. One can only imagine how thrilling all of this must have been for Tara. Here she was in sunny Arizona. All of this must have been heavenly to her. It must have made her feel that she was much more appreciated by Chris. It must have made her feel that appreciation meant Joyce Myers and his job would still be intact. They wouldn't have a chance to get together again, though, until April 15th, when Chris was scheduled to be at a Joyce Meyer trip in Hawaii. April 15th was 5 weeks away, which must have seemed like an eternity. How could they possibly survive the wait? Chris spent the next several weeks on tour with Joyce. There were stops in Hong Kong, Singapore, Manila, and then a series of events in Southern Cal. Vanessa popped over one day while Chris was still on the road. She noted that there were curtains on the big bay window at the front of the house. She was relieved to see that Sheri had finally taken her advice. She pleaded with her to put the window bay in. "Don't you get scared," she'd say, "especially with these threatening messages you and Chris are getting. I mean, people could look in. It's not safe." "I never get scared," Sheri said. Vanessa asked about the curtains now. Why had she decided to put them up? Sheri said that she talked it over with Chris, and he'd agreed that it was probably a good idea. I'm sure he did. When Chris finally returned home from the Joyce Meyer tour, he was gruff and resentful. He was gruff and resentful toward Sheri. He was colder than ever. He went back to marriage counseling, but only so as not to jeopardize his job. He knew that this was the only possible way Joyce would let him stay. One day, Sheri phoned Kathy with some disturbing news. She said that Chris had come upstairs from the basement the night before, joined her in bed. He then flipped. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on here. What the hell am I doing here? Okay, wait. Where did I leave off? Okay. Kathy was worried. Wait. One day, Sheri phoned Kathy. She said Chris came upstairs the night before and joined her in bed. He'd flipped her on her back and started to have sex with her. Sheri said, oh God, that she'd asked him what he was doing. "Shut up," he said, "and just lie there." Whoa. Kathy was horrified. "Had Chris raped you? What is he doing?" "Nothing," Sheri said. "I just laid there. I was desperate for the affection." Another day, not long afterward, Sheri phoned Kathy at work. She said that she just dropped Garett and Gavin off at school and was now driving to Chicago to see her mom. She said that she'd arranged for her neighbor Vanessa to pick up the boys. "But why, Sheri?" "I've got to talk to my mom," Sheri said. Kathy tried to calm her. Sheri was crying. She was sobbing, crying. Kathy asked her what was wrong. She pleaded with Sheri to turn the car around and head back, saying she was obviously in no condition for the long drive. But Sheri's friends sometimes picked up mixed signals from her. Toward the end of March, Megan treated her to lunch at the Cheesecake Factory Mall. Megan had been so busy of late that she hadn't seen much of Sheri, and she was anxious to catch up. She asked Sheri, "How are things going? How's the marriage? Talk to me." There had indeed been some improvements. She said that Chris had, resisted marriage counseling at first, but now seemed to have warmed up. She said that he seemed committed to resolving their differences and was attending the Destiny Church with her and the boys. Megan was relieved to hear this. The storm had apparently subsided. Sunny days for Sheri laid ahead. It also, that's so sad. It also seemed that way to Christine Cincotti, the friend from Joyce Meyer Ministries. At the beginning of April, Christine and Sheri went on another shopping trip. Along the way, Sheri spoke several times with Chris over the phone. She seemed to be so happy and relaxed, with great conversations that were genuinely of good nature. Christine felt good about it, but wondered, how was this all happening if there was a true marital conflict? She certainly hoped things were just really okay. She didn't believe it. The waiting was killing Chris. He had not seen Tara since the charity football game in Arizona, and their scheduled rendezvous in Hawaii still seemed too far away. He wanted to do something special for her, something that would show her how much he loved her despite the distance. Finally, it hit him. He had the perfect idea. Oh, God, here we go. Jesus, let me take a sip. Get ready, guys. We got another Chris Coleman treating his body like a circus. Hang on here. Let me just check StreamYard and make sure no one was triggered by him rubbing his genitals in a tub. Like, what's sexy about that? I'd be like, put that away, you weirdo. Yeah. Reenact the left scene from Ghost. All right, let me see. Joyce Meyer. Yeah, totally the Joker. Totally the Joker. It's weird. It's weird hearing your girl say hard on. Kevin. I love you, Kevin. Why is it weird? What I mean, as a girl, what would you prefer a girl to say to someone that you like? Do you prefer the term erection? Like, I like to know these things. Oh my God, John, you know you're gonna have to tell me, because the whole tongues thing, like the speaking in tongues, it scares me, but it also at the same time, like 100% fascinates the shit out of me, and I don't know why. Because as a kid, I always thought it was like demonic, which is terrible. Should we be clinical? Hi, Annie. Hi, Steve. You want us to be clinical, so you prefer, during sexy time, that you would rather the missus say, "That is one hell of an erection." Come on, Kevin. Come on. It's me. It's your girl Rose. You do not want us technical. The tongue thing scared me though, John. Like, cause I don't know. Like, does it? Like, my thought was always like, does it just come over? Like, could you be anywhere and all of a sudden it's just you're overcome with that? I don't know, whatever that feeling is, and like they start just talking like that, or is it like a ritualistic thing? Oh, that's right, Steve. You guys are finishing up Gettysburg. I wish. Oh, me too. I can't wait to see the videos and stuff. I hope you guys got good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. The tongue thing scares me. And Kevin, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I know. I'm clinically. My clinical terminology is fantastic at work, and it stops there. Okay, sexy time does not involve the word erection. Oh my god, Kevin. That's why we love you, because you're ridiculous. Ooh, what Ed just said. That Crime Watch Daily program mentioned a video of Chris in the shower. Ooh, where they would only play the audio. Really, they'd only play the audio in court, but not show the video. Well, wonder why. Wonder why, Kevin. Maybe his clinical erection wasn't anything that great. That's John. That's what I remember my mother explaining it to me as. Like it when it happens, because she had a friend that spoke tongues, and her friend just used to tell her, if you're over, you're overcome with it, it just happens. That I'm like, that's crazy though. Oh, we love Gettysburg. You definitely have to let us know when you're going to show the Gettysburg. We'll all come over and watch the videos. Steve, hope you guys got some good like EVPs and stuff. And I'm sure the weather was probably good for you guys. It's still not quite freezing yet. I mean, we're going to get there pretty quickly, but I'm happy you guys went this week, and it's a nice time to go right before Halloween. Clinical Kevin. That's your new name is Clinical Kevin. I'm sorry. You could be Stamos all you want, but it's Clinical Kevin. Any dude ever says to me, I am totally erect right now for you, I'd be like, and you are totally leaving. You are totally leaving, you non-dirty talking weirdo. All right? We're in a bedroom, not a hospital. I love you guys. Let me find what the hell I just left off. Kevin threw me off with this clinical terminology. God, it got so dark in this damn room. Hang on, I didn't turn that light on. Hi, babe. Can I get it? Can you send me some sexy pictures? Well, of course I can, babe. I'm just on my way now to rub out an erection. No one says that, Kevin. And no one should. Okay? No one should. Oh, really? You're erect? Yeah. And I'd be like, well, then sit down. What are you standing up for? Take a load off your feet. Don't be so erect. I don't know where your head goes, but I love you. You're fucking nuts. You're nuts. I've been erect all day. You guys are ridiculous, and you make me laugh. John, no, seriously, John, that is my favorite terminology. I love it. And like, even like all growing up, me and my cousins, like if one of the boy cousins, like we'd be at each other's house, they come down. Me and my cousin Lynn, her or I'd be like, were you guys just rubbing one out? It just sounds good. Where were you? Rubbing one out? Yeah. So are you ready to go now? How else? Medically, Kevin, how would I say it? Well, so what were you doing? Did you take care of that firm erection? No, rubbing one out. It's not sexy. It's funny as shit. And everybody likes to hear the term rub one out. I'll be right back. I gotta rub one out. It's been a long day. Get the antibiotics out. I love you. Fluffy totally just gave us a term. Kevin, it's almost like Fluffy read your mind. Engorged phallus. Engorged. Fluffy, I love you. And you know, a lot of people won't even know what the hell that means, but we do. And I'm okay with it. I like it better than stupid erection. I forget, we were young and we were like watching a movie and the guy was saying it was like, I have such an erection right now, and it was like such a scandal. We thought it was great. We played it 10 times like as if it was a porn erection. Naughty bits. You are smart, Fluffy, and that's why I love it. Choking the chicken's bad, isn't it? Choking the chicken's bad. I hate that. It's painful. It sounds painful. You know, whereas John, he's like you're rubbing it. You're taking it easy on yourself. It's been a long week and no one's getting choked or engorged. Bopping the baloney is so good that I still, from the movie, what movie is it? You bop your baloney. What movie is that, John? Is that 16 Candles? You bop your baloney? I think it is, and I was like young then, but I'm like using that for the rest of my life. Bopping the baloney. I think it was 16 Candles, but I can't be 100% sure. Oh, Vacation. Oh my God, yes! Pretty much every good term in life came from there. Well, John, you're different. You could beat your meat. My friend's husband would say that, but seriously, he'd say that. He'd be like, "Ugh, she's been a bitch to me. Oh, we gotta beat up my own meat." And I'd be looking over at him. I'm like, "Did you really marry this weirdo? Like, are you?" No, seriously, the donger needs food. I love him. I love that movie. I love him. Hi, Rosie. I texted you yesterday when I stepped onto oh my God, guys, hang on. What the heck happened here? Hang on. Okay, can you guys? I think I'm back. Can you just let me know that you could hear? That's so weird. I've never had that happen before. Google, like, it was a black screen, and Google just said, "Security alert. Put in your password." Blah blah blah, and I had to do all that again. But I just want to make sure that you guys could hear me. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's weird. That was a weird thing, though. Maybe Google was like, those weirdos, we might have to shut her down. They're talking about a lot of weird stuff. You know what? I do wonder that. I wonder if did I use any triggering words? I might have. I don't know. I don't think so. No, in fact, I doubt it. Jeez, that's so crazy, though. It totally went black out of nowhere. All right, now let me pull up my other screen back up on my phone. Let me see. Hi, yeah, Rosie. How I texted you last night from Kelly's, and then today I slept till 9 p.m. and Nico woke me up. I think he thought I was dead. And then I gotta hurry up and get on. Okay, so I just want to make hi Paper. All right, Paper Roses was here. Got my Rosie here. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody else. Okay, cool. All right. So we're at the point now where, what is it? Pretty much, they're pretty brazen. These two are pretty brazen now. Like they're out and about, which is disgusting. But all right, let me just find it. Okay. Oh, that's right. Oh God. So Chris has a plan because he can't wait for the Arizona trip. It hit him. Finally, it hit him. Chris had the perfect idea. He'd make a video of himself masturbating in the shower and send it to Tara. She was certain to love it. Certain. She'd know that it was a gift from the heart. Well, I mean, guys, let's be honest. It's a gift, but it's from an engorged phallus. I'm sorry. Not the heart. Whatever. He locked himself in the bath. Oh, here we go. Oh, ugh. He locked himself in the bathroom, stripped down, and got into the shower with his webcam. He positioned the webcam just so and stood in front of it, showing off his bulked-up frame, his scraggly blonde goatee, and shaved head. He turned on the shower faucet and rubbed shampoo into his scalp. "If I had hair, I'd be washing my hair," he says. He waved and broke into a big grin. "I love you, baby. Can you see me?" "Oh, yeah, you can." He took a disposable razor from the ledge in the shower stall and shaved. "I love you. You're the only person I've ever done anything like this for before." Well, thank God. Thank God is what I'd say. He lathered up with a bar of soap. You know that, right? You know you're the only person I've done a lot of things for because you make me crazy. I love it, though. I love it. He scrubbed himself with a washcloth. Oh, God, this is so good. Oh, my God. Tara, I just got cleaned for you. Tara. Tara. Can't wait to see you in Hawaii. Oh, boy. Then he began to masturbate. He moaned and he groaned and he worked himself into a fit of ecstasy. I'm going to throw this in. It's funny. A mere 5 minutes later, still heaving and sighing from all of the exertion, he waved goodbye to the camera. Oh, God. Here it is, though. Here we go. He showered for her to let her know. Guess what that means? Somebody's horny. It's weird, guys. Come on. That's another weird coincidence. It's weird. Okay. Let him go nap now. Let's move on to the next chapter. Kathy and Bob LaPlante dropped by their house on Saturday, April 4th. They were concerned about Sheri and Chris. They were concerned about the boys. They wanted to see how things were going. Kathy thought that Sheri and Chris seemed comfortable together that afternoon. She wondered if maybe they reached a sort of agreement, if the marriage counseling was maybe making some positive differences. They're ducking horn. But Kathy knew better. She definitely knew better. She thought several times previously that they'd be making progress only to hear of some new crisis in their marriage. She remembered the frantic call that she'd received from Sheri not long before. If anything happens to me, she told, oh wow. If anything happens to me, Chris did it. The words haunted Kathy. She could not get them out of her head. Kathy and Bob were also concerned about those threatening messages that the Colemans received in recent months. It seemed to them that Chris and Sheri were treating the whole business too casually. Look, Sheri, Kathy said, you've been getting death threats, and you don't even have drapes on your windows. Come on, guys, Bob said. You've got to take this seriously. You need to install a security system. Smith & Wesson is our security system, Chris said. That's all we need. Bob just could not figure it out. This guy sounds so flippant. There was one thing that Bob and Kathy did know. Sheri carried a gun with her at all times. She normally carried it in her purse, but she also sometimes put it inside her bra. A couple of weeks earlier, while they were shopping at West County Center, Sheri had patted her bra and said to Kathy, I'm packing. Okay, Kathy said, but why are you packing at the West Center Mall? Quite a few people at Destiny Church also knew that Sheri carried a gun. She'd shown it to Pastor Vincent Hall one day, saying she carried it mainly for the protection of the church. You could never tell it mainly for the you could never tell when some lunatic might show up at the church and shoot down the congregation. I won't let it happen. She'd also shown it to Vanessa once or twice. She told Vanessa that she always slept with it on her nightstand. Sheri phoned Kathy Lee late on the evening of April 12th, Easter Sunday. She said she and Chris had entertained the Coleman clan at their home on Robert Drive earlier that day. I was almost going to say Ronnie and Cindy again. Ron and Connie had been there. So had Brad and his wife and Keith and his new girlfriend. Sheri said that the Colemans spent the better part of the visit bashing Keith's estranged wife, Angela. She said that she could scarcely believe how cruel they were. Why would they say such terrible things about Angela? Sheri added that they'd probably say even worse things about her if Chris ever decided to divorce. Kathy didn't doubt that this was so. She'd heard that Ron and Connie had never liked Sheri. She'd heard that they'd sometimes ask Chris, if Sheri hadn't gotten pregnant, would you have even married her? That's horrible. Pastor Vincent Hall and his wife Jamie had a baby boy. They'd been looking for someone to take care of him on Tuesday so that Jamie could go back to work. Since they lived fairly close to the house on Robert Drive, they asked Sheri. She initially said yes, but then she got back to them shortly after Easter and said that she checked with Chris and he was opposed to the arrangement. He told her that Tuesdays just wouldn't cut it. Sheri said that he was adamant about it. Nope, Tuesdays just wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it at all. On April, we're getting close. Oh gosh. On April 15, 2009, Chris accompanied Joyce to Hawaii. This was the opportunity that he and Tara had eagerly anticipated for weeks. They rendezvoused in Chris's hotel suite, ordered room service, and then sex in the shower. Because they both wanted to be clean. The next morning, Chris was struck with a sudden inspiration. Why not make a video of him and his sweetheart frolicking in the hotel suite? It would serve as some sort of cinematic tribute to their love. He fired up his whole webcam and did a quick scan of the suite, all the while chuckling like a sick schoolboy. Here we are in our hotel room in Hawaii, he would say into the camera. He walked toward the bathroom, where Tara was standing nude by the sink. And there's Tara. She flashed that big movie star grin. And what are we doing here in Hawaii, Tara said. Why are we in Hawaii? Oh, we're in Hawaii to be bad. Ew. She ducked coyly behind the bathroom door. Hey, why are you hiding? He said. Because I can, she said back to him. She giggled and peeked around the corner. Are you nervous? He said. She stepped out from behind the door, still wearing her big smile. Does this make you nervous? She giggled and struck several provocative poses. Chris chuckled as he filmed her. He turned the camera on himself occasionally, making certain to get plenty of footage of his private parts. Oh, thank God. I mean, if that's not what we all need here to make us vomit. Oh, God. Just make sure. Okay. All right, so Chris chuckled. He turned the camera on himself. He then walked over straight through the hotel street. Here's the shower we had sex in yesterday, he said into the camera. Here's the shower. Here it is. He filmed the tangled sheets on the bed, the glorious view outside the windows. He returned to the bathroom and took bonus shots of Tara. I thought that said money shots for a minute. She gushed and she giggled. At that ends the tour of our hotel room in Hawaii. Chris finally said goodbye. Tara chimed in, bye. Chris returned home after a few days. Then he and Sheri went to marriage counseling. Oh boy. Sheri hoped that this was a good sign. She hoped that Chris's willingness to counsel with Joyce Ministries was a step up. He was still cold and distant around the house, but at least he was still doing counseling. Sheri's friends mostly worried. They worried a lot, in fact. Sometimes they thought that she seemed happy and confident, but they just weren't sure at all. They noticed that Sheri had been ducking out of all social engagements lately. She'd canceled shopping trips, luncheon dates. She'd even begged off attending the birthday party of her friend Megan. The party had been in the works for quite a while, too. Megan booked a country music band to play at it. Wait, Ed said, hey, they show that video censored on that crime. Did they really? Ed, I gotta watch that, Ed. If you find that link, you gotta show me it. Ugh, he's so gross. This dude. Okay. This was so unlike Sheri. She never did things like that. Normally, Sheri planned those kind of events. She loved them. But lately, she bailed out on every event. She phoned Vanessa the early evening of April 24th. Vanessa was just then in the process of dropping off her son Brandon at his father's home. "Hey, what's up?" she said. "I'm at Garett's baseball game. I was wondering if you guys wanted to come down to the house after I get home. You know, maybe we can just talk and have a..." Oh, here we go with the pervs. We got the sex people here. They heard all about the engorged, whatsies. All right, where we at? "Sure, I'll come over. Call me when you get home from the game." So about a half hour later, Vanessa and her fiance went over to the house. They could tell almost at once something wasn't right. Chris looked as if he had gotten a good head start in the drinking department. Oh boy. First of all, that's never good. He was already pretty intoxicated. Vanessa was surprised. He was already, she'd known him to be casual beer drinker, maybe two. But this dude, he was intoxicated. Then the beer ran out. And Chris actually was able to talk Vanessa into driving him to the gas station for another case. Okay, Ed, yeah, if I can find it. Cool. And my email is right under my about section on my channel. It's just curiousrose87@gmail.com, but it's under my about tab on my channel. So email me anytime. So the beer ran out and Vanessa said, "Yeah, all right, I'll take you." When they returned, Chris asked Vanessa if she liked his new look. "What do you mean?" she said. "My hair. What do you think of it? You like it?" Vanessa had noticed when they first came in that he was letting his hair grow out, but she'd refrained from commenting. "Actually, Chris," she said, "I like the bald look better." Vanessa could sense that Sheri wasn't quite herself. She seemed nervous. "Are you okay?" Vanessa asked Sheri. Sure, I'm fine." Garett and Gavin came inside from the backyard and joined the adults in the living room. Chris abruptly ordered them straight to bed. His sternness of voice surprised Vanessa. Normally he was much gentler with the boys. Oh God, another Chris Watts at the end. He's agitated with the kids. Normally, he was very gentle with the kids. He would take them upstairs, kiss them goodnight, read to them. Chris went into the kitchen and returned with a bottle of whiskey now. Oof. He took a few slugs and then offered the bottle to Vanessa. "Here," he said, "you want to try some?" "No, thanks," Vanessa said. "I'm not in the mood tonight." They adjourned to the basement at midnight, where they spent an hour or so talking about nothing in particular. Chris seemed chattier than usual, probably because of the booze. Sheri simply seemed tense. Then Chris got out of his chair and announced that he was going upstairs for another beer. "Chris," Sheri said, "would you mind getting me one?" He stood in the middle of the floor and he glared at her. "Why don't you get off your ass and get it yourself? Quit being so lazy." "Oh, you son of a bitch." I would be like, "Dude, I mean, wow, that's just so..." Oh, my heart hurts for her. Jesus Christ. How do you talk like that? Right with her friends there too, right? That's like just such ultimate betrayal. "Come on, Chris," Vanessa said. "Sheri's your wife. Get her a beer." Chris chuckled and then sat down again. Vanessa's fiance reached over and nudged her leg. "We'd better go," he whispered. Vanessa stood up and said that it was getting late. She thanked Sheri for inviting them over. Sheri got up and clutched Vanessa's arms. "Please don't go. Please. Can't you stay just a little longer?" "But I'm tired, hon. I'm tired. We'll talk tomorrow, I promise, okay?" "Hi, Haley. Hi, doll. Good morning. Oh, good. You're having coffee. Good. Enjoy. Well, listen to me. Listen to us read. Please, I'm begging you, don't go." I have to. I promise we'll talk tomorrow, Vanessa said. Vanessa did not get much sleep that night. She couldn't stop thinking about the terrible, terrible awkwardness. First off, why had Chris behaved so nastily? And why had he been drinking like that? Like as if there was no tomorrow. Chris and Sheri weren't ordinarily heavy drinkers. Oh, this is awful. Jesus. Vanessa actually had never even seen Chris drunk before, and Sheri only once. She'd overindulged at Vanessa's one night a couple of years earlier and crawled into the bedroom closet. "Show me some lingerie," she said. But she was a fun drunk. But this was not a fun night they had. Normally, Vanessa and her fiancé would have had a good time hanging out with them. But this had been different. It was weird. It was heavy. It nagged at Vanessa most of the night. The next day, Sheri sent Vanessa a text message. Oh boy. Vanessa read it. "Vanessa, you're like family. We'll always be together." "The feeling is mutual," Vanessa responded. "You're like a sister to me." On Monday, April 27th, Chris dropped by the Columbia Police Department and spoke with Officer Sean Westfall. He told Westfall that he just received another heart-threatening letter from their mailbox at his house and that he should report it immediately. "Fuck you," the letter wrote. "I'm giving you the final warning. You haven't listened to me, and you haven't changed your ways. I've warned you to stop traveling and to stop carrying on with this fake religious bullshit. You think you're so special to do what you do? Working for Joyce Meyer. She's a bitch. She's worth nothing. Stop today or else. I know you. I know where you live. I know your schedule, and I'm always watching. You better stop traveling, Chris. I'm telling you now. This is my last warning. Your worst nightmare is about to happen." Whew. Guys, that's like, oh, yeah, Rosie. Let me know, because it shows up as you still have your, as if you still have it. Let me, like, write something in. I don't know why that, yeah, you're on my screen. You have a wrench, so just like write anything. And let me. Can you? There it is again. Can you see it? I mean, I see it. Just let me know that you can see it, and otherwise there's some kind of a glitch. But I do see it. I don't know. YouTube's been so weird too lately. All right, so where are we at? So that is scary though. This is my last warning. Your worst nightmare is about to happen. After Chris left the station, Officer Westfall conferred with Justin Barlow, one of the Columbia PD's only two full-time detectives. Westfall knew that Barlow lived catty-cornered to the Coleman residence. He told him about the most recent letter and asked him if he noticed any suspicious-looking characters around the neighborhood. Barlow said that he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary at all. However, Justin did have an idea for dealing with the situation, and later in that day, he ran it by Joe Edwards, who was the chief of the Columbia PD. Since he lived almost directly across from Coleman's residence, he said, "Why not set up a video surveillance camera in the window of my second-floor bedroom? They could train the camera right on the Coleman's mailbox, so that anybody leaving any type of a threatening letter would certainly be nabbed." It was a generous proposal, especially since Barlow didn't know Coleman's family personally. He'd wave to Chris now and then. Then he'd stop trying, assuming that the guy just didn't want to be friends because Chris never responded. Chief Edwards signed off on the idea. Hadn't he always encouraged the people working under him to go that extra mile? Barlow then advised Chris of the plan. He gave him his cell phone number and told him to get in touch with him if he ever felt concerned for himself or his family. Chief Edwards and Barlow contacted a collage from the Illinois State Police who installed a surveillance camera. Now only a phantom could leave anything in the Coleman mailbox without being detected. Chris apparently spent most of that same Tuesday chauffeuring Kurt Warner around St. Louis. On Wednesday, April 29th, Chris's youngest brother, Keith, got in touch with Sheri. He said he was concerned about the most recent threat and offered to stay over at the house whenever Chris was away. Sheri declined the offer, though, saying that everything was fine and under control. The police had installed a camera directly across the street, and Chris was just then in the process of installing his home security system. Sure he was. Sure he was. On Thursday, April 30th, Megan contacted Shirley in the early afternoon. They were supposed to have dinner that evening, but Megan had just found out that she'd be working later that day. They rescheduled the dinner for May 5th. Later that same day, Chris finished installing the home security system. He informed Justin Barlow that he only needed a power source to activate the cameras. Barlow offered to contact the Illinois State Police for assistance. He said that he'd take care of it. No problem, Chris. It'll be handled. Oh, everybody's just so nice to him, isn't he? It makes me want to like vomit. It's just this poor girl. Like, it's so sad. Later the same day, I'm sorry. On Friday evening of May 1st, Kathy and Bob and their children went over to Chris's for dinner. Sheri made hamburgers and everybody had a great time. Kathy thought maybe things were coming to light. Maybe things were even getting better. Kathy thought about things looking improved, even between Sheri and Chris, and she hoped that their marriage was now back on track. There was only one sour note in that meeting. At one point, while they were alone in the kitchen, Sheri began to tell Kathy about the circumstances that had caused her to shut down her Facebook account. Chris shut down her Facebook account earlier. Chris shut it down. Let's not talk about this right now, okay? Chris took Kathy and Bob down to the basement after dinner and showed them the new digital video recorder for his home system. He said the system was now fully operating. Just the previous evening, one of its outdoor cameras had caught a masked figure putting yet another letter into their mailbox. Really? On Saturday morning of May 2nd, Chris went to a hair salon in Columbia for a trim. He'd been letting his hair grow out over the past several weeks and worried that it might be getting a little bit shaggy. Sheri met him at the salon after getting her passport photo taken. They were heading on a Destiny Church mission soon. Chris asked her if she'd remember to smile for the camera. Later that day, Sheri, Chris, and the boys dropped by the little plant house while on their way to Destiny Church. Sheri needed to pick up some paperwork from Kathy. Toward the closing evening of services, there was an altar call for troubled marriages. Sheri and Chris went to the front of the sanctuary and knelt at the pastor. He put a hand on Chris's shoulder and prayed for both of them. He prayed that God would perform a miracle in their lives and make their marriage strong and healthy. While leaving the church services, Pastor Hall saw Sheri and Chris in the main hallway. They were sitting at a table with Garett and Gavin. We're getting close. On Monday morning of May 4th, Chris phoned the office and said that he needed to take the day off. Joyce Meyer found this odd. She couldn't remember Chris ever asking for a day off. He took the boys to school, did some grocery shopping, and spent the rest of the day at home. Vanessa saw Chris later that afternoon while she was at school waiting to pick up her son. She was chatting with some other parents when Chris pulled up. Normally, he'd get out and join them, but today he simply sat in his car. Vanessa waved to him. and he gave her a half-hearted flip of a wave. Vanessa drove Brandon home, and along the way, she saw Sheri standing in the driveway of the house on Robert Drive. She honked and waved. Sheri smiled and waved back. Vanessa fixed Brandon a snack, and then Garett and Gavin came over. They almost always came over after school. The three boys went outside and played football, but Gavin soon decided that he'd had enough. He didn't enjoy playing football as much as Garett did. "I'm done with this," he said. "Come on, guys, let's play something else." "Come on, Gavin," he said, "just a little longer. We can't play football with just two guys." But Gavin made up his mind. He said that he wanted to go bike riding, and Vanessa said she'd be happy to join him. So Vanessa and Gavin rode their bikes up and down the street and around the block for about 15 minutes. And then the two Coleman boys went home for dinner. After dinner, they came back to her home at 6:30 or so, and Garett asked Vanessa if he and Gavin could spend the night there. "Of course you can," Vanessa said. Yay! This had been the plan all along. Every year on May 4th, the Coleman boys would sleep over at Vanessa's in celebration of both Brandon and Garett's birthdays, which were less than a week apart. Garett, April 30th, and Brandon, May 5th. "Go home, Garett, and tell your mom and dad to pack your clothes." So Garett went home and came back a few minutes later. His shoulders were slumped, and he was wearing a frown. "My dad said we can't sleep over tonight. He said tonight just isn't a good night." Oh, this is bad. Vanessa was surprised. The annual sleepover had become some sort of a ritual for the boys. They counted on it. It had never posed any sort of a problem before. "I had to go down and talk to your dad to give me your clothes," she said. "I can take you both to school tomorrow. It shouldn't be a problem." "But my dad said no, Garett. He said we have to be home by 8:30. Vanessa thought that Garett even seemed nervous. She decided against pushing the matter any further. And at 8:25, Garett and Gavin walked home. Vanessa stood and watched as they closed the garage door behind them. Sheri spent most of Monday, May 4th, doing volunteer work at Destiny Church. She got back at shortly past 4. She saw Vanessa driving past with Brandon. Just then, Chris pulled up with the boys. The boys said hello and raced over to Vanessa's. They were always in a big hurry to get there and loved playing with Brandon. Sheri went into the house and began to prepare pasta and chicken for dinner. "Oh, good. Thank you, Ed. Awesome. I can't wait." Tara called Chris at this point, wanting to know if he'd gotten around to serving their divorce papers. Today was May 4th, after all, which is and was the deadline that she'd given him. But of course, there were no divorce papers. Chris hadn't even bothered to contact a lawyer. Divorcing Sheri simply was not in the cards. Not if he wanted to keep his high-profile job as Joyce Meyer's security. Chris couldn't tell Tara that, though, and so he lied. He said he'd found some serious typos in the paper and his lawyer was having them redone. He promised Tara that he'd serve them to Sheri the next day. She told him, "You better do that. Make sure you do that." Garett and Gavin came home for dinner that day and afterward went back over to Vanessa's and they had snow cones. Chris played catch football with Garett in the driveway upon returning home that night. Then both boys left to play with Brandon again. A short time later, Garett came back and asked if he and Gavin could spend the night at Vanessa's. He reminded his mom and dad that they always slept there on May 4th in celebration of his and Brandon's birthday. Chris once again said no. He said, "It's not a good night for this. I told you this before." He told Garett to make sure that him and his brother were home at the very latest 8:30. Then he changed into his gym clothes and drove to a fitness club in Waterloo for a workout. Chris got home from the gym at around 8 p.m., and Garett and Gavin came home for the evening shortly after. They came in through the garage door because Gavin had his bike with him, and they always kept their bikes in the garage. The boys played some video games before going upstairs. Gavin had gotten poison ivy while camping a few days earlier, and Sheri applied some steroid cream to it. Then Chris said prayers with them, tucked them into bed, and kissed them goodnight. Sheri and Chris spent the rest of the evening watching TV together. They watched Batman Returns on a movie channel and then switched over to the Lakers-Rockets game. And all the while doing this, Chris was text messaging Tara. Ugh. It didn't matter to him that Sheri was right there, right next to him. He could care less. He texted and texted and texted. Tara reportedly told him that she was at a karaoke bar in St. Petersburg. 6:56 a.m., Chapter 19. Detective Justin Barlow and Officer Jason Donjon and Steve Penn assembled in the second-floor home of the Colemans on Robert Drive. Their hands were shaking. Their voices were stricken. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Justin Barlow called the dispatcher on his cell phone several times, saying, "There are multiple victims here. There is one adult and 2 juveniles. Dispatch 911. Then the 3 men split up again, each man going into the rooms. Donjon into Garett's and felt for a pulse that wasn't there. This was the first time that he'd ever seen a deceased child. He had 2 young boys of his own and a slew of nieces and nephews. Seeing Garett lying there filled him with dread. Give me a second, guys. Okay. It was even worse when he went into 9-year-old Gavin's room. The little boy was wearing his Spider-Man pajamas, and the spray-painted message on the bed sheets was staring at him. Fuck you. It was like a punch to the heart. Donjon took several deep breaths, trying to calm down. He could feel his heart beating through his entire body. He felt for a pulse on Gavin's wrist. He bent down and put his ear next to the boy's mouth, checking for breath. There was no pulse. There was nothing. Gavin was gone. The 3 men congregated once again in the hallway outside the bedrooms. Oh my God, Donjon said. I can't believe this. Man, oh man, Justin said. They heard somebody yelling from downstairs. Donjon's first thought was that it was the killer. He then made out the words and realized that it was Chris. What's going on, guys? What's going on? We can't let you up here. It's a crime scene. Don't come up. Donjon was thinking that they'd have to fight Chris to prevent him from coming up. How awful, he thought. They'd have to fight the poor guy who just lost his wife and 2 boys. They ran downstairs. Chris was standing in the kitchen with a perplexed look on his face. Chris, you can't go upstairs. You can't. Donjon and Patton likewise told him the same exact thing. Why? What's going on? What happened? Why can't I just see my family? Justin thought that there was something terribly wrong here, something weird. Why wasn't this guy struggling to get upstairs? Why wasn't he pressing them for actual specifics? What are the details? What happened? Where is my family? Talk to me. There was none of that. None at all. That's a lot to take in. Now, Steve Patton also thought that there was something just so not right. The guy just turned around too easily. He hadn't even tried to see his family. He'd been altogether too compliant. If it were my house, my family, it would take a hell of a lot of guys to stop me from going upstairs. Justin Barlow bent down and put a hand on his shoulder. Chris, they didn't make it. What do you mean they didn't make it? Coleman said. They didn't make it, Chris, Barlow said. Chris sat in the driveway and started to cry. However, to Steve Patton, the tears seemed forced. They seemed at the bridge of his nose. The guy had just found out that he lost his entire family, and this is the best he can muster up. I gotta call work, Chris said. I gotta call my dad. I don't know what's going on. They're not telling me anything. Jason Donjon called the dispatcher and asked him to get in touch with Columbia PD's chaplain. Then he retrieved gloves from his car and went around to the rear of the home where he secured the open window. Steve Patton made eye contact with Justin Barlow and took him aside at the edge of the driveway. You want to know your chief suspect, he told Barlow? That's him right over there, Chris Coleman. Justin Barlow could not have agreed more. Emergency techs arrived on the scene at 7:01 a.m. Hutchinson was an Ashbound guy, about 40. Hutch a little bit younger with a shaved head. Both men had seen more than their fair share of human carnage over the years. They got out of their ambulances and headed over. Chris Coleman was sitting in the driveway, hands on his head. He appeared to be crying. Steve Patton walked over and told them, this is a triple homicide, guys, and 2 of the victims were young boys. Then Justin Barlow escorted them in the home. Immediately upon entering, the EMTs were hit with an awful odor of freshly spray-painted obscenities. They saw the message that was scrawled on the kitchen wall next to the doorway. Fuck you. I am always watching. Then the message that was scrawled on the adjoining kitchen wall. I saw you leave. Oof. And then the message on the living room wall. Fuck you, bitch. Punished. And the message on the wall on the staircase that led up to the second floor read, you have paid. They went into Gavin's room and saw this poor little boy. This is hard, guys, man. They went into Gavin's room and they saw the poor little boy lying face down on his bed with fuck you spray painted on his sheets. His lips and eyelids were purple, indicating he'd been without oxygen for a significant period of time. His skin was very cold. He was mottled. Hutch pulled on Gavin's left arm, which extended toward the wall. The limb remained rigid upon being released with no pliability. This was rigor mortis, a sign of death. There was certainly no point in even trying to resuscitate this little boy. Hutch went back outside at this point to see if Chris Coleman needed attending to, while Hutchinson went into Garett's room. He initially thought that the splotch of red on the blanket was blood, but soon realized that it was yet more red spray paint. Garett was cold to touch with discoloration around his mouth. Hutchinson pulled on his arm. It proved just as stiff as his brother's. Hutchinson went down the hallway and into the master bedroom. A lamp sat on a small desk. Toiletry items were cluttered on the dresser. Sheri laid face down on the bed, half of her bed purple in color, with her face shrouded by hair. A comforter and several articles of clothing were bunched on the floor at the foot of the bed. Hutchinson oh my goodness. Okay. I'm just taking a breath, guys. Just give me 1 second. There was a large angry bruise on the left eye and discoloration on the right eye on Sheri's face. And there were double ligature marks around her neck, indicating or / suggesting that she'd been strangled, not just once, but several times. Hutchinson pulled on her left arm, and the stiffness of the limb told the whole story. Sheri was obviously dead, and most likely had been dead for hours, a long time. Her deceased body would have exhibited far more plasticity or pliability if she had not been dead for so long. There was nothing more for Hutchinson to do. Now it was simply a matter of waiting for the folks from the coroner's office to arrive. Columbia Police Chief Edwards just finished shaving when Steve Patton called. Edwards had been planning on taking his daughters to school. "Joe, you know Chris Coleman's house in Columbia Lakes, right?" "Sure." He knew, of course, about the threatening messages as well that Chris had reported. "You've got to get up here right now. Hurry." "Why? What's going on?" Edwards said. "Coleman's wife and 2 sons, they're all dead. They've been killed." Justin Barlow called seconds later with a fuller description of the nightmarish scene, and then the dispatcher called. Edwards brought his daughters around the corner to a neighbor who agreed to see them off to school. The 2 girls could tell that something was wrong. "Daddy, what's wrong?" they said. Edwards jumped into his car and sped away. Along the way, he called his deputy sheriff, Captain Jerry Hall, who was midway through his usual morning run. He told Paul to get into uniform and get over to the Coleman house. The department chaplain, Jonathan Peters, arrived a minute or 2 later and conferred with Chief Edwards and Justin Barlow. Peters was a big guy with a mustache and a goatee. Besides serving as chaplain for the Columbia PD, he was also the Baptist church pastor. Edwards and Barlow asked him to speak with Chris and make sure he realized that his wife and 2 children had just been killed. After all, there was still a chance that Chris hadn't fully understood what Barlow had told him. That's awful. Chris was still sitting in the driveway with his hand on his head. Chief Edwards and Chaplain Peters walked over and hunkered down on each side of him. Peters put an arm around his shoulders, and then, as gently as he could, he gave him the dreadful news. Chris blinked his eyes. He held back tears, but otherwise he seemed remarkably calm. He started fidgeting with his BlackBerry, which had been lying on the grass beside him. He picked it up and looked at it, then he put it down, only to pick it up and look at it again a few seconds later. Edwards and Peter both found that response to be highly peculiar. Oh, thanks so much, Ed. Thank you. I need a 2-second break. Oh, that's an awful crime scene. Those little boys. I'm not. This is hard. Okay. Chief Edwards asked Gary Hutchins and Jerry Hutch to put Chris in an ambulance. He asked Chaplain Peters to sit there with him in the event that he needed counseling. Then he went to the rear of the house with the crime scene tape to make sure that the entire property was secured. Oh, hi, honey. Hi, Elizabeth. How are you? You logged in but had to go. No, it's okay, honey. I'm happy you're here. Yeah, I know, Fluffy. I'll never get to it either. Never get to how these guys come to these conclusions that like the murder's the right thing to do. Never. There could never be a good enough answer. Ever. Ever. Okay. At this point, Don John was still in the backyard, guarding the open window through which he and Justin Barlow had entered the house half an hour earlier. He was frantic, desperately worried about his own two sons. He lived just a mere few blocks from Coleman's. Was there a monster on the prowl? Like, what's happening? What is happening here? Oh God, there's pictures in this book. Oh God, God. He tried calling his home, but no one answered. He tried calling his mother-in-law's cell and then his wife's without getting through to either. Don John finally managed to contact a neighbor who said that she'd go over and check on his family, but he hadn't heard back from her yet. He was seriously considering leaving his post at the window and running home when Chief Edwards came into the backyard with a crime scene tape. Edwards asked John how he was holding up, and then they talked for a few minutes about the terrible situation. Edwards said that Coleman was sitting in the ambulance then. He asked Don John if he realized that Chris had been home earlier that morning and that he'd apparently left at 5:40 for a pre-dawn workout at a gym in St. Louis County. No, Don John said, I didn't realize that. He knew that Chris was head of security for Joyce Meyer and that the job involved a lot of traveling. He'd assumed that the guy was just returning from an out-of-town trip. Don John wondered why Chris hadn't been more curious when they told him that he couldn't go upstairs. Now he thought that he understood. The guy had been home just a short while earlier. He already knew what he'd find upstairs. He knew that his wife and sons were dead. Don John felt immense relief. There was no monster loose at this neighborhood. The monster? Oh, him? He's sitting in an ambulance in front of the house, surrounded by cops. Chief Edwards put crime scene tape around the perimeter of the home. He saw Chris Coleman sitting on a gurney. On a jerk, imagine this, sitting on a gurney inside the ambulance with Chaplain Peter sitting across from him. They appeared to be praying. Edwards decided that he had little choice but to reach out for help. The Columbia PD consisted of only 2 detectives and 14 sworn officers in total, and a tragedy of this magnitude was more than the department could handle. He got on his cell phone and called his buddy Bill Baker, who was commander of the major case squad of Greater St. Louis. The major case squad had been created in '65 precisely for the purpose of helping smaller police departments with large investigations. Listen, Bill, Edwards said, we've got a horrible situation down here. I need all the help I can get from you. Of course, he said. Of course. Baker realized that Chief Edwards wasn't prone to flying into panic mode. If he said he needed his help, then he needed it. But do me a favor, Edwards said. Don't send me the deputy commodore who's only worked her for a few of these. I need the very best of the best. How about Major Jeff Connor, Barker said. Edwards knew Jeff Connor, who was based out of the Granite City PD. If Connor wasn't the best of the best, he was certainly in the running. Sounds good. Send him. Chief Edwards hung up and conferred with Captain Jerry Paul, who just arrived on the scene. Paul was a tall guy in his 40s with a highly courteous style. Even in the most stressful situations, he'd never raise his voice or show any type of frustration. Edward asked Paul to grab a notebook and join Chris Coleman. Oh, this will be good. They're going to start writing down what this asshole has to say, maybe. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm just doing that. What am I? Oh, my mouse. That's what it was. I'm sorry, guys. Hang on. Let me just situate this better. Okay. Yeah, right. Rosa, I don't know what makes them think they're the one that, like, they're going to be the outlier that gets away with it. It's fucking stupid. This is hard. I think the difference between this and Watts, guys, is like there was no crime scene, right? So we don't have any visuals. I mean, the visuals we have are terrible, with the girls and stuff. But like this is hard for just terrible. Seeing them in bed and Tell Coleman anything he needs. We're here for him, Edward said. Anything he asks for, just write it down. Anything you see or hear that might be of relevance, write it down. Captain Paul sat in the back of the ambulance and waited until Chris and Peters finished praying. Then he asked Chris if he'd mind talking with him. Chris said that he got out of bed at about 5:40 and went downstairs to the living room, where he put on his gym clothes. He'd laid them out there the previous evening. Then he drove across Jefferson Barracks Bridge and went to Gold's gym. While crossing the bridge on the drive home, he grew concerned when he couldn't reach Sheri on the cell phone, and so he called Justin Barlow and asked him to go over to the house just to see that everything was all right. Chris was still wearing his gym outfit, blue shorts, sneakers, and a sleeveless sweatshirt. Chaplain Peters noticed that there were scratches on and red blotches on the inside of Chris's arm. He caught Jerry Paul's eye and gestured toward the marks. "What happened to your arm?" Paul asked Chris. Chris then answered Paul. Instead, he raised his arms and examined them and then rested them on his knees. A moment or two later, he seemed to become very agitated. He raised his right arm and pounded against the heavily padded part of the gurney. Ron Coleman arrived a short while later. He fully realized by now that Sheri, Garett, and Gavin had been killed, and yet he seemed more miffed than anything else. He seemed to think the police were responsible for the killings, suggesting that they had taken the threatening messages that his son had reported to them as seriously as they might have. Wow, this Coleman's father is a nut. "They haven't done anything to prevent this from happening," said Chris's dad. "Now look what happened." Father and son then talked amiably for several minutes. They talked about Connie, who'd recently been diagnosed with lupus. They talked about other family members, all the while Chris fiddling with his BlackBerry. Captain Paul found all of this odd. He realized that people responded to tragedy in different ways. Of course they did. But Ron and Chris Coleman seemed just too calm, untroubled, and remarkably matter-of-fact that anybody observing them would have been hard-pressed to know that this sort of tragedy had even just happened. Were they in shock? Had the grim truth of the killings not even fully sunk in yet? Or were they merely even just indifferent to it? Joyce Meyer and Dave arrived, accompanied by a pastor from their ministry. They came into the ambulance and asked Chris what happened. They prayed with him and offered him condolences. Chaplain Peters left soon after, but Captain Paul remained in the ambulance. The Meyers stayed for about 45 minutes. Shortly before they left, Ron Coleman asked Chris about Sheri's family. "Do they know about this yet?" he said. Chris just shrugged his shoulders. "Well, Chris, how do I get a hold of Sheri's mom?" Ron asked. Chris said that he wasn't sure. He didn't have contact information for her in his phone. The pastor who accompanied the Myers said that he tried to call Sheri's mom on Ron and Chris's behalf. Then Dave Meyer gave Captain Paul his cell phone number, saying he'd be happy to help him out in any way needed. Ron Coleman saw Myers off. When he returned to the ambulance, Chris said that there was one person who definitely should be contacted. Oh my God, wait. Okay. When he returned to the ambulance, Chris said there was one person whom definitely should be contacted. This was Tara Lintz, who lived in Florida and was Sheri's very best friend. Oh, you son of a bitch. No. Basically, why don't you just say to the dude, can you call my mistress and let her know my whole family's just been killed? Okay, Ron said, and he typed Tara's number into his cell phone. Dad, call her. Come on, call her. The phone call at 7:45 came in. Major Jeff Connor had just finished knotting his tie and was about to head off to work. It was the personal officer for the Major's case squad of Greater St. Louis that briefed Connor on a triple homicide in Columbia Lakes. It's a high-profile case, Jeff said. Can you come and manage it? Absolutely. He went to the kitchen and told his wife that he'd just been activated to the Major case squad. She reminded him that their oldest child was scheduled to graduate college that Saturday. She knew from long experience that once he took command of a case, it tended to dominate his time. He'd usually be away from home for a week at a stretch. Connor promised her that he'd do everything possible to make the graduation. He kissed her goodbye and headed onto Interstate 55 and headed towards South Columbia. Jeff Connor was the sort of cop who inspired people to want to be better. It's so sad. He was tall and handsome, streetwise, but passionate. Whenever Connor arrived on a scene, his fellow cops somehow expected that things were going to turn out okay. Connor took a personal stake in the crimes that he investigated, as if the victims were his own family. Exiting the interstate and merging onto Illinois Route 3, he couldn't help but feel anger. He hated to imagine the sort of person who'd go into two little boy rooms and their mom and kill them all while they were sleeping. Justin Barlow directed him by cell phone to the Coleman residence in Columbia Lakes. Once he arrived, both Barlow and Chief Edwards told him what they thus far knew. The victims were Sheri Coleman and their sons, Gavin 9 and Garett 11. Sheri's husband and the boy's father was a man named Chris Coleman, and he was a high-profile security guard for Joyce Meyer Ministries. He reported receiving disturbing emails on his work laptop in mid-November, and then two equally disturbing letters in the mailbox at his front driveway on January 2 and April 27. The emails and letters threatened terrible harm to Coleman's family unless he stopped working for Joyce. Justin lived diagonally across from the Coleman home, and after the second letter was retrieved from the mailbox, he had installed a video surveillance to catch anyone further bringing any type of mail. Then just that very morning at 6:43 a.m., Coleman phoned Justin Barlow, saying he was crossing the Jefferson Barracks Bridge on his way home from an early morning workout at a gym. He was telling him, "I'm worried. I can't get a hold of my wife. I can't find them. Can you head over?" To which, of course, Barlow said, "I'll head right over. No worries." He called Jason John, who entered with him, and when they entered the house, the basement, and the stairways, there was grotesque messages everywhere. When Chris had pulled into their driveway 13 minutes after he had called Barlow, which seemed rather slow for someone who professed to not being able to find his family, it's odd. See, Patton arrived right after. Then Barlow and Patton had all gone upstairs, and what they witnessed was horrifying. Ugh. For Chief Edwards and Major Jeff Connor, there seemed only one obvious choice as to exactly should be given the excitement of making calls. The calls needed to be made to Sheri's mom. This was Detective Carla Hine. Carla was a petite, attractive woman in her late 30s. She was smart, she was insightful, impressive, reserved, and had much empathy. Along with Justin Bartlow, she made up the Columbia PD's tiny two-person detective squad. Carla had first heard about the killings at 7:15 while en route to a sex abuse prevention class in St. Louis. She just crossed the Poplar Bridge into downtown St. Louis when she received the call. "Hi, Joe," she said. "Just reminding you about the Cardinals game today. Is it still okay if I go after class?" "No, Carla," he said. "No class, no baseball game. You've got to come here right now." "What? What's going on?" "A triple homicide, and there are 2 kids involved. It's the Coleman family in Columbia Lakes." Carla quickly turned her car around and sped to the home. Then she followed the ambulance to the police station and got down to work preparing warrants. And now she was being asked to make the worst of all calls possible. She went to a private office and got through to Angela, who was just then returning from running errands. Carla identified herself and tried to find the right words, but of course there were no right words. "I'm sorry," she said. "Something terrible has happened to your daughter." Carla couldn't bring herself to go into details. She couldn't begin to say anything about the boys. The situation was horrible. She had to hand the phone over to Major Connor. This was the first in her career. She had to hand the phone over. Connor told Angela what happened. He told her that morning that her daughter and grandsons had all been murdered earlier that morning at home in their beds. Major Jeff Connor had a crucial decision to make. To whom should he assign the job of interviewing Coleman? In any criminal investigation, there are very few things more important than the initial interview of a key suspect. This is where a case is often made and sometimes lost. Connor and his team didn't have the luxury of formulating a precise game plan. There simply wasn't time. The suspect was right there in the police station. They needed to start questioning him immediately and with the right people. Connor opted for Justin Bartlow and State Police Detective David Bivens. He'd worked with both men before, and they were stellar. He knew they were smart, confident, and that they functioned well. He also knew that they were quick-witted enough to make adjustments on the fly, which was important when conducting an interview with almost no advance prep. There were additional advantages to having Justin there. He had first-hand knowledge of the crime scene, and he had an opportunity to develop somewhat of a relationship or a rapport between Coleman. Moreover, Columbia Lakes was his home turf. The murders had been committed directly across the street from his home. Captain Jerry Paul escorted Chris into a small great room on the second floor of the police station. Chris was carrying a bottle of water and still wearing his gym clothes. He sat in a straight-back chair. He heaved a sigh and laid his... Oh my God, he still has his BlackBerry. He heaved a sigh and laid his BlackBerry on the table. Captain Paul left the room, closing the door behind him. Chris rocked back from side to side and began to sob. He wiped his eyes, clamped his hands. The big round clock on the wall above him read 10:05 a.m. Justin Bartlow and Dave Bivens came back into the room. Bartlow still had on the Chicago Bears cap that he'd worn to the Coleman house earlier that morning. Bivens was the older of the two by a decade or so and was wearing a shirt and tie. He projected an aura of confidence, which was the hard-won result of a long tenure in criminal investigation. They sat across from Chris and read him his Miranda rights. Barlow assured him that the police would stop at nothing to solving the case. He said that there were already 35 investigators on it. He asked Chris if he was doing all right. Chris, is there anything at all you need from us? Chris said oh, what a dick. Chris said he felt cold and he could maybe use a blanket if they could get him one. Oh, yes. Do you need a cot too, Chris, and a tuck-in? Oh my God, guys, give me a minute. This is heavy. Let me look at chat. This guy is. It's another. You know, with the phone and the BlackBerry, it's another Watts with his stupid phone and constantly checking for whatever they're checking for. It's insane. The similarities, like with the whole, their demeanor, even like they're built from the same cloth in a way that, like, for something this horrible, like, it doesn't normally happen in a lifetime. So to me, I mean, it's a disgusting word. I am fascinated by this whole case compared with Watts's, but I'm also like, it's horrifying. It does scare the shit out of me. Like I don't know. It's like it's like there's a demonic presence that takes over these men that get mistresses and feel they can't just be like everybody else in the world, that just divorces and can still, like, a co-parent, like they're like in like a midlife crisis almost, that need to like totally wipe the slate clean. Yeah, okay. Like, that doesn't happen, and that's, like you're saying, what makes them think they're going to get away. I really do think they're demented. I think they have, like, that institutionalized mindset that, you know, they're not thinking of those consequences, because in their minds they are just so smart. They're super smart. I'm a good guy. Like, I'm going to get away with this. Nobody in a million years could ever think I'd ever do this, and it'll be fine. So it's like, yeah, it definitely reeks of asshole fucking Watts with his stupid phone constantly looking at it like, ugh, everybody's dead, but you keep looking at your phone as if, what? You're looking at your phone for your mistress, and I'm pretty sure this is what this idiot's doing, but let me just take a sip. Let's get into it. Did I miss anything on here? Who's making, wait, chicken soup? What are we talking about? I want soup now. Kevin, are you making chicken soup for us? Hang on, I need a little humor. I love you guys. Elizabeth. I mean, delusions of grandeur. Like, of grandeur. Wait, this case was, I might have missed something. I want to see. Ed said, I don't know how CW thought he was going to annihilate his family, and nobody was going to notice them missing, and what was then kicking, and just be like, they just left. Like, they're gone. Yeah, that, like, are you that dumb that you thought you could just kind of be like shrugging your shoulders? I don't know where they are. Like, that's really that's the stupidity of these men. That's where the stupidity part kicks in. That there's not, because they're so self-absorbed and brilliant in their own minds, they are going to get away with it. Yeah, they are both at Dodge Correctional. And Elizabeth, I was saying, because me and Mia were talking about it earlier. I want to know if they know each other. We're like, we got to write. We got to write. We got to write letters. I don't know what we're saying them, but if anybody would know how a family annihilator is feeling, it would be a fellow family annihilator. And that's why I'm like wondering though, do they keep them away? You wonder, like, do they keep them away from each other in jail? Like, let's keep the annihilators. It's either let's keep them all together, or let's make sure that neither one of them ever run into each other like that. I am curious about that. So we'll, I don't know, maybe I'll write to Coleman and she writes Watts, and I could just say I read the book, and we're pretty shocked by it all, and we're shocked that he's in a place with Watts, and just wondering if he's, if he has received God through Chris. An idiot. Yeah, they do think that. How often also is the mistress? I know a friend of the wife. Oh, really, Elizabeth? It happened to 2 of your, Jesus Christ. It happened to 2 of your friends. That makes, there is no, all right, like as women, we hate an effing home wrecker. But when it's someone you've been, not even if you're close anymore. I don't care if it was this girl, Diana, that I was friends with in 7th grade. If she was the woman that like was screwing my husband and was going to break up my marriage, in my mind I'd be like, she was like, that's my friend. Like, you don't, I don't know, real women don't do that to each other. They don't. I'm Elizabeth, I want it to be a letter. I'm not going to make the letter like, I'm not going to send him like, buddy, I got your back, man. You had no way out. I want to be more like, I do read books on my channel, which brings a lot of light to issues and sometimes clears up as to things and how they really happen. And we found out you're also with Chris Watts. So I read a book on him, and we're just wondering. We know Chris has found God and religion while in jail, and we were hoping for your benefit, that possibly you guys are able to speak and pray together. Can you, give me any insight onto it? If anything, like, I hope you have found God, and maybe Chris could help you. Let us know, and then we'll see what he sends back. That will be a good. It'll either be good, or if I'll be knocking on my door like, what the hell do you know, Coleman? Let me see what else they. It took him. Okay, Elizabeth. I didn't realize, and I haven't gotten to that part yet. But I know it wasn't immediately that he was arrested, but I don't know. I have no clue as to how long it took. So we'll have to see about that. Yeah, the delusional thoughts are just rampant in these 2 assholes' heads. Edward, gee, I've never met Chris Christie. I wonder what he's like. Because wait, somebody said I've never met a Chris that isn't nice or that I like or something. Chris. I wonder what. Ed, you know what I think you should do? Write to Chris Christie while I'm writing to Coleman, and just ask him, "Are you nice?" Because I have a friend on YouTube that has never met a mean Chris. I love you. Oh God, we are a goofy group here. What's this, Rosie? Does anyone convicted to life without possibility of parole not? Yeah, I know. Not find religion. It's true though. Elizabeth, I'm telling you, I don't think this dude. I if I didn't post it yet, I'll post the picture of what he looks like in jail now, and they call him the Ajax man, the Borax man. Like, he's gotten heavier and he's so bald and ugly. It's fabulous. So I don't know how much fan mail he gets. I'll print out a picture of like a supermodel from like another country, pretend it's me, because I mean, God forbid, I don't want him to know me, but he'll be like, oh, I could become pen pals with this girl. Hell yeah. And yeah, I know Watts. Me and him are buds. The guy's great. He's a hell of a dude. He helped me find Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit, and I love them all, and we are forgiven. No, you're not, but I will do it. I'll have to find out. I think when you're right, you need their there's like a number they have or something. We're gonna have to look that up, guys. Before I get off, I want to look up, because you have to know like their code, or like their police. They're not their police. Their inmate number. I'm gonna do it. No, seriously, I'm gonna do it. And I'm also gonna kiss ass to that asshole. And I'm going to be, all of your years of service for Joyce Meyer's ministries. I do feel in my heart that God forgives. What are your thoughts on it? Oh, this is good. This will be good. This will be good. Because this guy's a dickhead that likes to hear all the good he's done in his life. So we're going to remember to point that out. We're definitely going to remember to point that out. You had it hard too, Chris. I have a son. I'm a mom, and I know your parents didn't like him, and sometimes things happen, and maybe your mom just knew she wasn't right for you. I'm sorry for you for that. Oh, this is so good. Oh, it's so good. And then when he writes, then I could write back, you dickhead. You dickhead. We all hate you. We're so happy here with Chris. Do your children come and visit you at night like Chris's do? Do you have pictures of them in your... I want to know that too. Just as Chris Watts has pictures, do you have pictures of... Are you allowed pictures of your two beautiful sons in your cell? Because that's, to me, should have been a hard no for Watts. I love when he says that I'm still a father. Nah, you're a motherfucker. You are not a father. But yeah, you're a father. And I read to them every night. What do you really? What are we? Are the girls enjoying the Bible? Like, what do you read into them, Chris? Shut up. And now I'm going to need to know if Coleman reads to his. Do we have a book club there? Are you assholes all reading to your dead children that you fucking fools murdered and want the world to forgive you for? I do believe in forgiveness. I do not believe in forgiveness when it comes to anyone hurting, killing, family, children, elderly, whatever. These SOBs, I also think they're so self-absorbed that they say if God knows you're truly sorry, he forgives. I don't think these guys could ever be truly sorry because they don't have that disposition. They don't. Just for another... all right, get another coffee. FN, what other... Well, that's what I mean. Chris got it. If you let one have it, like we are definitely going to have to just totally go under the Dodge Correctional website and look at all of the can do, the cannot, what you could mail, what you can't mail, what can they have? Because if Chris Watts could have it in 2018, when Coleman went in 20, well, this happened in 2010. I'm not sure when he actually was formally arrested, but still, I wonder if he had the pictures. I don't think any murderer should be allowed to have any pictures other than horrifying pictures. Like, you want a picture? Here. Yeah. This is the picture of us as we had to take your dead children out of your home. If you'd like to hang on, want to put that in your wallet. Yeah, like, no, dude, no. No. Yeah, and now, in fact, and I'll have to find that out too, because Chris has a little TV in his cell. He even has a little TV. So does Coleman. I'll make them hate each other. I'll write to Chris Coleman, ask him a question, and then I'll be like, listen, this isn't fair. You deserve everything Chris Watts got. In fact, Chris, you annihilated before Watts, so Watts owes you for everything he did. You deserve a TV, you asshole. Yeah, really though, if Watts has pictures on a TV and they're both in free, like, never getting out, not happening, is that maybe the justification for being allowed something like a TV? I'm wondering. Next, Elizabeth, you owe your free laugh. Well, you know what? I like this part. If Watts has a Netflix subscription, the pompous attitude of Coleman would be like, I'd like a Prime Video subscription if you people don't mind. What do you think I am here, an animal? Yeah, no, seriously. Coleman is so pompous from his high-profile job that he, in his mind, I'm sure probably still to this day, even though he's in jail, in his mind deserves certain things. Fucking idiot. Yeah, I know. See, that makes me nuts, FN. These men still get to go on every day and eat and work out and watch TV and make phone calls and get fan mail. And their innocent family are, never going to see the light of day again. God, I hope the boyfriends, I hope. That'll be the last letter then. This will be my final letter. Hope you're doing well. I just want to know, though, are you and Chris rubbing one out for each other? Because, Elizabeth, we were talking about weird stuff earlier, and this fucking freak Coleman, of course, was making videos of himself masturbating and weird stuff, and then we're putting all the lingo in. Oh, he was bopping his baloney for her. He was rubbing one out. Like, I am gonna just be like, are you and Watts rubbing each other's out? Just asking for a friend. That's all. I'm asking for a friend. Because you were both just such sexual dynamos with your mistresses. Ugh. I mean, really. Neither one of them I found attractive. If you're smart and funny and cool and not attractive, you can learn to love someone. But when you don't have any of those qualities, it's like, I question the girls that fall for these guys. Like, they have empty souls. More, like, just as much as the guy's a dick, they've got some moral compass issues as well. But, he bought a phone then Coleman bought a phone then specifically then so that, him and Tara could send, the money shot photos back and forth. And then he did a video, masturbating for him. It's gross. Gross. I'm sure she loved it too, because she gave it, not even NK gave it true ultimate. Well, we don't know, okay? But we do know that this girl did. And we also do know, let's remember that when she does, because this mistress does take the stand And she still to this day wears the promise ring you bought her. So this is one pompous girl too. Like that's a sicko. Yeah, she still wears the promise ring that he bought her, which infuriates me. Like, that's unreal. What did it say? They should only send videos 24 hours a day to their televisions. Oh my God, Ed, I'm so happy to have you on my team. You're right. You know what? You're gonna either get 24 hours a day, nothing but the worst, homosexual pornography ever. That's gonna frighten the shit out of you. You'll be sleeping with one eye open, or like the really bad, like elevator music, like super loud that you can't, like stuff like that. That's what you're gonna get. You're not getting your Prime Video subscription, asshole Coleman. And we canceled your Netflix, Watts. Done. Go buy a honey bun from the commissary, you fatty. Coleman does when you see the picture. It is a great one. He is the Ajax, man. And when you look at, like, when we saw Watts for that first time, remember it was, I don't remember it was when they did the Watts tapes. Like, he didn't have a beard, or like he didn't have facial hair anymore. He had the ugliest, like, first of all, he aged about 20 years, but he has like this bad, ugly chin. Like, it didn't even look like him. And the same thing goes with this Coleman. It's horrifying. It's an Ajax. So it's like, it's a little bit. I like a little bit of justice like that. I do enjoy that. Oh wait, what's Haley talking about? Wait. I missed. Hang on here. Who's Haley writing to? Haley, who the hell are you writing to? Because I need to know. Did I miss it? Wait. Oh, wait, I'm not streaming. I'm on StreamYard chat. Let me look on my phone chat because I just want to know. Oh, okay. I send CW a postcard with You do? You send him a postcard every, like, a purpose. Oh my. Does he? Let me see if you're right. I have been outraged that he can. Oh, okay, that he can have photos of his family. I never send him. Oh, thank God, I never send him any photos of the girl. Thank you. Does he write you back, Haley? Is the question, or is he just too damn busy with all his fan mail? Because that's something else. Okay, Haley. So then since you do write to Chris, so on that envelope, when you write to Chris, that you have to write an inmate like his inmate number down. Like, is there a number attached to his name? And if so, how did you find that? Do I just go online and find it through the jail, like that site? Let me know, because I'll write it up here one night. We'll write it up when we're doing a live, because we got some creative people here, and we've got to make it that we're not coming at them in a bad way. I mean, we're not coming at him because we don't want to wear his promise rings, but it would be interesting. Oh, she'll be back. Okay, that's right. She was going to get another coffee. Okay. That's crazy, though. I can't believe that. You know what? She's a good person, though, that's sending somebody like that. Like, here, dude, here's your purpose of the day. Not that you're ever going to see the light of day again, but, you fucked up having a purpose in life. So read about it. Read about them now. Do you use brown paper? Kevin, stop out. Stamos. It's not happening. Oh, here's okay at Haley. Not as yet, and I don't want him to. Okay, I doubt that he will, as he probably dreads his week. As he probably dreads. I like that, though, his weekly post for me. If I think it will embarrass him or cause him pain, then I said, okay. So Haley, then the other part of it is, does Chris have an inmate number that you have to put on the envelope when you send those out? And if so, how did you go about that? You're able to get that inmate number. I just want to make sure that if I mail something out to Coleman, I cover all the bases needed as far as he will definitely get it. And I know I had a friend that went to jail, and when I would write to him, he had an inmate number that had to be he had to write it just so on the envelope. They're pain in the asses about it. So, if you could just let me know that too, that'd be cool, because, yeah, we're gonna write. We're gonna write. And I have, well, actually, I gotta be honest. I don't know if at the time this was high profile. So I don't know if when this all first happened, he was getting fan mail, So I'm wondering also that I mean, I should say that there are weirdos for just about anybody. I'm sure he gets letters, but Rosie said, I'm pretty sure you could find his inmate number online. Okay. What did Kevin say? Can we smear grease and motor oil on the letter so he can smell? No, I'm going to write it in red marker is what I'm going to do. Fucking, oh my, talk about triggering. I don't care if I never then am allowed to send him anything again. The man is going to get, the letter that gets to him from me will be written in a red Sharpie, because he should never forget the color red. Ever. Son of a bitch. They're not saying it yet, and I don't know if they do it all in the book, but Molson, and we all know Molson knows it all. He went as far as, and they don't say which boy's name, he put spray paint across the one's face too. So, I mean, disgusting. Red rum. Oh, Haley. Okay, Rose. I have all the details, and they are all. Oh, okay, cool. So each one has been uploaded on my. Oh, wait, Haley. Hang on, Haley. Let me make you a mod too, because I would, if you don't mind, please, for all of us, if you could drop your link. I'm sorry, I did not. I had no clue. Let me get you up here, honey. Okay. All right. You should be a moderator. You should have a wrench now. Why is this happening? Rosie didn't have, when she came back in, she had a wrench on my screen. She didn't have it on StreamYards. Elizabeth, you don't have a wrench, but when you first came in at the very beginning, well, there's got to be a glitch going on here. I'm gonna, Elizabeth, Haley and Elizabeth, let me know that you guys are both getting wrenches. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Yeah, I'll send postcards too, Haley. I think that's just the best way to go. Yeah, definitely, Elizabeth. Haley definitely has all the intel for us. Okay, cool. All right. I want to drop, let me drop Haley's, link so that we can all sub to her. Hang on here. I just subbed, but let me share it now with the group here. Okay, cool, Ellie. Because it was not, and I definitely think there's major glitches because you on my chat, my YouTube you had no wrench. The StreamYard chat, you never know. It's always screwed up. But when Elizabeth first came in, she had a wrench. And then when I'm looking at it now, I'm like, where's Elizabeth's wrench? But once again, too, my computer all of a sudden, about a half hour ago, went black. Google screen popped up and said it was doing some kind of a security check. So I don't know what the hell's going on. All right, let me see. Yeah, I was watching some stuff on Coleman, but I didn't get too heavy into it yet. Like I was watching them interrogate them, and they were talking about like Chris, like, come on, man. They were all in rigor mortis, like, don't lie, buddy. We know. And he's like, no, they weren't. Like, he's such an idiot. No, they couldn't have been. No, they were. All right, cool. I think everybody is straightened out now. Let me just double check. I don't like this. I don't know. A lot of glitches lately. Plus, my phone was hacked. I forget who I was telling the other day. I got a security thing, like with your Google has been like logged in Philadelphia twice and in Poconos and blah blah blah. And I'm like, Philadelphia. So of course I changed my password. Then I go and I look on my bank statement. Whoever was in Philadelphia had a good old time at Whole Foods and spent $320 on groceries. I'm like, at least they're eating healthy, the SOBs. But yeah, they spent $300. I'm not even working right now. Yeah, $320 on Whole Foods. Assholes. So I had to change everything. Which is a pain in the ass. Yeah, the writing on the wall, the whole you've been punished, fuck you. Like, wow, that's a level of hate like nothing you could ever imagine a father having, even if it's just for his children, that he'd be such a pig. And yet, mom and dad just didn't like Sheri. Disgusting. Because Tara's so lovely. Okay. This is the part I've been dying for. Okay. So they sit across from him, and after reading him his rights, they begin to talk. They gave him his blanket because he was cold. Oh, poor goodness gracious. Barlow thought that was rather odd, though, considering the room was stifling hot. He and Bivens had come in just moments before, and already perspiration was running down their faces. Still, they called the front desk and requested a blanket for Chris. Barlow leaned forward in his chair and looked Chris in the eye. He asked, "What happened? I want to know what happened this morning." Chris said, I was up at 5:30 and I slipped into my work clothes and I left for Gold's gym. I just got worried when I was texting my wife several times from the gym and I couldn't get her. Barlow then asked Chris, "Can I see your BlackBerry?" So Chris scrolled through it and checked on the calling and text. So Chris gave it to him and he began scrolling, checked through it, checking on calling and text messaging. Chris had called Sheri's cell phone at 5:43 a.m. immediately after leaving the house. Okay, so that's a lie then, because that's not when he said he called her. What, Elizabeth, were you an Optus customer? What? Wait, I don't know, but what's Optus? I don't know what that is, but that scares me. And if I'm an Optus customer, I want out of whatever Optus is. I had never heard of that, Elizabeth. Let me know. That's weird. Ugh. And I just feel it was weird now that my computer in the middle of the live totally went to a weird screen and Google said security check. And then I had to do like a whole new password. So I don't know. That's odd. So as they're checking his phone, it appeared he had called Sheri's phone at 5:43 a.m. immediately after leaving the house. Then he texted her at 6:23 saying, I've got about 5 minutes to go on the cardio, then I'll be home. And then again twice more. Once at 6:27 saying, hello, are you up yet? Time to get the kids up. And then he called her at 6:34 and again at 6:53 and 6:58. Oh my God, here's another one with all the fake calls to the dead wife that they know isn't going to answer. Jesus, these two guys they have to be brothers from another mother. My God. Barlow and Bivens asked him to spell out the precise route he took to the gym. Then somebody came in the room with a blanket. Chris took it and draped it over his arms and shoulders. He took special care to cover up the scratches on his right arm. Was this perhaps why he claimed to be cold? Barlow asked him about his job with Joyce Ministries. Have there been any other threats? Anything lately, Chris? Beyond just what you've reported? No, nothing. No, not really. Except sometimes, people get angry at me. He went on to explain incapacity, I'm head of security, so I occasionally have to get physical with people. And he added that he built a security department from the ground up. So once again, there he is being his own biggest fan. What was just too weird to both Barlow and Bivens. This man is too calm. He is completely unemotional. He leaned forward in his chair, feet flat on the ground, hands clasped between his legs. There is nothing at all about the manner that suggested that he had just lost his wife and 2 sons in a brutal murder. Barlow asked him about the video surveillance system that he'd installed in the house. Was it fully operating yet? Indeed it was, Chris said. He went on to describe placement of the cameras, their angles, and so forth. The surveillance system seemed a source of some pride to him. Barlow thought this, though, to be a bit odd. Hadn't somebody presumably just broken into the guy's house and murdered his family? Yet why didn't Chris volunteer right off the bat to check the surveillance system? It would have seemed something that someone normal would immediately tell the police. Barlow asked him what Sheri had thought of his high-ranking job with Joyce. Chris said that he and Sheri had sometimes argued about it, mostly because of the extensive traveling. He said that she would have preferred him to have a regular 8-to-5 job, and that's when he began to sob. He sobbed, but it was a forced and contrived sob. We're going to work this out and we're going to get through this, okay? Barlow said. The best thing you can do right now, Chris, just help us. Up to this point, Bivens had mostly watched and listened while scribbling on his notepad. Now he chimed in, asking Chris for more details on the employment with Joyce. Chris described Meyer as a television evangelist whose ministry reached people in 42 languages and spanned 3/4 of the world. It sounded as if he were reading from a promotional brochure. He said that he'd worked for her since 1998, and he was responsible for ensuring her safety at all times. Do you have her cell phone number? Bivens said. Yeah, I got it, but usually I don't give it out. Well, this might be a time when you're going to need to. This is an exception. I'm going to need to talk to Joyce. Bivens asked him about the previous evening as well. What happened exactly? You, Sheri's, the boys, what was happening? Chris said they had dinner together. They went for snow cones. He drove to the gym for a workout. When he came home, he said prayers with the boys and tucked them in for the night. And then he said later, him and Sheri watched some television in the living room before going up to bed. They undressed, brushed their teeth, went back down, and made sure that all the doors and windows were locked. Oh, God, that sounds so stupid. Finally, they went to bed. What did Sheri wear to bed? Bivens asked. Nothing, Chris said. She sleeps in the nude. Oh, come on now. Really? The two cops left the room, telling Chris that they wanted to get a soda. On the way out of the door, Dave Bivens placed his notepad on the edge of the table. Ooh, once they left, Chris retrieved the notepad and flipped through it. Then he put it down and began to sob. Oh man, he said, covering his eyes with his hands. He dried his tears with the Kleenex. He crossed his legs and examined the stretch marks. Seconds later, he picked up his BlackBerry, though, and began to peck away at the keyboard. Barlow and Bivens hadn't actually wanted a soda. Rather, they needed a text message out to Major Connor, advising them that critical new information was developing and asking them to step in. The critical new information would involve a woman. That woman would be Tara Lintz. Major Connor assigned an investigator the job of monitoring internet activity in connection with the case. Oh, this is getting good. And something interesting emerged. An anonymous individual had posted a comment on a media blog suggesting that Chris Coleman and a girlfriend named Tara Lintz lived in the Tampa-Petersburg area. Hang tight for a couple minutes, Major Connor told Barlow and Bivens. I got to see where this goes. While they waited, Detective Newcomb of the Major Squad contacted St. Petersburg PD, who managed to get them Tara's number. He called her and identified himself. She seemed nervous and hesitant. Do I need a lawyer? I don't think so, Newcomb said. Why? Have you done something wrong, Tara? She said that she knew about the murders. Her boyfriend, Chris Coleman's father, called and told her. Newcomb didn't want to push the issue too hard. He realized that the telephone was just a poor substitute for a face-to-face. He then contacted St. Petersburg PD again, and the dispatcher put him through to Detective Shannon Douglas. He briefed Douglas on the situation and asked her to immediately get out to see Tara in person. Detective Douglas said that she'd get on it right now. Major Connor gave Barlow and Bivens a nod of encouragement again. They knew something of potential major significance that they hadn't known before. Chris Coleman had a girlfriend living in Florida. Deborah Von Needen arrived at the house on Robert Drive at around 11 a.m. Juanita was a supervisory investigator with the Madison PD, and she'd been called to the scene because of her expertise in taking core body temperatures. Oh boy. Deborah arrived with a supervisory investigator. She and the team went into Sheri's room first. When they did so, her left leg stuck up in the air and remained there. Sheri was in full rigor mortis. Oh, God. You have to wonder what time did he kill. Like, he probably killed him that night before and, slept in the house with his dead family for them, to be in full rigor mortis. It had to be a good 6-7 hours. Her skin was ghastly purplish red, and they took her core temperature by inserting a thermometer into her liver. Oh, wow. Oof. They did that right at the bedside. Oh, God bless her. Then they went into Garett's room, and they took his temperature next, but decided against taking Gavin's. Since they noticed that he had strands of hair in the crook of his left arm at the elbow, they realized that this might constitute important evidence, which they didn't want to risk compromising. Superficially, at least, the hair resembled Sheri's. CSI people from Illinois had been cooling their heels outside the house, waiting for a search warrant. Now the warrant arrived. They went inside and got to business. With State Police Sergeant Michael Grist taking charge, they scoured the house top to bottom. They searched for fingerprints and footwear everywhere. They searched for telltale DNA. They scraped flecks of paint off of walls. They bagged hairs, fibers, and other potentially incriminating items. The murders had obviously been committed by strangulation, so they searched for ropes, coils, or anything else that might have been deployed as a ligature. Sergeant Grist asked CSI investigator Abby to video. She started in the backyard where there was a trampoline, 3 bales of hay, and a small patio. Then she went inside and videoed the main floor, which was dominated by ugly, red-painted scrawls. Otherwise, everything seemed in perfect order. There was a tan couch in the living room. Okay, Kevin. There was a tan couch in the living room with a remote control by it. Kitchen walls was decorated with a montage of family pictures and the children's school artwork. She went into Garett's room and then Gavin's. She videotaped the 2 little boys in their beds and the jumbles of toys beneath their windows. She videotaped the Chicago White Sox pennant that hung on the wall behind Garett's dresser. Finally, she went to the basement, where there was a family room. A metal desk in the office was jam-packed filled with boxes and pictures of boys in their baseball uniforms. Keller videoed everything. This was supposed to have been Sheri and Chris's suburban dream home. Now, here's another dream home for a dream family, which there isn't. It's a nightmare, not a dream. The clock on the wall behind Chris now read 11:30 a.m. Justin and Dave came back into the room with a couple of sodas. They sat across from Chris and hunched forward in their chairs. This time it was Bivens who took lead. He asked Chris if he'd spoken with Sheri prior to leaving for the gym. No, Chris said, she was asleep. Did you get into the kids' rooms at all? Did you see anything before you left? No, he said. No, the doors to the rooms were closed. They're usually open a crack, though. Bivens then asked Chris some more questions about his home system and about the threatening letters that he'd reported to the police. Aw, thank you, Elizabeth. As they were asking very important questions, Chris was calm and confident. This was like nothing they had ever seen before. So it's fair to say then, some people think Joyce Meyer Ministries is just a scam, Bivens said. Right? Right, Chris? Like to get money from people? Oh, yes, Chris said. A lot of people feel that way. Bivens asked about Chris's father's church in Chester and about Chris's own religion. Chris said that his dad was a pastor and he had his own religious beliefs. Jesus died on the cross for us, save us from our sins, and that's what we believe. Bivens then decided that now was the time to zero in on the subject of Chris's marriage. He asked him if he and Sheri had seriously ever quarreled. Chris conceded that they'd gone through just a rough patch a while ago and even talked about divorce a little. He said that matters had improved since they'd started seeing a Joyce Meyer pastor for counseling. Did Sheri get pregnant right away after you guys got married? Bivens asked. Pretty much, yeah, Chris said. Was the pregnancy planned? Bivens asked. Oh no, Chris said. How's your sex life? How was your sex life? Was it okay? Oh, yeah. When was the last time you had sex with her? Justin asked. Chris did have to mull over this for a few seconds. Sunday, I think. Your sex life was healthy? Barlow asked. Yeah, sure. Bivens asked him when they'd last had a serious argument, and Chris answered that it was probably sometime in January. I just got back from India, and we argued a little bit about money. I make over $100,000 a year. She doesn't need to work, but she wants to. He was even at this point chuckling and smiling. Barlow and Bivens took Chris for a bathroom break and then left him alone for a few minutes while they conferred with Major Connor, who'd been watching the proceedings on a monitor in the adjoining room. While sitting alone in the interrogation room, here we go again, Chris bent over the chair and sobbed. He put his fingers over his face and he was sniffling, but then once again picked up that BlackBerry and began pecking away at the keyboard. Barlow and Bivens returned to the room with the third cop, who asked Chris if he'd agreed to sign consent to search. Search what? Search forms to search your BlackBerry, your personal computers, and so forth. Chris signed the forms, and the cops left with the BlackBerry. Bivens took a drink of soda. He sighed and crossed his legs. Look, Chris, we're trying to find out what in the world could have happened here. Were there any real problems in your relationship with Sheri? You gotta tell us. I'm serious, man. No, nothing, not really. Mainly just communication. Have you been seeing anybody other than your wife? Bivens asked. No, Chris said. I've talked a lot lately to a woman named Tara, but that's it. Anything else? Like, just talk? Yeah, just talk. Bivens then asked about Tara. What was she like? Chris said she's very easygoing. He said she was Sheri's #1 friend. Was Sheri jealous about you talking with her? Bivens said. No, not at all. Not really. But she did tell me to stay away from her once. Bivens edged his chair closer. He told Chris that he wasn't in a good position, that he needed to be honest with them. What do you make of it? He said. What happened? Come on. Who do you think is the suspect? Chris then blubbered and wiped his eyes. I don't know. I wish I did know. I don't know what happened this morning. Now Barlow rejoined the fray. He assured Chris the investigators in the field were already coming up with critical evidence and that arrest was inevitable. I'm a religious guy, guys. Come on. What do you think? What do you think should happen to the person responsible for this? Come on. Calm down, Bivens. Bivens was worked up, though. He couldn't calm down. Chris got scared. I don't know. Like anything else. I don't know. He sounded whiny and panicky. The ex-Marine now sounded like a complete weakling. Listen, Chris, I need your help, Bivens said. There's something you're not telling me, something big you're not telling me. What is it? I'm trying, he said. I'm racking my brain. I don't know what to tell you. I've got nothing to hide. I've told you everything. What are you not telling us, Chris? I don't know. I'm getting frustrated. I've told you everything. Bivens decided that they'd circled the truth long enough. Now was the time to hone in. When you left the house this morning, was your wife alive? Yes. Yeah, she was alive. What if I tell you I don't believe you? I think she was dead. I think she was dead, Chris. What can I say? Chris said. She was alive, lying on her side right beside me. Listen, man, Bivens said. She wasn't alive when you left this morning. Physical evidence doesn't lie. The children weren't alive. Tell us, Chris. Tell us now. Yes, they were. No, they weren't, Chris. I can't buy what you're saying. She was not alive when you left, period. We both know you're not telling the truth. Just looking into your eyes, I've been doing this a long time. We've got to go forward. We can't turn back the clock. We know she wasn't alive. There's got to be an explanation. No, I don't know what to say. I don't know what else to tell you. Were you involved in her death? No, hell no. Did you arrange for someone to kill him? No. Listen, Chris, things happen. We're all humans. We have breaking points. Sometimes our body just reacts. We do stupid things that we lose control of, or things that we don't even understand happened. Then afterwards we think, oh my God, what just happened? Tell you the truth, Chris. That's what I'm leaning towards here. No, Chris said, no. You can't turn the clock back, Chris. You got to come to terms. People are going to say, what kind of a monster would do this? So I'm going to ask you now, come clean. This is your chance to just come clean. Yeah, we all make mistakes. This is something people can understand. So come on now, come clean so people can have a more favorable view of you. No, Chris said. I don't know what else to tell you. I did nothing. I'm not going to make something up just to make you happy. Wow, he sounded like a petulant 9-year-old accused by your parents of stealing from the cookie jar. You can't make me happy, Chris, Bivens said. Nothing you could say? This is a very unhappy situation. Physical evidence is conclusive. It says she was dead before 5:30. And like I said, Chris, physical evidence does not lie. No, Chris said, I've told you everything. Well, I'm going to tell you that we both know that everything you're telling us isn't true. We haven't treated you badly, have we? No. Chris, we're gathering evidence right now. We have the resources to determine the time of death. Well, I don't know what to tell you guys, Chris said. Well, you better tell us something. We know not to be truthful. We gotta assume that you're not being truthful about any of this. Not a word you're saying is of truth. I don't know what to say. I'm tired. I'm worn out. I'm in shock. I know that, Chris. I know you're grieving. I know you're in a tough shape. I'm feeling for you. Believe me, Matt, I'm feeling for you. But how did it get to this point, Chris? How? Chris rubbed his eyes. He gave Bivens an imploring look. You've asked me that same question about 20 times, Chris said. I know that, Chris, Bivens said. I know the answer's on the tip of your tongue, so tell me. I don't know what to say. Listen, Chris, she was deceased when you left. Are you saying my physical evidence is wrong? Chris returned by saying she was lying there right beside me. Well, maybe so, Chris, but she was dead. She couldn't be. She was lying there. Bivens took a deep breath. He shifted his chair, and he looked straight in Chris's eyes. Chris, listen to me. You're a religious man. You believe in forgiveness. Own up. You keep asking me the same stuff, Chris said. I'm not making up anything to please you. I need your help, Chris. Help me to understand what happened. Were you having an affair? Come on. No, I wasn't. Were you doing anything your wife wouldn't approve of? Well, maybe. Oh my God, wait. So he just said he's not having an affair. No. Doing anything your wife wouldn't approve of. Well, maybe just some, like, sexual kind of stuff with Tara. Are you kidding me? Hi, Aura. Jesus, I didn't even see. I'm so into this interrogation right now because this guy has balls the size of New York City with the shit that's coming out of it. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So you didn't do anything that you would approve of. Well, maybe just some like sexual stuff with Tara. Like what? Like what? Bivens said. Well, like we talk and what, Chris? Did you want it to go further? No, I didn't want it to hurt the kids. Maybe under different circumstances. At this point, Barlow and Bivens received another text from Major Connor. They told Chris that they'd be back in a couple of minutes. And after they left, Chris stood up and stretched. He seemed grateful for the break. The new the new information once again involved Tara. Detective Shannon Douglas of St. Petersburg PD had just visited with Tara, who hadn't seemed in the least reluctant to talk. She told Douglas that she and Chris had been having a hot and heavy affair, that they'd been exchanging long-distance sex pictures, that they planned on getting married, and Chris was serving Sheri divorce papers. He was supposed to have done so the exact very day. Barlow and Bivens immediately returned to the interrogation room and sat Chris down. They had expressions of nothing but pure, grim determination. The clock now read 2 p.m. They wasted no time on preliminaries. Listen, Chris, I just spoke with St. Petersburg Homicide. They're talking to Tara right now. I'm not bullshitting you. We know you guys are having an affair. We know about the sex pictures, and we know about you meeting up with her in Hawaii. Chris seemed nonplussed. I didn't know it was an affair, he said. You didn't know it was an affair, Barlow said. What? How many times have you had sex with her? You've lied to us, Chris. Why shouldn't we assume everything you're telling us is nothing more than a lie? I just don't want to upset my dad, Chris said. I mean, did Sheri know, Barlow said. Did Sheri know about the pictures? I don't know, Chris said. Well, Tara says you told her you had divorce papers drawn up. Is that true? No, Chris said. Anything else, Chris? Can you remember anything else? There's nothing to get in trouble about. I don't know. How long have you guys been in a relationship? Since the Joyce Meyer Tampa trip in around February or March. This, of course, was false, though. The Tampa conference had taken place in early November of 2008. Would Joyce Meyer's husband know about this, Barlow asked? Would he have seen Tara at any of the conferences? He never talked to me about it, Chris said. Danny talked to me. He said, hey, whatever you've got going on, just stop it. These personal pictures of yourself, Barlow said? You sent them from your phone? Yeah, I did. Barlow gave Chris an appraising look. He described that he'd once again try to play the religious angle. If you're not remorseful and truthful, Chris, there is no way in hell you're going to heaven. You, my friend, are going straight to hell. You know that, Chris, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this. We already know who the first victim was. I've already told you, Chris said. Chris, Barlow said, you gotta level up, man. What are you gonna do? Admit to it once all the evidence is in? How does that make you look? Like a demon or a monster? Just tell us. Chris once again put his hands over his face. All right, Chris, you know what? Let's talk about the kids. You owe them that. Tell the truth. Are they responsible for any trouble between you and Sheri? No, never. No. Look at me, Chris, Barlow said. What about your 2 boys? What happened to them today? It's horrible, Chris said. He bent his head and whimpered. Garett and Gavin didn't deserve this, Barlow said. You gotta own up. We know what happened. We just don't know why. Only you know that part. Tell us. It's your last chance to tell us and to make good for the death of your 2 children. I already told you, though, Chris said. Come on, Chris, level up. Did you and Sheri get into a fight last night? No, we didn't. We watched TV together. I laid down on the couch with her. No. And if your 2 boys were here now, would you apologize to them? No. Well, for what happened to them, yeah. That comment sounded oddly detached. He might just as well have been talking about a couple of kids whom he'd never met. What happens when we find DNA under one of your boys' fingernails? Well, that's because I wrestled with them, Chris said. No, Barlow said, no. This wouldn't be play wrestling, Chris. This would be from your boys trying to defend themselves from you. You got to appreciate what your kids have been through. Yeah, they've been through a lot. He said this so softly that Barlow thought they might finally be on the verge of a breakthrough. So then just tell me, Chris. But there was no breakthrough. Just more whining. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I don't know where to go from here. I don't have anything. It's not just you, Chris, Barlow said. Think of all the grandparents, the people who have loved those kids. Everyone wants to know. That's your job. You've got to put that on you. Find out why. If not, we are going to find out why, Chris. But it would be better if you can help us. Chris clasped his hands and stared straight ahead. His biceps bulged. Did you hire someone to kill your family, Chris? You did, didn't you? Chris bristled at the question. No, they're my wife and kids. I didn't hire anybody to kill them. Did Sheri know about your affair with Tara? Did she threaten to expose you? No, Chris said. Talk to Mike Shepard. He's been counseling us. Does Mike Shepard know about your affair with Tara? Chris had no answer for this. What about Joyce Meyer's son, Danny? No, Chris said. Well, maybe he just knows about the pictures. Dave Bivens had yet said a word during this latest round. Now he leaned forward and he locked eyes with Chris. So you're telling us somebody was waiting outside your home today to murder your family, right? Is that your explanation? I don't know what to tell you guys. I do, Bevin said. You are a security professional. Come on. You didn't notice somebody lurking in the bushes? Let's get real, man. He was loud now. He was insistent. The measured coaxing and prodding obviously hadn't worked. Did you love your children at all? Bivens went on. Yes, Chris said. How much? Bivens asked. Chris threw his arms up in the air. As much as you can. I'm positive you didn't see anything, Bivens said. There was nothing there, only you. Come on now, help me understand. Your family deserves it. I don't know, Chris said. All I'm saying is they were alive when I left my home. Bivens got loud. No, they weren't. They were all dead when you left to go to the gym. Garett, Gavin, your wife. They were all dead. No, they weren't, Chris said. There was no conviction, though, at all to his voice. Chris, listen, they were all dead. No way. They weren't. There is a way, Chris. So just tell us it. Only you know that. You gotta tell us. No, I don't know it. What about the two boys, Barlow said. You picked them up in their cribs when they were babies. You played catch with them last night. They went to bed thinking everything was all right. I don't know, Chris said. He went on like this for a little while longer, and then Bivens left the room. Barlow let 15 seconds tick off the clock before continuing. You think we're trying to make you feel bad, Chris? He said. Well, you're making me feel terrible. You're blaming me for everything. And Barlow asked him some questions about the affair. He asked him again if Sheri knew. I don't know if she knew. Did Sheri know Tara? Barlow said. Were they friends? He said, yeah, they were friends from high school. Well, then wouldn't Sheri be angry if she found out? I don't know, Chris said. Don't you think she'd yell? Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe she'd yell or cry, Chris said. Maybe. Barlow let 7 more seconds tick. Listen, I'm the one who found those boys, Chris. I don't know about you, but I can't get the images out of my head. I know, Chris whimpered. I know. You can pray for forgiveness, Chris. That's the start, okay? Dave Bivens returned and sat down again. How do you think they died, Chris? How do you think they died? I don't know how they died. You guys haven't told me yet. I don't know if you've overreacted, if you're just a vicious person, Bivens said. We need your help. Well, I've already told you everything. You want us to find out what happened or not, Chris? Yeah, I do. Well, then tell us what happened. Submit to a handwriting sample. Okay. Now Barlow left the room. Bivens took a sip of soda. He decided that he'd give it one more shot. I'm your friend, Chris. You know that. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to see if we can get some explanation. You're confusing me. Chris merely just sat there. What would you think, Bivens went on? What would you think if you were in my shoes? I don't know, Chris said. There was a tiny frame when the murders could have been done after you left the gym, Bivens said. A tiny frame. Then Tara popping up saying you're having an affair? What would you think if you were in my shoes? That you're not being truthful. That's what you should think I'd be thinking. I guess, Chris said. Well then, let's be honest, Bivens said. Come on, man, please. Once again, Chris sat there. You will not sleep well, Bivens said. If you have any knowledge, if you have any conscience, any soul, this is going to eat you alive. Of course, Chris said, because my wife and kids are dead. What else can you tell me, Chris? I told you everything. They sat in silence for 90 seconds, and Chris sniffled. He bent over his chair and rested a hand on his forehead. What do I do now? Bivens said. I don't know. Chris said. I'm tired. Are you hungry too? Bivens said. Want me to get you something to eat? No, I'm okay. Can I just go? The clock at this point read 3:20 p.m. For now, the interview was over. Barlow and Bivens had performed skillfully. They'd pulled out all the stops. They'd never once lost their cool, and they'd shaken Chris. They rattled his cage, but they hadn't succeeded in getting a confession out of him, which was the thing that they most wanted. Chris still wasn't free to leave. The detectives wanted him to give writing samples. They wanted to get hair samples as well. While this was being arranged, Bivens chatted with him about his stint with the Marines. He chatted with him about the boys and the things that they like to do together. Chris asked then about his dad. Is my dad still at the station? He said. Not once did he bring up the subject, though, of his slain family. I can't believe any of this happened, Chris said. There was nothing suggestive at all of any form of grief in this man's tone. He simply sounded incredulous, like somebody forced him into a last-minute change of travel plans by some freakish weather incident. Somebody popped into the room and handed Bivens another soda. He pulled the tab and took a drink. He got up and walked around. He was exhausted. Chris turned in his chair and looked at the clock on the wall. Is that clock right? He said. I don't know, Bivens said. Barlow returned to the room with Abby Keller, the CSI investigator who had videotaped the house. She was young, pretty, and chipper. She told Chris she wanted to take some pics of him. He broke into a half smile when she began to take photos of him, as if he was posing for his high school yearbook picture. Oh my God. He took off his sweatshirt at her request, revealing a hairless, bulked-up torso with a touch of flab around the middle. Then he took off his size 9 sneaks and shorts. Abby photographed those various items of clothing as well. Chris seemed unperturbed with all this going on. He chatted with her about electronic gadgets and was very calm and carefree. Abby took shots of him from various angles as well as close-ups. She collected hair samples and writing samples. And then Chris was free to go. He left with his father, Ron, who'd gone to the trouble of picking up some new clothes for him. They drove down to Ron and Connie's home in Chester, which was where Chris would plan on staying for the time being. Mayor Connor watched the entire interview on a monitor in the adjacent room. So had several others. The 6-hour marathon had given Connor ample opportunity to take Chris's measures. He'd found the guy to be shallow and vain. He'd found him to be a coward, and he believed he was guilty of killing his family. Joyce Meyer sent a press release to the local St. Louis media that same day. Chris Coleman is a very dear friend, it read. Dave and I are grieving with him over this unexpected and devastating tragedy. Words are not enough. He knows that our love and our sincerest prayers are with him. Chris has a long journey ahead of him, but we know that his faith is strong. Really? They couldn't say anything about like Joyce didn't even mention the dead family? I find that to be a bit much. Ugh. All right, where am I at here? Oh my God, we read a lot. You guys tired yet? We read up to, so we did 7 chapters. So let's maybe stop here at chapter. So our next chapter now is going to be 25. But I like to give the people that are going to do replay a couple days to catch up. So I have to look. Let me just look right now because I know I have something I have a few things coming up this week, so I don't want to say a day that I could. Let me just check here because we're at like such a good part right now. All right, so Monday is Halloween. We don't want that. I'm probably looking at doing a Wednesday. I think Wednesday. I think I wrote something wrong though on the schedule. And Tuesday looked open, but people work and stuff. I know it's hard during the week. When I do them during the week, I try to do like a Thursday or a Friday. But then sometimes I forget them half the stuff we read because my mind is so boggled by what this guy did in the house to really make it look like somebody broke in and like just all the obscenities on the wall alone, and him and his rubbing it out. It's too much. The writing's awful. Ugh. So this coming Friday, you guys like Friday or Saturdays better though? Just tell, like, because YouTube is weird. To me, it always seems, unless something major is going on, like it seems like Fridays are not as busy with lives as Saturdays. But then I always try to like accommodate people because I'm like, some people, if they work Fridays and they work a different shift, like I don't want them to miss it. But if you had your choice, like just within the chat, just write like what you prefer, like a Thursday night or a Friday night, and then this way I will I'll put it up on my community tab, and then I'll even do a little poll. But I'd like to just get a feel just for what you guys say, because I don't mind either. I mean, I do like a Friday night, but I'm not working now. If I was working, the thought of coming home and having to do a Friday night live would be exhausting to me. And that's why I always enjoy a Saturday night. But then I don't want to ruin Sundays for people because we're late nighters here. You know us. We're vampires. We have marathons. So, just get that back now to the chat. Yeah, that's what I thought, Rosie, like with the working people. Yeah, all right, guys. I'm going to, and I'll let Kelly know. I'm going to do it let's do a Saturday. Let's do Saturday night. And Saturday night is, God, I can't believe we're going to be into freaking, oh my God, November. It's wild. All right, yeah, let's do we'll do Saturday, which is, that's daylight savings time. We turn our clocks back an hour, so we gain an hour of sleep. I'll do that. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll definitely do November 5th. I had my dad. I had to do some things for my dad too, and after I slept all damn day. Otherwise, I don't like starting a book read at 11:15. So just plan on it being more of like we did last time, the 9:30, and I'll put out a notification during the week. I know Kelly and I are gonna go live this week with the and I didn't get to watch. I don't know. Has anybody? I know Kelly put a few videos out, but I slept all day. Did anything new come out yet with since last night we talked with the Delphi? Like any new details? Because I'm gonna have to catch up on YouTube now. But I was just wondering if anybody know anything. Would Ed say write me back and tell me if okay? I'm interested. It's like a God, I hate this damn StreamYard. Let me get back on the freaking phone. Haley asked that question. Okay, hang on, Haley. Ed put the send it to me. I don't know, is it like more like a documentary or a I don't know if it's a documentary or a docu series on Coleman, and Ed said it was good. Hi, Skinner. Morning. Good morning. But let me see here. Yeah, the faking letters to himself, Kevin. Like, what a freak. What a freak. All right. And you emailed it to me, right, Ed? Let me check my email. Let me make sure I got it. If I can't remember if you emailed it to me or if you put it in the chat, but just a Crime Watch Daily program here on YouTube that was uploaded about 3 years ago. Okay. All right, thanks, Ed. That's probably what I'll lay down with now and watch because it's pretty good stuff. So far, what I watched, I do. It's almost comical because the guy truly has, like, when he talks, he has no game. Like, he's almost like his voice is almost like feminine in quality, and he'll be like, I was just thinking about you, and like I love you, and I'm like, oh, that guy. Like my clothes would be chastitied on me. Like he's so unappealing. Ugh. Like I just. I'm gonna be busy this week, guys. Well, you know what? Whenever we have the night that Kelly is gonna, and maybe, in fact, let me check right now and see if she's scheduled anything for Delphi tomorrow, because she did do a video comparison thing that I listened to before I came on, and it kind of scared the shit out of me. It's frightening. I know, Haley, we're all losing our minds. Wait until Monday. Jesus. Oof. I mean, I was hoping they would, like, maybe it would have ended up maybe Sunday, because everyone's like, why so long? But for whatever reasons, in my mind, I just kept thinking you guys better be like, this better not end up that it's not this dude. Like, could you imagine? But I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so, but I just want money to get here, and we don't, like I said, we don't even know how much they'll tell us. They better tell us for all this, because we, the people, that have never let those girls' names just fall to the wayside. We've kept them alive. So for how much people hate social media, there are a lot of us that are respectful and don't give up until there is justice. So whether they do it Monday or Tuesday or next Friday, like, we'll be listening. It's just that's what it was. The one video I watched that Kelly, I think it was Kelly, they're not saying what he took, but that he took an article of clothing from one of the girls. Now, I thought that was hearsay months ago, but I do believe it. I don't know which one, and if it's true from what I heard, like it was undergarments from one of them. I hope that's hearsay, but I know that what happened yesterday was somebody from within the PD leaked a little bit of info. So some stuff got out that wasn't supposed to get out yet. Yeah, that's what's freaky, Harry. Like, and I'm trying to think. We did a live, Kelly and I, last night on her channel, but I found an article. Now, we'd found a picture of his daughter, the murderer's daughter, in 2018, posing, like, it almost looked like an outdoor posing picture for like graduation, like your senior pictures, but she's posing at the bridge, on the bridge, at the end of the bridge, at the point where the girls were like last seen. It's the scariest notion in my head was this is after they were killed, you fucking animal. And Kelly's voice, she got, I don't know if she got a clearer one. I forget what it was, but he's not just he says it's more than down the hill, and I figured out it gets go down. It's like go down the hill, or it's much more forceful, aggressive. He doesn't say girls. It's go down the hill. And you're not hearing the peep from them, like in the background, which makes me in my heart, the only way I make sense of that is that not that he shot them, but that he had a gun, or even if it was a fake gun in his pocket, and said, if you make one noise, I'm going to shoot you. So that's the only thing I could think of, that they're not in the background heard yelling. But once again, we also do have to remember that we've only heard about 40 seconds of, we don't even know how long of a recording was on her phone. And I hope we find out, but I don't know if we have to, with them being minors. I don't know how much that truly we will get to know. Like, I'm more interested. Not that I'm obsessed, but when, like, they say, these weird killers that they take the souvenirs, and he, like, this, when he recreated a scene that he brought them to, like, it resembled an altar. Like, this man was leading two lives. He was part of his neighborhood crime watch, which is like makes so much sense for the fact that when they did that one press conference, when that cop is like, it could be anybody. It could be anybody in this room right here at this press conference. It could be somebody helping with the search party. And then I'm thinking, after I heard that, I said, or it could be a neighborhood crime watch member. Like, how horrifying that alone is. That is really what. And the wife and him at a bar. That's the other picture. At a bar. And in the back of their heads, like behind them on the wall hanging, is the picture of Abby and Libby. Like, if anybody knows, like, those pictures, the alerts, I'm like, how fucking freaky is that? Like, it's all just, it's nuts. It to me, you do have to wonder if they knew him. I don't know, or his daughter. I know that daughter is like 20 some now, so they wouldn't be that old yet anyway. But I don't know. And with the pharmacy too, that young girls aren't really going to the pharmacy to pick up prescriptions. The neighbors, because that is when I read that piece, Haley. I know Haley, the wife and daughter, and because we were then. Well, I can't get that part out of my head, the wife and daughter part. Like, your perfect world that you thought you had, it's over. Like, it's gone, no more. It's all been taken away. But when first we saw that there was the picture of the daughter posing at the bridge, and people were then writing, and they said, but since then the wife has scratched all of her social media, right? So we're like, damn. But so then, as we're on Kelly's live, I start looking through stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, wait, no. So there's still some stuff on it. So I find it, and I'm like, ugh. And I'm like, okay, Kelly, let me. I'm gonna read this part. It's short and sweet, but as we're all just saying, like, how do you move forward now? How does this woman and her daughter, and how do you make sense of it in your head that, like this is the man that we trusted to like keep us safe, was a vicious murderer. So it wasn't scratched yet, and it was on her Facebook, and it like gives her face, her Facebook, the site, the actual her Facebook page site. But it had said, Richard Allen and his wife Kathleen had a photo shoot for their daughter posing on the same area of the same bridge in 2018 after the murders. And it says, according to his wife's Facebook page, Richard is married to Kathleen, and in 2016 she had a post picture of Alan sitting in a car, where she wrote in her post, I had a great weekend with my hubby, went Christmas shopping at the mall, and went to Von Mars, which is one of my favorite stores to shop at during the holidays. We got to listen to a live pianist, and I love the holiday decor and atmosphere. Ricky, however, about fell asleep waiting for me to finish shopping. Then I stalked him out in the parking lot waiting in our car, and then we had a great 25th anniversary dinner at Roots Chris in Carmel. Best steak ever. Which is awful. And then at the bottom of that Facebook page, she put in Oh no, in her profile itself. Her profile, you could put a profile bio type thing. Hers is live and love every day as if it's your last. Tomorrow is not promised. That's so very sad to me. And then it said that Alan, a physical licensed pharmacy tech in Indiana, had a license issued there from February 2018. That was issued there in February 2018, 1 year after the murders. Neighbors expressed extreme shock as the news of Alan's incarceration spread. My friend lives in this neighborhood and said he was the nicest guy and definitely in no way had a child murderer look about him. They are freaked out. He was part of their true crime community group. Could you even imagine this? Let's see what else. Yeah, so it's 2018. Alan's wife had posted the photo of their daughter on the bridge. I thought I had the other one too. Oh, and it was and then this is the other photo. Cut off the picture though. In this photo, him and his wife are pictured at a Delphi bar in December 2021 with a photo sketch of the Delphi, and this is what's behind them. Behind them on the wall is a Delphi sketch of the killer. It's a picture, and that's a good picture. And they're sitting right in front of it. Oh God. Talk about hiding in plain sight. How do you, and they're saying, how the cops are like, we looked through that area, we saw nothing. We do feel, he came back he put the bodies where, like, whether he put them in a trunk or wherever, and then came back that night to create the scene. And what I had heard was an altar scene, so I don't know if that was hearsay or whatever the scene was that he created was horrifying, but that he returned there at night once it was dark. So, what are you telling your wife at 2 a.m.? Honey, I'm bored and I'm just gonna go for a ride. They had a daughter together. I would hope the wife had absolutely no clue, but nonetheless, stranger things have happened. I don't think so, but you would just wonder. I know I'd be saying to my man, where the hell are you going now? You had to wait until, in your mind, not only is it dark, but everybody's sleeping and in bed now, and I won't get caught because this is going to take me hours for because they said it was very detailed, very extensive, and time consuming. So, as a wife, if you didn't question him going, you sure as hell questioned him when he got home, and where the F have you been? I just feel, because you're not hearing them screaming, they're not trying to run away. There's two of them against him. They were smart girls. He had to have some type of a weapon that scared the living shit out of them to do just exactly what the hell he told them to do, Oh my God, Haley, when they come, that one picture of the, on the right side is the sketch. The left side is his face, and it's blended together. I've always been fascinated by the police sketch artist, but man, this one nailed it. This dude deserves a raise. He nailed it. Because, oh yeah, Rosie, I'll send it to you. It is It's phenomenal. And I don't know if you guys remember a little while back. Remember, so they had sent out original sketch, right? And then a while after that was like, okay, no, this is the right sketch. And it was like a younger version of whoever this person was. When you look at that next sketch that they had sent, which was like the killer, but he looked younger, and they put that up against him now and the sketch of him now. Whew. When I tell you, you look at the bottom of his nose and it's very unique down to every detail. This sketch artist was phenomenal, just phenomenal at how precise of a job he did. But I don't understand how not one person in that small area didn't think at all for a second, that looks familiar, or he looks familiar, considering when they're in a bar and there's a wanted picture of him behind them. And it's a weird picture because it's like him and her and she's smiling, but it's like in the middle of them, you see it in the middle of them in the back on the wall. It's the sketch of him. I'm like, that is just too weird. Yeah, I just don't see any other way. Those girls, were smart enough, alert enough to know there's a creeper behind us. And he's coming, he's walking this way kind of fast. They were young girls. I wouldn't have thought of it. They had enough brains to not only take a snapshot, to put the audio on. Like, they are their own. No, they didn't live, but I'll tell you what, man, they are heroes for being that young and having that sense to do what they did, to give the cops the leads that eventually found this dick. These 13 or whatever year old girls knew there's a creeper. Like, they were aware of their surroundings. Let me see, Rosie. Was it the same guy from the picture on one of the girls' phones? Oh, so you mean the older guy that they took the picture of on the phone that was walking the tracks, Rosie? That is him. That is the murderer, and his name is Richard Allen. And when they do line up who he actually is now, his face, half of it against that sketch, it's spot on. Like, it was phenomenal. And that's what I think more than anything. People, like, any post anywhere, any article I was on, I was everywhere. Everybody just kept saying, like, whoever the hell that sketch artist is perfection. Like, look at that nose. He has, like, they're called, there's the shape of his eyes. He has what's called, like, hood eyes. The way, like, when your eye closes, that doesn't close. There's like a crease in it, right down to the hood eyes. The sketch of it was phenomenal. That part, Elizabeth, I wonder, and that I hope we find out. But the issue is Keegan Kline is, so 2 days before this all happens, Keegan Kline starts opening up his mouth and giving information, and then 2 days later, an arrest is made. So, if anything, Keegan Kline possibly could have said to this Richard Allen, like, oh, I've been catfishing these girls, and they think that this, I forget what the guy, that young, cute guy that they thought they were talking to, but it was really Keegan. I don't know if he was like saying, oh yeah, they think that, they're going to meet this dude that I've been catfishing them with. And so that maybe in this Richard Allen's head, it was like, maybe I'll go out there, like you don't know. Rosie said, did I hear he was chatting online with both online with one of them? Who, Richard Allen? Not Richard Allen. And the other one, like the guy that was it Tommy or Tony? He was like a younger kid. I think it was an Instagram, but it wasn't like there was a social media type thing. I don't know if I don't remember if I heard they had ever actually spoke on the phone with them, considering they would have really been talking to Keegan Kline. So that to me wouldn't make sense. Keegan Kline was just sending catfish and them pictures. So if he called and it was really Keegan Kline, then they'd be like, who the hell is this old man we're talking to? I don't know. No, I didn't hear. I did not hear that they had ever been talking to Richard Allen, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. I haven't heard that yet. I haven't heard that part yet. I would hope not. Dear God. What the hell do two 13-year-olds have in common with the middle-aged married man? Like, come on now. I hope we find out. They're really keeping us waiting, and it just leaves a lot of like, why? What if? What if? I don't know. Because people are like, there's no how this dude was able to remove them from where he killed them and then brought them back and got all this done. It's I know you could work hard on fast with when you're on adrenaline, but in the middle of the night in thick darkness, I think it would be hard to not have help. But Keegan 100% had. He's in jail for whatever drug, something like he's clear. He did nothing other than catfish these poor young girls because he's perv. That was probably rubbing one out every time he talked to them, Kevin, because we love that term. But if I'm just pulling up Kelly's because I do, I feel like it was her today that had found. I didn't like the video of the voice thing. It scared the shit out of me. Okay, Delphi Minor, the investigation timeline, the disturbing crime scene. Okay, wait, hang on, guys. I want to. The hell am I doing here? Okay. All right. As long as you guys can hear this, I would like you to listen with me because
give you up to $6,800. Welcome back to Watts the Obsession, covering the breaking news in the Delphi murder case on October 28, 2022. An arrest was finally made in the Delphi murder case after over 5 years. Currently, 50-year-old Richard Allen is in custody at the Carroll County Jail. We pray that this arrest is the beginning of allowing Abby and Libby to finally be at peace. This video from late spring 2022 details some of the disturbing facts of the crime scene as told in a leaked document. In this video, there are highlights from 2 different newscasts giving us some different perspectives on the disturbing facts of this case and the crime scene. Take a listen, guys. Please comment. Let us know what you think. We all want to know what you think. 8 at 5 starts now. We begin at 5 o'clock with stunning new revelations in the Delphi murders. It's a story we first broke for you on TV and online this morning.
ITMate has obtained court documents that, for the first time,
publicly describe the scene where those murders took place, what was taken from the scene, and a potential early suspect in the case, ITMate's Demi Johnson, has been following the story from day one. Demi, this document, very powerful.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Hang on here. That'll just happen. Oh, my phone is definitely hacked. Hang on. I'll pull it right back up. Okay.
Alexis, it's this 9-page request for a search warrant filed March 17th of 2017. Now, that's a little more than a month after Libby German and Abby Williams were found murdered in Delphi. This disturbing document, for the first time, gives us an investigator's description of the crime scene and what the suspect may have taken with him. ITMate obtained the request for the search warrant from the Murder Sheet podcast, the same group that first published the interview transcript of Anthony Schott's suspect, Kagan Klein. ITMate has confirmed the document is authentic. The document, written by an FBI agent, describes what investigators found when they discovered the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German on February 14th. The agent writes, a large amount of blood was lost by the victims at the crime scene. Because of the nature of the victim's wounds, it is nearly certain the perpetrator of the crime would have gotten blood on his person or clothing. Authorities also found that 2 articles of clothing from one of the girls was missing from the crime scene, while the rest of their clothing was recovered. It also appeared the girls' bodies were moved and staged. The agent goes on to say, based upon my training and experience, it is common for perpetrators of this type of crime to take a souvenir or in some fashion memorialize the crime scene. The agent also references the video on Libby's phone, confirming it was 43 seconds long. Up until now, only a few seconds have been made public. It's this short audio clip where you hear the suspect talking to the girls. The agent also confirms the girls were being followed by the suspect on the Monon High Bridge Trail. The agent also says there were no visible signs of a struggle or fight. The search warrant is for the property of Ronald Logan, who owned the land where the 2 girls were found dead. You see him here in this video shot by Wish TV in 2017, just days after the girls were murdered. It describes his activity the day the girls went missing. The agent says Logan claimed someone drove him to an aquarium store in Lafayette on the afternoon of February 13th, at the time the girls disappeared. But the agent says these statements were found to be factually false and intentionally designed to deceive law enforcement officers. The agent says Logan contacted his cousin and asked him to tell that story before the bodies were found. Based on investigators' experience, it is reasonable to believe that the creation of an alibi prior to the discovery of a crime indicates culpability or knowledge of the crime. I asked the founders of the Murder Sheet podcast why they believe this new information is significant.
This is a situation where you've had a lot of speculation or rumors going around that sounded pretty realistic or perhaps, sounded like well thought out. But it's another thing to sort of see it just in black and white on a court document.
I feel it is really important to get actual court documents where people are actually have to swear an oath that what they're saying is actually true.
Now let's tell you a little bit more about Ronald Logan. It's important to note Logan is dead. He died in 2020. He was charged with a probation violation for driving with a suspended license. He was never formally named a suspect and never charged in the Delphi murders. But in this document, the FBI agent says Logan's voice is not inconsistent with that of the person in the video. Now, we showed you that video of Ronald Logan in this story, and in searching through our archives, I found this interview with him shortly after the girls were found. Here's what he told us about the day the girls went missing.
Monday afternoon, I was in Lafayette Aquarium World getting a tropical fish for my aquarium. So when I came home, one of the neighbors stopped and asked permission to come back here and look for the missing girls, and that's the first time I knew anything about it. So I fooled with my tropical fish the whole time that the search was going on Monday night, but then they didn't find them until Tuesday at around noon or 1 or whatever it was.
Stunning new details, Demi. I know you reached out to the girls' family. They had no comment. But what about state police and the FBI?
So I did just receive a statement from State Police Superintendent Doug Carter. He tells me, I would like to remind the public that this is an active and ongoing investigation, and we will do everything we can to protect its integrity and to not try it in court of public opinion. We cannot publicly convict someone based on a single document which was not released by...
Ooh. I'm sorry, it died. Cut right out. Guys, did you hear the voice thing? Because is it just me, or I feel like I hear more now. Like, I feel like you're hearing this dude say, not just go down or down the hill. It sounds, I don't know. It sounds like go down the hill, or like, I don't know. Why did it just do that again? I'm going to have to, let me just make sure I don't have a virus on this damn phone.
That again. I'm going to have to...
Let's see here. Oh, damn, I lost it. How the heck did that happen? Yeah, Haley, I was like, okay, is he saying girls down the hill? Go down the hill. I thought it was girls go down the hill, but there's something more than just down the hill. Like, definitely. And you don't, and that's all you hear is him. I hope they do let us, I don't know. I know the privacy thing, but I feel like we should be able to know a little bit more. Like, how you wonder how much are they going to tell us about A, what did he take, and B, how did he prepare his, like, whatever he made it look like how much time do you think he was put into it, and then B, do you think someone helps? Because that's a scary thought too. Then, because then there's somebody else still on the loose. Like that's a even bigger picture. Is if he had help, and not even necessarily killing them, but just then somebody helping him move them. It is so disturbing.
Helping him move them.
I don't know. I my heart breaks for this family. Like, they haven't been through enough, you know. Oh no, Rosie, go. We're gonna get going too. I just wanted you guys to hear that with Kelly, because I thought she did a great job with that one, because I hadn't heard it. You know, like I said, and I woke up and I saw that she had put the those two shorts out. I was like, what I'm like, what now? Thinking like, oh God, don't tell me that they screwed up, but okay, this is just the one, and then we're gonna hang up. It's it's Kelly's, but what she says is it's about. I did the side by side comparison of the downhill audio of Murder Bridge Guy, Delphi local Richard Allen. Please leave a comment. What do you hear? So I'm trying to figure out what she means. I know a lot sounds familiar, but I'm picking up more. But tell me what you guys think, because it was what they're saying. It was this was definite. This was from like a clip too, where they're comparing his voice. I think he was talking to his wife. I forget, but tell me what you think.
Richard Allen, 50 years old, pictured here, was arrested on October 28th, 2022, in connection with the Delphi murders. Murders that occurred over 5 years ago, and to this day, well, until October 28th, there had been no arrests. Richard's wife has a Facebook page that is very public and has a lot of videos, has a lot of photos. I found this video clip from her Facebook page, and I want to do a voice comparison of the voice from the video clip on her Facebook page to the audio clip of the person we have saying down the hill that the girls recorded in their final moment on February 13th, 2017. So let's take a listen to the audio clip from Richard Allen's wife's Facebook page. Now be careful if you're wearing headphones. I did enhance the audio at the appropriate times at the audio clips that I want you guys to really focus on, okay? So it might get a little loud. I amplified it, so please just be careful.
Shut up. Down we're going down. Shut up. Down we're going down. Shut up.
All right, now we're going to listen to the recording of the person on the bridge saying downhill.
That's
All right.
that sounds go down, guys. Are you hearing go down the hill? I'm hearing go down the hill.
Down we're going down. Shut up. Down we're going down. Shut up.
All right, now we're going to listen to the recording of the person on the bridge saying downhill. All right, now let's listen to the audio clip saying down the hill right next to the audio clip from Richard Allen's wife's Facebook page. And let me know what it is you guys hear.
Okay, I hear go down the hill. Does it? Unless I'm losing my mind, you could tell me. Please tell me you're hearing what I'm hearing, and it is go down the hill. Like go down. It to me, it seems like a no-brainer. There's a lot of that other background video, audio. And I don't know what that like. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask Kelly questions more on that. But I do hear go down the hill. I don't just hear down the hill anymore. I do hear go down the hill. Tell me what you guys think, because it's more. I just think it's more than downhill. It's go down the hill, and I think he had a freaking gun after them. Like, shut your mouth and go down the hill. Son of a bee that he is. God. People are just animals. Fucking animals. All right, let me see here. Yeah, it was, what was it, 2017? Yeah, Haley, and I played it over and over and over. I even had my son listen to it. I'm like, what do you think this guy's saying? And he goes, who is that? I go, just listen. And he's like, he go down the hill? I said, yeah, I think, yes. He said, play it again. And I played it again. He said, I don't know. To me, he goes, it's weird. It's a weird audio. He goes, but I don't know. It sounds like he's telling people to go down the hill. I really believe he was telling very forcefully, letting them know, go down the hill with the gun and have whatever weapon he had. And everybody, they were so friggin' quiet and probably shitting their pants and praying to God, please don't kill us. Please don't kill us, you know. I will, Rosie. Good night, honey. And that's why I hope Kelly does a live maybe tomorrow. because with that second video, like he's say, do you not almost hear him singing? It's like, go down the hill. Like, what is that? Where is that from? That to me, it scares the shit out of me. But who are you? Like, where's that? Where did that come from? And why is saying that? Like, go down. It sounds like a hillbilly singing, like at a, everybody's sitting around a campfire. Like, it's not normal. Because I thought, where's this from? I know where the go down the hill is, but where is this? And she says Facebook, but I'm like, but the go down the hill, it's not right. Like, it's not normal. The go down the hill's not normal.
Attention homeowners.
Oh, I hate these. I just want to hear it one more time because girls down the hill. I just think those poor babies had a gun on them, had a gun at them. And, he knew it was remote enough that he took them wherever that effing hill was. And I don't know. I mean, I know it's a remote, such a vast area. But God, no one, none of them were. So if say you're not screaming, thinking, oh my God, if we stay quiet, he's not going to kill us. But then say, oh God, he kills the first one. You believe me, if I'm the second one still alive, I am going to scream my freaking head up, but you don't hear that. So I think he just used that as the scare tactic.
The agent goes on to say, based upon so Kelly kind of walked it.
Let me just because I was a bit confused with the go down. It's like singing it.
Of the voice on February 13th, Richard Allen's Times at the Interval.
Shut up. Now we're going down. Shut up. Now we're going down. Shut up.
All right, now we're going to listen to the recording of the person on the bridge saying downhill. 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 All right, now let's listen to the audio clip saying down the hill right next to the audio clip from Richard Allen's wife's Facebook page. And let me know what it is you guys hear. Downhill. 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 Downhill.
Shut up. Shut up.
So you have the and it is go down the hill. The day that happened, I want to know where he is at singing go down the hill. And then you also hear that part where he's saying, shut up, kids. Who's he talking to? Like, I'm boggled by those parts. I don't know why the wife had him singing, the go down the hill. I don't know why that was on her page. And I also then don't know why she would think it's all right then for her to also post about him, like saying, shut up kids, shut up kid. It's like, lady, were you a part of this? I'm not saying that in any way, but why was that posted to your media? Not to go down the hill at the tracks. The other two, it doesn't make sense. That part does not in any way add up. And maybe that's why they had to take probably all weekend to really nail every aspect of like this weird shit. But I mean, like, that's what I'm hoping. That's my guess, is like they had so many areas then to look into, and then now that they have him in custody, that's when you'd be asking the questions. When were you singing that "Go Down the Hill"? Where were you at? Why were you saying that? Because that's after you killed the girls. Then you're saying about "shut up, kids." That's after that you kill the girls. Like, and why is it on your wife's social media? Like, I'm sure she's going to have to answer as well. And I hope she could say to, like, I don't know what happened. But if, like, I for anybody, I'd be heartbroken for that poor daughter. You'd want to, like, snatch her up and give her a good life, because she's doomed. She's doomed. But you know what? Like, the more, and that was with me, because I'm like, is it girl? Is it go? And then the more I listen today, I'm like, that son of a bitch is just really assertively commanding them to basically go down that fucking hill. Like, it's. I hope her family, are, if anything, staying away from all platforms, like any media platforms. They can't talk anyway until Monday with the presser, but I hope they're just right now trying to grieve and, get some closure, because what's coming ahead from that for them is going to be hell. Total hell. I know they said last night they had to take Richard's wife and daughter and put them in a hotel, like almost like a safe house, because people were already coming around his house. Like, these selfish son of a bitch and crazy people, and the amount of danger then they're putting their own family in. Like, I'm no pity for him, other than, dude, you deserve the death sentence. And I don't like to say that, but you for what you did, is the whole eye for an eye definitely makes sense. I hope that they are being looked after. Yeah, because I know they did, they did put them somewhere nice and safe. So I do believe, and it's a beautiful place. That whole area, it's nice, just like a down home. So I know people care, and are probably checking in on them a lot, and, bringing meals or whatever. Just, I do believe that that's that type of community for sure. And if anything, I also hope his wife had nothing to do, because they're going to need support then too. They're bad. They are going to need support too. Oh yeah, Rosie, I posted it too. I'm sorry, honey, you didn't see that. Yeah, it'll be interesting, right, guys? Like, it'll totally either be like, we're gonna be let down, like that's all they're gonna tell us, or we're gonna hear enough that we're gonna all have PTSD for the rest of our lives, because I don't know, a lot of blood, and I just don't like when I hear like a whole altar type thing, with the setups. I'm real freaked out by anything when they start using any religion or the weird shit. So, and it made me even more mad when they're like, oh, he was booked, in the county jail, but then later was brought to a state facility for his own safety. Are you kidding me? Like, please, once we know everything and he's locked up, if there is an eye for an eye, he's gonna get a good old Jeffrey Dahmer bye-bye, and somebody's gonna take a plunger up his hole like Dahmer did to people. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not violent, but these are nuts. These people are lunatics. Yeah, I can't wait to look to Haley. I am so I had no clue. So yeah, I'd love to do a panel with you someday, especially when this book is done. I want to do a Watts versus Coleman panel, so that'll be interesting. Other than that, other than the Delphi, I haven't really. Okay, good night, Rosie. I will call you tomorrow. Go get your rest. And love you. Thank you. The only other thing I've really been watching, and I don't know if anybody heard anything on that, is I'm having trouble believing that older woman, Debbie Collier, killed herself. Like, is anyone else on board with that? I don't know why I don't believe that. When I heard that, because she got lost in the shuffle, because that's when everything came out then with Kylie and that poor baby Quentin. So Debbie's everything fell to the wayside then with Debbie. And then I'm like, and me and most men, the same thing. We're like, what about Debbie? I'm like, I know. And then I called me and said, I'm like, they're saying it's a suicide. He goes, why would she drive that far? But the worst part is, I'm like, and have 2 meals. Like, she went to 2 different places. Like, she had an early lunch to a later lunch. Like, it to me doesn't sound like somebody that just wants to get to a remote area to catch herself on fire. So that's another one. I'm like, please don't say this is closed. Like, don't throw this at us as the reason, because I have a hard time with it. Oh, I would absolutely love it. That will be fun. That will be fun. Because you could, we'll figure out the questions, but you could look the research on Watts, and I'll do it on Coleman, and then because there's just so much, and everybody. In fact, somebody sent me an email last night. They're like, you gotta do like a WWE Watts versus Coleman. And when I texted back, I said, no, I want to do a, before there was Watts, there was Coleman thing, but I want to show all the mad similarities. So yeah, we should do that. Once I finish this book, I think it'll be interesting to do. Because there's always something to talk about. And I think with this Coleman case too, like, there's always going to be something that we're not 100% on. The girlfriend is, because that Tara's trying to say she didn't know. You gave him an ultimatum. Like, it's a lot of weird stuff. So to deep dive into that, I know people would enjoy it, and I know you and I would just have fun doing it too, But I can't wait to call Kel. I'm gonna be like, Kel, listen again, because good old Richie is telling them to go down the hill. But Kel, the scarier part is, where are you getting him saying in a singing tone about go downhill and shut up, kids? Like, is that part of the leaked? Because they said that certain parts were leaked. Is that part of a leak? Because I thought they said it was all from the wife's Facebook, but I don't know. That to me would make no sense. I don't know if they got his phones, and maybe, I don't know, or if it was also on. We don't know how much the girls taped. Like I said, I hope we do get some good information on that. I don't want to hear them being killed, but this girl had enough sense to keep it rolling. she had it in her pocket, but nonetheless, she kept that audio going. That's such, for a 13-year-old, that is a hero. I'm sorry they didn't make it, but that's a hero. So, that one got me up. There's just certain ones. I'm not into all of them, but the Delphi, I've just been waiting and hoping and praying that, oh God, that's poor. It's awful. And then once this Coleman, I'm nuts over it. The Watts is wild. And there was another one. Shit. I felt the sort Suzanne Morphew one is a heartbreak too. But because I hate her husband so much, I can't go through any more trials or nonsense with good old Barry. Yeah, I 100% Hallie. I do remember that because I remember the news people saying, this is what we need to remember. This is a 13-year-old girl who kept her phone on record. Now, nonetheless, she had her hands in her pocket walking a lot too. So she kept it on record, but not in visual for him, because he would have gotten rid of that so friggin' fast. So that's what a smart kid. What a smart kid. You not only provided FBI with the picture of him coming at you, but you gave us an actual voice sample. And I feel like we not that we failed, but man, it took a while to let these two little angels, finally be at peace. I hope. And for their families, maybe to be able to, at some point, move on. I as a parent, I don't know how you do. But they have to. What's the alternative, really? But my heart breaks for them. So yeah, we got to tell. I texted her, but then I didn't have time once I woke up to tell her that that dude is saying go down the hill in a very assertive tone. I'm pretty sure whatever he's pointing at them has them shit scared. So there's so much we just don't know. And I do, like we were all saying, Monday better be real good, or it's gonna be like a civil war here. People are gonna get nuts because we're all hopped up, we're all hyped up. You're already making us wait through a weekend. If you think on Monday you're gonna give us a little bits and pieces, people will lose their shit. We know how crazy people get on YouTube, let alone something that took over pretty much nationwide. It won't be good. It definitely won't be. What'd you say? Wait, hang on here. I know and that's the sad part though, Hallie. It would be wouldn't it be nice to be having such wonderful, beautiful things to be working, posting and working on. It's a shame when this is what the world is right now. It hurt you so much, and I just couldn't let it go because I knew that she. I tried everything. I think I would panic, and I don't think I would put it on record. She that little sweetheart, went straight to heaven with her friend. There's no way. Me too. I think the last time that they were talking about a couple months ago, they were bashing the law enforcement. They're like, do they what? So we've got the case, we've got his gait, we've got his stature, his the way he's holding his head down, we've got his voice. How many cases do you have all that information and evidence that so quickly could get you to whoever this fucker is. But I don't know if I don't know if they didn't have enough help. Like, you know, who knows? I just thought, geez, it's not that hard now, when especially hearing the voice. But what it came down to is they said Keegan Klein, cocky as he is, wanted to talk to them, but then he was asking for, I loved it. He had some demands, even though he's in jail for being for being a pedophile, that he'd like to get out and just serve his sentencing at home. Yeah, okay, Stanley. Okay, Stosh, we'll do, like, you're out of your mind. But that's a day later is when this all came out. So it's true. And no one would have released this man. No credible news station would have revealed his name had it not been either A, credible, or B, they confirmed it. So maybe they're not even at this point just saying they confirmed it, but they did. I know I'm really bad with crying. Really bad with crying too. Haley, we'll be awful together. We'll be crying like fools. Ugh. But justice, I don't know. Justice prevailed, and I do believe they got the man. I do believe they got their man. I do. I really do. And I just hope that if, you know, when it does go to trial, we don't continue to be lenient on all these maniacs who don't deserve it. Shit. Yeah, I'll text Kelly and see if she's gonna do. I'm sure she will do a little something tomorrow, because I'll be like, we've got questions. We were listening to you last night. We've got questions. that I don't know, and I don't know how she found it, because she found it this morning, and supposedly by this morning everything was gone. Oh, I guess not. He does fit it perfectly. I mean, come on. It's Bagnich Bish. Kevin. It's Brittany Bish. No, it's Bashnik Bish. Yeah, he fits it. He fits it all. So under the radar that it's frightening, though, right? Like, such a good neighbor. My God, he was on our community true crime, watch. Oh, him and his wife loved to go shopping, and they enjoyed buying like Christmas ornaments. I'm like, oh God, is this fucking weird? And you took your daughter for her graduation pictures at the scene of where you took and killed two little girls. Like, there is a place for you. There's no good. You don't deserve an insane asylum. Straight to a jail, and you're gonna only get out when it's time to eat and shower. That's all. I mean, I just think, I know we're a great country, but I do think we go overboard worrying about, oh God, are we giving them their rights? Who cares? They killed their people, and it's nuts. Ask Kelly to message me when she was doing when she's doing it. So something I learned. And yes, that would be so. In fact, I'll email her, because I know she likes to do Sundays too. Like, like later in the day, Sundays. Like, we always enjoy doing that kind of a talk. And I think this would be really good because just from tomorrow, think about it. There'll probably be a little bit more. These fucking, who's ever releasing a little at a time, they're spoon feeding us. And I think it's to make it all then a little less by the time they throw it all at us on Monday. I think they're purposely being leaked, whatever the hell you want to call it, for a reason, and it's to prevent like that. I don't know, the shock factor then that sits in with us. Like, what if you people just sat on this? So, it's probably best not to. I guess I don't know. And the other one, Haley, did you do anything with? And I didn't because I couldn't stand him. But Suzanne Morphew, did you do anything on that? Because I mean, yeah, I know she's gone, but it's like, oh God, like, did animals eat her? Like, you wonder how bad her end was. Because there's nothing worse than not retrieving the body. Oh God, Kevin, they absolutely. You guys remember that movie Robin Williams was in where he played the pharmacy tech that worked like at the the picture developing department of it, and became so obsessed with one family that as he was like developing their pictures, like he was making copies for his own home, like as if like they were his family. Oh, what was it? Photo? Was it photo? That is like a total. That reminded when this kind of started to come out. I'm like, ew, that's a Robin Williams movie. Like, that's so freaking scary. And he was like he was just one of my favorites. But man, he pulled it off, playing a totally, weird, quiet, not funny, totally awkward guy. It was fantastic. Let me see, because I may have to watch that again because it's so good. But I think we're just running into this a lot now. The nice pharmacist at CVS or the nice guy at Turkey Hill. He's always so nice to me. Oh God, don't worry about it, honey. If you're too, you're a quarter less, I got it. In your mind, you're wondering like, what are you? I put my card through your credit card through your machine. Like, can you see it? Yeah, that's the one, Haley. It's where he's developing them, so you don't know just how many weirdos out there that are getting rolls of film to be developed from, say, like Bachelor Party. Like, let's be honest, you're seeing a lot. We probably have to sign some type of disclosure. But Robin nailed it because he was scared the shit out of me. But I'm more relatable to that movie today more than ever. We didn't see how far this social media was going to take us into just being pretty much able to invade everyone's privacy, and it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's like COVID. It's like the new norm, and it's not. I just can't do it. I can't mentally and physically. Physically, it drains me, and then mentally, I'm anxious. I'm like a basket case. Oh yeah, they do. I mean, most of the, in fact, I think all of ours do. They have the They developed him right there. And he was, it was creepy. He'd be like, you could like real sly, like putting the pictures on the side of it, like on the side of his desk. I'm like, ooh, is he a perv? But he wasn't a perv. He was like a lonely, almost isolated, probably some type of mental illness guy. I didn't see him as a perv. What did Kevin say? Everything is true. What's that, Kevin? Wait. Have you guys seen the Ryan Reynolds movie where he's a forklift driver? No, but I love Ryan Reynolds because he's a great comedic actor. Why? There's a new one out, and is it funny, or B, is it like is it like a drama? Oh boy, oh God, that's not good. So, is this a true story, Kevin? Oh God, I know too many true stories from actual friends where they did that, and then you're dead. Let me see if I don't, I don't know if whoever didn't see Robin's, that movie will give you a whole other outlook on like, I'm gonna just take all my pictures forever on my phone because I don't ever want anybody to develop them. Yeah, do you mind if you can find that? Because Ryan Reynolds just makes me happy because he's really funny. I love like him, and he would like do good skits with like Betty White and Sandra Bullock, and I just think he's very dreamy. Let me see here. I'm just looking right now for that Robin Williams. I did a live on Robin Williams' death because people didn't understand, that he didn't commit suicide. He had Louis body, but because he was one of my favorites, it took a lot out of me. Yeah, that's fine. His death took a lot out of me. And then when the wife did Robin's Wish and did that documentary, I think it was Haley saying before, you cried through one case like all the time. I cried from the beginning to the freaking end. Like, he was such a prisoner in his brain, being told he had Parkinson's. And then when they do a full autopsy when he died, the neurosurgeon was so frightened. Like, made the wife come to the office to say, I've never seen a Louis body, which she didn't even know, like, what is that? And then he said, like, you see here, like, there's only one solid color, like your husband was having in his brain, no interconnections, none. She said, he's like, I don't know how he was like even able to form sentences. That broke my heart because we as a country especially think of him as like, when he would come on shows, like he was always on his game. To go from that to and the wife cries really bad, which of course that makes me cry, but he didn't know he had it. And I mean, I don't know what they would have done anyway. It pretty much takes you pretty quickly. Lewy body, but it's not, Lewy body is not Parkinson's, and it is not Alzheimer's. It's something completely different. My sister-in-law's father was lovely, and he was 60 years old and just started to be a little odd, a little kooky. And then one day, my poor sister-in-law called me. She said, we drove home on the highway all today with my dad in the front seat with his door open a little. I said, what do you mean you drove on the highway? She said, he told me he has claustrophobia and the door needed to be open. I was like, oh God, Aaron, he's getting worse. You need a full scan on him. This isn't normal. 2 days later, they called me the next day. He left his house 2 a.m, took the car keys, went to the donut shop and the ladies knew him at the donut shop, and told the ladies at the donut shop, there is a woman, I don't know her, and I got away, but she has a gun, like, and I need help. And they go to the house. First of all, the wife was sleeping. They woke her up, and she's like, what are you talking about? They're like, he left. He left, and he came, and he told us. And I think he said, there's a heavier set lady. She's like, I'm his wife. Oh, good. Oh, definitely. She's like, I'm his wife. They're like, yeah, no, he wanted us to call the cops because he did say he escaped, but there is a woman there holding him. That is Louis' body is evil. Kevin, is there any females like recognizable ones? He's good on his one anyway. Not that it matters, but I love him. Robin Williams. Yeah, it is photo. Okay. I don't know why I thought it was. I don't know why I thought it was a true story, but luckily it's not. Beautifully Twisted. I love all these names. Beautifully Twisted. Sounds lovely. Let me make sure. No, it wasn't real. Oh, wait. 1 hour photo. Okay, 1 hour photo. I miss him. Bad. Female what? Oh, in that movie, are there any high profile female actresses with him? Because he does a lot with Sandra Bullock, and they're cute together. But I know I definitely haven't seen the coming attraction. So I'll definitely be watching it because I love him. He's freaking hysterical. Okay, wait here. Okay, hang on a second. Okay, thank God it's not real. Okay, that's what I know. I'm so confused about that, Kevin. Because I put in, photo, thinking that's the one, but then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, where am I? So photo is then, what's photo then? I know Kevin always is so helpful. Photo. Photo movie? Because otherwise it's like, why wouldn't you just name it one movie? Pick one. All right, it's the same premise. Why? That doesn't. Yeah, so Robin. Okay, so yeah, he's in the. It's all right. So it says photo, and then when you click it on, it goes right to photo. Okay, then. You watch it the first time, you're like, "Wow!" Oh, you have to. I do, because when I love movies like that, I do. There are certain movies I never get sick of watching. What voices, Kevin? Is that a movie? Oh wait, I want to see if Kelly was gonna do anything first tomorrow. Not yet, but you will. I'll text her in the morning. Okay, just Ryan Reynolds voices. Okay. I love his. Do you not love his wife? I mean, can she be any prettier and can he be any more handsome? Like, God, it's obnoxious. I got everybody. Let me just make sure. I like good documentaries too. I am into those a lot. Love them. I think we're good. All right, cool. Yeah, I don't think I missed any. Talk about hiding in please. Please. A lot of them, they're, like they could be your neighbor. These people, they're in our community crime watch group. Like, that's the last person. Even if you walk in front of the picture, the sketch, I just don't think my mind would even go there. Yeah, Haley, I'm getting ready to go to bed. My email is in my about. Please email me yours so that this way we can so we can talk about to do a show on Watts versus Coleman. Okay. And thank you for being here with us all night. I'm so happy you were able to make it in. I love you. Let me put your link one more time too. We got to help each other out. We got to help each other out. How did I put it? Molson must have had a really good time tonight. Okay. I'll find it. It's not updated. Oh wait, okay. Okay, that sounds good, honey. And shoot me text during the week too if you have any ideas and any stuff like that. That'll be fun. We have we still have Jesus, 7:30 in the morning. We still have people here with us. You guys that are not in the chat, 70, go to bed now. We're going to bed too. Tired. Oh, but it wasn't fun. I'm happy we talked about them because I was going to do my own live and read last night, and I felt in my mind, I'm like, I felt almost, I just felt like it was disrespectful that I'm reading a book, Family Annihilator book, and I just didn't want to do that. I'm like, this has gone on for years that they've hoped they could find the person. So I thought, everybody's going to be clinging to look into it all. So I'm like, Melissa, I'm not going to do it tonight. Not a love for those poor girls. He's like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Oh, thank you, Al. You're great. Thank you. That makes me happy. All right, guys. I'm finishing my very cold pretzel. It's all right. I'll manage. And tomorrow, I started pulling from this book some awfully graphic photo. Not graphic, but some gruesome stuff on this Coleman thing. So I'm just gonna put a little album together and put it under my community tab. So I'll be doing that too in the next couple of weeks, which I know you guys will find interesting. So get some rest. If you're in America and you're on your way to bed or just getting up, and anywhere else in this country, wherever you're at, just enjoy what's left of the weekend, and I'll be in touch with you guys during the week. And we'll make more plans moving forward. So I love all you guys, you know that, and I count on you to be here, not because you're supposed to be. I just count on you because I love your friendship, and I look forward to seeing your faces, and even Kevin's names about me and stuff sometimes. So you guys ain't going nowhere. All right, I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna lay down and chill. And I'll post on my tab too if Kelly is going to do anything tomorrow as well. Otherwise, we will see each other. We like the Saturday, so we'll do another Saturday. So in the meantime, watch. Kevin gave us some good shit to watch, and just chill out. Enjoy it. Stay safe, healthy, please, and be good boys and girls. Email is under A Curious Rose. If anything, if you can give me even a thumbs down, either way, but it helps, as I'm trying to really grow the channel. It helps me sharing, whatever. So, make sure you are subscribed. That I appreciate it. So, I love you guys, and I'll talk to you sometime during the week. Everybody go to bed or get up and go to work. Love you guys. Good night.